Chapter 531. Gourmet 2. Wow! This taste! Lucavion set his utensils down for a brief moment, exhaling as the lingering flavors settled on his tongue. The smoky richness of the trout was cut by the saffron glaze, striking a perfect balance between deep, earthy warmth and subtle floral sweetness. The spiced crab stew was robust, layered, each spoonful carrying a complexity of flavors that hinted at the region's long history of culinary mastery. Even the lotus-wrapped rice was something else entirely, delicate, fragrant, infused with the gentle essence of the leaves that encased it. He exhaled again, shaking his head in amusement. I have to admit it, this is beyond what I expected. He glanced up at Eliana, his smirk curving into something softer. Your taste is impeccable. Eliana smirked, dabbing the corner of her mouth with a napkin. Of course it is. She leaned slightly against the table, her amber eyes glinting with satisfaction. I told you, didn't I? This is my home turf. If I didn't know the food of this region better than you, I would be ashamed. Lucavion chuckled, shaking his head. Well, I know when to admit defeat. He lifted his hands in mock surrender. In the matter of fine taste, I will never compare to you. Eliana hummed, pleased. At least you're learning. As they continued their meal, Vitaliera perched on the windowsill, elegantly nibbling at her own selection. A fish she had personally chosen after disappearing into the kitchen with her usual confidence. Her golden eyes flickered between them as she ate, her tail swishing idly as if silently judging the entire exchange. Lucavion took another bite of the trout before glancing at Eliana again. So, he mused, what inspired this? Eliana blinked. This? Lucavion gestured vaguely toward the meal. Your refined palate. Was it just a hobby? Or were you always fated to be a ruthless critic of mediocre food? His tone was light, teasing, but beneath it was genuine curiosity. And then, silence. Eliana's hand, which had been about to reach for her tea, stilled. Lucavion immediately noticed the shift. His smirk faded just slightly, his usual instinct for reading the atmosphere kicking in. He straightened a little, debating whether to push or withdraw, but in the end, he chose the latter. With an easy, practiced air, he reached for his cup and let out a smooth chuckle. I forget I asked. Not every question needs an answer. He flashed her a casual grin. I'd rather enjoy my meal before you decide to criticize my eating technique next. Eliana, however, saw right through it. It's fine. Lucavion paused, meeting her gaze. Eliana's expression remained controlled, but there was something in her eyes, something quieter. Not anger, not discomfort, just thoughtfulness. She placed her tea down gently. It's not an off-limits topic. Her voice was smooth, even. It just caught me off guard. Lucavion studied her for a moment before exhaling lightly, offering a small, knowing smile. Then, by all means, take your time. Eliana glanced at him, searching his expression, before she finally picked up her cup and took a slow sip. Ha! Then she let the warmth of the tea settle against her lips before she finally spoke. It was my mother. Lucavion raised a brow slightly but remained silent, letting her continue at her own pace. She's the reason I became a gourmet, Eliana said, her voice softer now, not hesitant but distant, as if recalling something from a world long past. She was free-spirited, always wandering, always trying something new. She never liked staying in one place for too long. Said it made people dull. A faint, almost wistful smile flickered across her lips. And when it came to food, she believed it was the best way to understand the world. That you couldn't claim to know a place until you'd tasted its meals, learned its flavors. Lucavion hummed, taking in her words. There was something oddly fitting about that image. Eliana exhaled softly, her gaze momentarily drifting toward the window, where the golden glow of lanterns shimmered against the darkening streets. She wasn't like most noble women. You know how it is, the expectations, the rules. Lucavion nodded. He knew exactly what she meant. Nobility had its own rigid structure, one that dictated everything, from how one spoke to how one walked, to the very ambitions one was allowed to entertain. Women, in particular, were expected to adhere to their roles with unwavering precision. But Aeliana's mother, it seemed, had been different. She was a fighter, Aeliana continued. A swordsman. Lucavion arched a brow at that, intrigue flickering in his eyes. Aeliana smirked slightly, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. Surprised. Not quite, Lucavion murmured, tilting his head. It explains a lot, actually. Aeliana scoffed lightly. Humph. She would have liked you. Lucavion chuckled. High praise. I assume she wasn't the easiest to impress. Aeliana's expression softened just slightly. No, she wasn't. Lucavion studied her for a moment, his smirk settling into something quieter. There was something unspoken lingering in her words, something just beneath the surface. But he didn't pry. Instead, he took another sip of his tea, his voice effortlessly smooth as he mused. Well, I'll consider myself fortunate then. Seems I have good taste in more than just food. Aeliana blinked before exhaling a small, amused breath, shaking her head. Ha! You really don't stop, do you? Lucavion smirked. Wouldn't be me if I did. Aeliana hummed, taking another slow sip of her tea. Aeliana set her tea down carefully, her fingers resting lightly against the porcelain. The golden lantern light reflected in her amber eyes, distant, thoughtful. My mother, she believed in surprises, she said at last, a small, almost private smile tugging at her lips. Especially when it came to my father. Lucavion raised a brow, intrigued. Oh! Aeliana exhaled, leaning back slightly. Anthony Thaddeus. You probably have already understood my father after that meeting. Lucavion smirked. Hard not to. The Duke of Stormhaven. A man known for his discipline, his strategy, his ability to command both a battlefield and a court with equal precision. He tilted his head. I'd imagine surprises weren't exactly something he appreciated. Aeliana chuckled softly. Not at all. Her father was a man of structure, a figure of absolute discipline. He wasn't cruel, at least not in the way some noblemen were, but he was unyielding. His world was built on principles, on expectations. Everything had to be accounted for, controlled, and her mother was the opposite. She liked to keep him on his toes, Aeliana continued, her voice light with nostalgia. When they were younger, she'd challenge him in unexpected ways. A duel at dawn when he least expected it. A sudden journey into the city without guards, just to see if he could keep up. And sometimes, through food. Lucavion hummed. Food. Aeliana nodded. She had this idea, this ridiculous idea, that she could shock him by turning me into a gourmet. Lucavion's smirk deepened. Now that I did not expect. Aeliana rolled her eyes. Neither did my father. He thought she was teaching me swordsmanship behind his back. He never would have guessed that instead of training my form, she was sneaking me into Stormhaven's markets to taste street food. Lucavion chuckled. That's certainly one way to go about it. Aeliana's smile was sharper now, tinged with fond mischief. She wanted to prove something. That I could be more than what was expected of me. That I could develop a skill, a passion, completely separate from the rigid path set for me. She shrugged. And she knew that if I suddenly displayed an understanding of fine cuisine, my father wouldn't know what to do with himself. Lucavion exhaled in amusement, shaking his head. So, let me get this straight. Your mother, the free-spirited swordswoman, took you, her noble-born daughter, and decided that the best way to throw your father off balance was by turning you into a food connoisseur. Aeliana smirked. Precisely. Lucavion chuckled, leaning against the table. That is truly something. Aeliana tapped a finger against her cup. It was fun, you know. We'd slip away from the estate and visit small diners, bakeries, stalls. She made me describe flavors, compare techniques. She'd take me to noble feasts, and I'd have to analyze every dish. She called it my secret training. Lucavion hummed. And did your father ever find out? Aeliana exhaled through her nose, shaking her head. Not until it was too late. Chapter 532. Gourmet 3. Not until it was too late. Lucavion arched a brow. Eliana leaned forward slightly, smirking. There was a banquet, a major diplomatic gathering. I was 12. Lucavion's smirk widened. Oh, this is going to be good. Eliana ignored him, continuing. My father had me seated next to some high-ranking officials. The food was extravagant, of course, carefully prepared by the best chefs in the region. But then, one of the foreign ambassadors praised a particular dish, calling it a specialty of his homeland. Lucavion tilted his head. And Eliana's smirk turned positively devilish. And I, without thinking, corrected him. Lucavion blinked. Then he laughed. A real, warm chuckle that slipped out before he could stop it. You corrected an ambassador? At 12. Eliana shrugged, entirely unapologetic. I told him that the dish was an imitation, that the seasoning was off, and that the cooking technique didn't match the region's traditional methods. She took a slow sip of her tea. I also might have suggested that the chef had either mislearned the recipe or deliberately altered it for a noble palate. Lucavion stared at her, then shook his head, grinning. I can only imagine your father's face. Eliana chuckled. He was stunned, silent. He just sat there as the ambassador looked at me, then at the food, then back at me. Lucavion leaned forward slightly, his voice filled with amusement. And the verdict? Eliana smirked. The ambassador tasted the dish again and agreed with me. Lucavion exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple. 7 hells. Eliana hummed. That was the moment my father realized my mother had been doing something behind his back. He didn't know whether to be furious or impressed. Lucavion shook his head, chuckling. And your mother? She was delighted, Eliana said, smirking. She leaned over and whispered, surprise. Lucavion couldn't help but laugh. She sounds incredible. Eliana's smirk softened slightly. She was. For a moment, there was nothing but the quiet clinking of dishes, the distant murmur of the market outside, the warm glow of lanterns casting soft shadows on their table. Lucavion watched her, his usual teasing smirk tempered by something more knowing. She must have been proud of you. Eliana exhaled, her gaze lowering slightly. I'd like to think so. Lucavion studied her for a moment before leaning back, smirking again. But this time, his voice was smoother, lighter. Well, I suppose I should be grateful. Thanks to her, I'm enjoying the best meal I've had in weeks. Eliana scoffed, rolling her eyes. Obviously, Lucavion chuckled. And here I thought I was supposed to be the arrogant one. Eliana smirked. You are, but I know when I'm right. Lucavion exhaled, shaking his head. Terrifying. Eliana took another sip of her tea, her smirk lingering. You're learning. Lucavion tilted his cup toward her in a small, amused gesture of acknowledgement. For a while, Eliana remained silent, letting the warmth of her tea settle in her hands. But then, she noticed it, the faintest movement of his lips, forming words without sound. Must have been nice. Eliana's fingers stilled against her cup. If not for her skill in reading lips, a necessary talent honed from years of courtly observation, she wouldn't have caught it at all. Her gaze flickered up, sharp, assessing. What must have been nice? Lucavion froze for a fraction of a second. His eyes, which had been lazily focused on the lantern's glow against his cup, snapped to hers. A brief hesitation, barely noticeable, just a flicker, but Eliana caught it. He hadn't meant to be heard. Eliana tilted her head slightly, her amber eyes unwavering. You said something just now. Lucavion blinked once, twice. Then, he exhaled, tilting his head with his usual smirk. Did I? His voice was smooth, easy. Strange, I don't recall. Eliana wasn't fooled. She leaned forward slightly, her expression unreadable. You did. Lucavion's fingers drummed lightly against the table. A beat of silence stretched between them. Then he clicked his tongue lightly, as if caught in a harmless lie, shaking his head. You're relentless, aren't you? Eliana didn't smile. She just held his gaze. Lucavion's smirk wavered for half a second. Not in defeat, but in realization. Realization of the fact that Eliana was not the type to drop these topics. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders. It's nothing, really. Just a passing thought. Eliana didn't look away. Try me. Lucavion hesitated. Not in fear, not in reluctance, but in that rare moment of calculation, deciding whether or not to let her see just a little further past his usual mask. His smirk returned, lighter this time, but there was something behind it, something quieter. Your mother? He murmured, swirling his tea absent-mindedly. The way you spoke about her. His voice was smooth, unhurried. The way she taught you things, took you places. The way she challenged your father, not out of defiance, but because she wanted to show him new things. His smirk softened, but his eyes, there was something melancholy there. Lucavion exhaled, tilting his head as he lifted his cup. Must have been nice. Eliana's fingers curled slightly against the table. She understood the weight of those words now. This wasn't just a passing comment. It was something else, something that made her want to press on. Lucavion doesn't let things slip. That was something Eliana had learned quickly. He spoke in layers, wrapped his words in mischief, controlled the conversation with ease. He could turn the sharpest questions into harmless banter, shift the weight of any topic before it became too real. So then, why does it feel like he didn't mean to say that at all? Eliana had seen many versions of Lucavion. The arrogant wanderer, the playful strategist, the man who teased, who provoked, who always seemed to hold the upper hand in every exchange. But this was something else. A glimpse beneath the mask, and she wasn't about to let it disappear. She exhaled softly, watching him. His smirk was still there, perfectly in place, but his eyes hadn't caught up to the performance yet. Why? She asked. Lucavion glanced at her, raising a brow. Eliana tilted her head, her voice measured, smooth. Why with that face? Lucavion blinked. For a brief second, just a second, his expression faltered. It was subtle, a flicker in his gaze, a pause in the way he held his cup. Not shock, not even discomfort, just pause. Eliana didn't miss it. There it is. She leaned in slightly, her amber eyes never leaving his. You always have a smirk, don't you? She murmured. Always so quick with words, so effortless in how you dodge things. Lucavion exhaled, his smirk curling back into place as if resetting. Flattery will get you nowhere, little ember. Eliana ignored him. But just now, she continued, her voice quieter. You weren't teasing. You weren't making light of it. She studied him carefully. So why? Why did you say that like that? Lucavion clicked his tongue lightly, tilting his head. Aren't you overthinking this? And there it is, the attempt to shift. Eliana exhaled sharply, crossing her arms. I don't drop things easily. You should know that by now. Lucavion chuckled, but it was softer this time. Yes, I've suffered greatly because of it. Eliana smirked, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. Then answer me. Lucavion met her gaze, and for the first time in a long while, he didn't have an immediate response. He just looked at her, and Eliana realized something in that moment. I want to know. It wasn't just curiosity, not the simple urge to uncover a secret, to get the last word in a battle of wits. She wanted to know more about him, the parts he didn't talk about, the things that made him slip even for a second. She wanted to understand. Chapter 533. Gourmet 4. Eliana narrowed her eyes. Answer. Lucavion's gaze lingered on her for a moment, unreadable, before he exhaled softly. A small smile touched his lips. Not his usual smirk, not something crafted for amusement or show. It was quieter, melancholy. Then finally he spoke. Not everyone has that privilege. Eliana's fingers curled slightly against the table. Privilege of what? Lucavion tilted his head slightly, the dim glow of the lanterns casting shifting shadows across his face. His voice remained smooth, effortless. Yet there was something distant in it, That, he murmured, is for you to figure out. Eliana's eye twitched. This bastard. He was dodging again, giving her just enough to keep her chasing, but never enough to actually answer. She wasn't even sure why it frustrated her so much. Maybe it was because she had caught the slip, seen the weight behind his words, only for him to once again pull away. Is it really this hard to make him speak? To just say it? Something flared hot in her chest. With absolutely no hesitation, she shifted under the table and kicked him. Lucavion flinched, blinking as he glanced down at his leg, then back up at her with mild amusement. Oh, violence now? Eliana scoffed, crossing her arms. Bastard, you make everything difficult. Lucavion chuckled, shaking his head. So I've been told. Eliana huffed, her jaw tightening. Maybe. She stopped herself. Her words had nearly slipped, too. She wasn't even sure what she had been about to say. Maybe this is why you're so insufferable. Maybe this is why you're impossible to understand. Maybe you make it hard for people to know you. Eliana looked at Lucavion, still scowling, but for some reason, some instinct, she held her tongue. Something about saying those words aloud felt wrong. Not because they weren't true. Not because she didn't want to say them. But because, if I did, the result wouldn't be good. She wasn't sure why she thought that, but the feeling settled deep, firm, unshakable. So instead, she huffed sharply, shaking her head, arms still crossed. Lucavion, of course, only smirked. Before she could snap at him again, the waiter returned, stepping up to their table with practiced ease. The next course will be dessert, he announced, bowing slightly before setting down 2 plates. Along with our finest local tea. A small dish of glazed pastries was placed before them, lightly crisped, golden, with a delicate drizzle of spiced syrup glistening in the lantern light. Beside them, a pot of tea steamed softly, its scent warm and herbal, laced with the subtle citrus notes that were common in Stormhaven's regional brews. Eliana inhaled slowly, forcing herself to focus on the meal rather than the man sitting across from her. But Lucavion, ever the opportunist, had already taken notice of her irritation. And if there was one thing he enjoyed, it was teasing her. He leaned forward slightly, his smirk curling. You know, little Ember. Eliana exhaled through her nose. What? Lucavion hummed, his gaze flickering to the side before returning to her. The way people keep looking at you, he mused, amusement laced in his tone. Was it always like this? Eliana blinked, caught slightly off guard. Like what? Lucavion propped his elbow against the table, resting his chin against his hand. You know. His smirk widened. The stares, the intrigue, the quiet adoration. Eliana scoffed, rolling her eyes. Oh, please. Lucavion chuckled. No, really. It makes me wonder. He swirled his tea absent-mindedly. Considering how ridiculously beautiful you are. Eliana nearly choked on her tea. What? Lucavion continued smoothly, entirely unbothered. Your mother must have been a beauty too. Eliana frowned slightly, her irritation momentarily replaced with curiosity. She was. Lucavion nodded, as if that confirmed something for him. Then how exactly did the two of you just wander around by yourselves? He tilted his head, his smirk half amusement, half genuine intrigue. Wouldn't your faces have attracted a lot of unwanted attention? Eliana blinked. Lucavion leaned back, tilting his head with exaggerated thoughtfulness. I mean, imagine it, he mused, his voice slipping into something dramatically low and rough. 2 stunning women, one a fearless swordswoman, the other a sharp-tongued little noble, wandering into a city like this, just asking for trouble. Eliana narrowed her eyes. Are you? Before she could finish, Lucavion straightened his posture and suddenly changed his entire demeanor. He slouched just slightly, his usual confidence replaced with an exaggerated, thuggish swagger. He narrowed his eyes, cracking his knuckles, lowering his voice into something raspy and unpolished. Well, he drawled, slipping perfectly into the role of an alleyway brute. What do we have here, lads? A couple of delicate little flowers wandering into our streets. Eliana blinked. Lucavion wasn't done. He leaned in further, furrowing his brows, his lips twisting into a lopsided, half-missing tooth sneer. Oi, what's a lady like you doin' out here without a chaperone? Mighty dangerous for a pretty thing to be all alone. Eliana let out a sharp breath. No, no way. Lucavion deepened his voice, mimicking another exaggerated thug. He even adjusted his posture, puffing out his chest like some overly confident, underpaid mercenary. Maybe she's looking for some company, he rumbled, crossing his arms and nodding sagely to himself. Ain't that right, boys? Nobles like her always act all high and mighty, but deep down. He grinned, teeth bared. They like a bit of excitement. That was it. Eliana burst out laughing. She clamped a hand over her mouth, but it was too late. The laughter bubbled up, light and sudden, slipping past her defenses before she could stop it. Lucavion, delighted by the reaction, pressed on. He cleared his throat, adjusting his imaginary coat, and spoke in an even sleazier tone. Oh no, lads, she's Logan. Means she likes us. He gave an exaggerated wink. We got ourselves a feisty one. Eliana snorted. The sound startled her. Her laughter only doubled. She hadn't meant to react like this, hadn't meant to let him win so easily. But gods, the absolute absurdity of his performance. She could barely breathe. Lucavion, thoroughly pleased with himself, smirked. What's wrong, little Ember? Am I too accurate? Eliana shook her head, still laughing, wiping the corner of her eye. That was... gods. That was horrible. Lucavion smirked wider, taking a slow sip of his tea. I do try. Eliana exhaled, shaking her head. You are unbelievable. Lucavion chuckled, setting his cup down. And yet, I made you laugh. Eliana scoffed, still catching her breath. Against my will. Lucavion leaned forward, smirking. A victory is a victory. Eliana rolled her eyes but didn't argue. Lucavion rested his chin on his hand, his smirk lazy, but his gaze sharp with curiosity. All right then, he mused. How did she convince you? Eliana tilted her head. Convince me? Yeah. He gestured vaguely with his cup. From the way you've spoken about her, she doesn't seem like the type to force you into anything. She must have had a way to get you to come along willingly. His smirk curled slightly. What was it? Did she bribe you with candy? Eliana let out a soft laugh, shaking her head. Lucavion's brows lifted slightly. Oh, that actually worked. No, Eliana smirked, sipping her tea. It was a jewel. At that, Lucavion's eyes perked up a little. Chapter 534. Gourmet 5. Eliana smirked, lifting her chin slightly, pride flickering in her amber eyes. I wasn't just some ordinary child, Lucavion, she declared. A mere candy bribe wouldn't have worked on me. Lucavion exhaled in amusement. Ah, of course. Too refined even as a child? Were you? Obviously. Eliana set her teacup down with a graceful clink. My mother knew exactly how to get my attention. She promised me a jewel, something worthy of my presence. Lucavion tilted his head, his smirk deepening. And that worked. Eliana exhaled, leaning back slightly. You have to understand, I was attending banquets at a young age, surrounded by noble families, daughters flaunting their expensive accessories. Rings, necklaces, even hairpins adorned with the finest gemstones. Lucavion hummed, swirling his tea. And you had your own collection, I assume? Eliana smirked. Of course. My father never spared expense when it came to our image. As the Duke of Stormhaven, he ensured that I always looked the part, dressed in fine silks, adorned with elegant jewelry. Lucavion studied her carefully. But, Eliana's lips curled slightly. But he was strict. Even though he allowed me to wear them, I wasn't freely allowed to indulge. I couldn't just buy whatever I wanted. Excessive spending? Wasteful indulgence? That was not the image of House Thaddeus. Lucavion smirked, So let me guess. Your mother, being the woman she was, saw an opportunity. Eliana exhaled, shaking her head with fond amusement. She did. She bribed me with accessories, small, carefully chosen pieces. A sapphire ring. A pair of earrings with opal inlays. Every time she wanted to take me somewhere, she'd promise me something new. Lucavion let out a short chuckle. So, your grand introduction to the world beyond your estate was entirely built on bribery? Eliana scoffed, lifting her chin. I prefer to call it strategic persuasion. Lucavion laughed. Oh, that is rich. Eliana smirked. It worked, didn't it? Lucavion chuckled, shaking his head. Well, thanks to them, maybe those bribes actually worked out in your favor. Eliana smirked, about to fire back a remark, when something in her expression shifted. A pause. A flicker of something quieter. She lowered her gaze slightly, fingers tracing the rim of her teacup. I lost the most important one, she murmured. Lucavion's smirk barely wavered, but his sharp eyes caught the movement of her lips. He heard it. Unlike Eliana, his hearing wasn't that of an ordinary human. He was awakened. His senses were sharper, attuned to even the faintest of whispers. And right now, he had heard exactly what she said. Lucavion tilted his head, his voice smooth, casual. Lost what? Eliana blinked, as if realizing she had spoken aloud. She quickly waved a hand, shaking her head. Nothing. It's not important. Lucavion exhaled lightly. No, I think it is. Eliana clicked her tongue, avoiding his gaze. Drop it, Lucavion. Lucavion's smirk widened slightly. You do realize you're just making me more curious, right? So what? What have you lost? Eliana huffed, folding her arms. Then, after a beat, she lifted her gaze sharp, knowing. And with a smirk of her own, she threw his own words back at him. That, she said smoothly, is for you to figure out. Lucavion blinked. For a long moment he just stared at her. Then, a laugh. A real hearty laugh. Not a chuckle. Not his usual amused exhale. An actual laugh. It rumbled from deep in his chest. Rich, unrestrained. The kind that slipped out before he could even stop it. Eliana narrowed her eyes, watching him with suspicion. What? Lucavion shook his head, still grinning. I can't believe it. He leaned forward slightly, resting his chin against his hand. You really just threw that back at me. Lucavion was still laughing, the sound rich and easy, when suddenly, grr, a sharp growl cut through the air. Lucavion's laughter halted immediately. His smirk faded as his sharp gaze flicked toward the source. Vitaliera. The white-furred familiar had leaped down from the windowsill. Her golden eyes narrowed, her body tensed, ears pricked forward. Then, without warning, she bolted. What? Eliana reacted instantly, her head snapping toward the direction Vitaliera had dashed off to. Lucavion, however, had already shifted, his body on instinctive high alert. Vitaliera? His voice was low, serious, the teasing edge completely gone. What is going on? The familiar didn't answer. Eliana turned toward Lucavion, brows furrowed. What? Lucavion didn't respond right away. His focus was razor-sharp, his eyes locked onto Vitaliera's disappearing form. Then, he stood up, abruptly, smoothly, with a suddenness that made Eliana blink. Hey, what is going on? She demanded, standing as well. Lucavion barely glanced at her. His voice was quiet but firm. I'll be back. Wait here. Eliana's brows snapped together. Excuse me. But before she could finish, Lucavion moved. With an effortless motion, he pivoted, stepping toward the open window. And then, in one fluid motion, he jumped. Eliana barely caught the flicker of his coat vanishing into the night before he disappeared. Silence. She stood there, blinking, staring at the empty space where he had just been. Then, what the hell? Her voice was flat. Because what the hell? Eliana stood there, staring at the open window, her mind scrambling to make sense of what had just happened. Lucavion had jumped, without hesitation, without explanation, leaving her alone in the middle of a diner. She exhaled sharply, crossing her arms. What the hell is even happening? Did something happen to the cat? She glanced toward the direction Vitaliera had rushed off in, her sharp mind already cycling through possibilities. Maybe the familiar had seen something, heard something. She had heard stories before, of animals sensing danger before humans did, reacting to things unseen. But what could have made her react like that? Eliana pressed her lips together. Then, she sighed, because she felt it, the attention, the weight of people staring. Whispers drifted through the air, murmurs between the other diners who had definitely noticed a fully grown man leap out of a window in the middle of a meal. Did you see that? What in the... Was that planned? Is she just... standing there? Eliana clenched her jaw, resisting the urge to rub her temples. Damn it, Lucavion. Her first instinct was to do something, to explain, to fix the situation. But then, she exhaled again, letting her shoulders relax. No, she wasn't going to make a scene. Lucavion had told her to wait, and as much as it irritated her, as much as her pride wanted to storm out after him and demand answers, she would trust his words. For now. So, with practiced ease, she schooled her expression into one of complete composure, ignoring the lingering stares, and returned to her seat. She lifted her tea, took a slow sip, and waited. Eliana had just taken another slow sip of her tea, regaining some semblance of composure, when the waiter hesitantly approached. He cleared his throat. "My lady, is everything all right?" Eliana glanced up, her expression smooth, unreadable. "Yes, everything is fine." The waiter hesitated, his eyes flickering briefly toward the open window, then back to her. But when Eliana didn't offer any further explanation, he simply nodded. "Very well. Please let us know if you need anything." With that, he excused himself, leaving her alone once more. Eliana exhaled softly, setting her teacup down. And so, she waited. The next 10 minutes passed in a strange, quiet stretch of time. The stares eventually faded. People returned to their meals, the murmurs died down, and the air of the diner slowly returned to its usual warmth and ease. Eliana, despite herself, found a certain amusement in how quickly people moved on. She took another sip of her tea, idly picking at the dessert that had been left untouched. Then, footsteps, a faint rustle of fabric, a shadow moving back toward her table. And then, finally, Lucavion returned. He moved with his usual effortless grace, stepping back inside as if he hadn't just vanished out of a window 10 minutes ago. Eliana didn't say anything. Not right away. Lucavion glanced at her. Then, he sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. All right, he muttered. "I'll say it." He met her gaze, his smirk a little weaker than usual. "My bad. That was not how I intended to leave the table." Eliana narrowed her eyes. Lucavion exhaled. "So, yeah." He gave her an easy half-smirk. "Apologies." Chapter 535. Gift. Eliana fixed him with a sharp glare, arms crossed, fingers tapping against her sleeve. "That was weird, Lucavion." Lucavion sighed dramatically, slipping back into his seat with practiced ease. I know, but..." Eliana cut in, her eyes narrowing further. "I also know this is about that cat." Lucavion smirked slightly at that, amused despite himself. "Vitaliera," he corrected smoothly. Eliana rolled her eyes. "Whatever. What happened? Is she all right?" At that, Lucavion's expression softened, just slightly. A faint smile tugged at his lips, different from his usual teasing smirks. "She's sensitive," he explained. "She must have sensed something and acted on instinct." Eliana frowned. "And? Did you catch her?" Lucavion exhaled, tilting his head. "Well..." A pause. Eliana's eye twitched. "She'll come back on her own," Lucavion finished smoothly, offering a relaxed shrug. Eliana stared at him. For a long second, she said nothing, just studying him like he was some peculiar creature she had yet to classify. Then, She scoffed, shaking her head. You're careless. Lucavion blinked, then chuckled. Ah! Come now, little Ember. What if something happens to her? Ileana shot back. You just let her run off? Lucavion leaned back, resting his arm against the table. You may not know, since you don't have a familiar, he mused. But once you form a bond with one, you can sense their location, and whether they're in danger or not. Ileana arched a brow. And Lucavion smirked, tapping a finger against his temple. I know she's fine. Ileana exhaled sharply, studying him. I see, she murmured. She wasn't entirely convinced, but he did seem at ease. And despite his absurdity, Lucavion was not the type to be careless with things that mattered. Still, Ileana picked up her teacup again, huffing. Humph. Ridiculous. Lucavion chuckled, watching her with lazy amusement. You worry more than you let on. Ileana scowled. I do not. Lucavion just smiled, sipping his tea. If you say so. Ileana narrowed her eyes. No. She refused to let him off the hook that easily. This man had leapt out of a window, left her alone in the middle of a diner with people staring at her, and now he was just sitting there, smirking, sipping his tea, acting like it was the most normal thing in the world. Unacceptable. She set her teacup down with a deliberate clink, folding her arms. You owe me an explanation. Lucavion tilted his head, his smirk never faltering. Didn't I just give you one? Ileana scoffed. Not good enough. Lucavion exhaled, feigning exhaustion. Ha! Demanding, aren't you? Ileana leaned forward slightly, her amber eyes gleaming with something sharp. Oh, I have to be, after what you just did. Lucavion chuckled, shaking his head. Ah, so this is about your wounded pride, then? Ileana clicked her tongue. Excuse me? Lucavion leaned forward, resting his chin lazily against his palm. Come now, little Ember, he mused. You were embarrassed, weren't you? Ileana froze. Lucavion smirked wider. Ah, he hummed, his voice smooth with amusement. So I was right. Ileana's jaw tightened. This bastard. Lucavion exhaled dramatically, shaking his head. I see. Even the mighty Ileana Thaddeus is not immune to public humiliation. He smirked. What a rare sight. Ileana inhaled sharply through her nose. Lucavion. He blinked innocently. Yes. Ileana's fingers twitched against the table. She had two options here. 1. She could let this infuriating man keep teasing her and pretend it didn't bother her. Or 2. She could make him pay for it. She chose the latter. With a deceptively calm expression, she picked up one of the remaining pastries from the dessert plate. Lucavion raised a brow. Oh? Giving up already? Ileana smiled sweetly. Of course not. Then, with a perfectly calculated flick of her wrist, she launched the pastry at his face. Thud. Lucavion blinked, utterly stunned as the pastry hit him square on the cheek, the syrup lightly smearing against his skin. Silence. Ileana sat back, sipping her tea as if nothing had happened. Humph. Lucavion reached up, touching his cheek where the dessert had landed. He stared at the pastry that had now fallen onto the table. Then, he laughed. A warm, deep chuckle that rumbled in his chest, shaking his shoulders as he leaned back. Ileana arched a brow. What's so funny? Lucavion wiped the syrup off his cheek, grinning. Oh, nothing. He picked up the pastry, examining it like it was some sort of artifact. Then, with an easy smirk, he said, I just didn't realize you were this childish. Ileana scoffed. Oh, please. You deserved that. Lucavion chuckled again. Perhaps. He smirked. But you do realize this means war, don't you? Ileana smirked back. Try me. Lucavion held her gaze for a long moment, smirk lingering. But then, to Ileana's mild surprise, he let out a quiet chuckle and raised his hands in surrender. All right, he murmured, his voice rich with amusement. I admit defeat. Ileana arched a brow, skeptical. Oh? Just like that? Lucavion exhaled, leaning back slightly, the playful glint in his eyes softening just a fraction. I did leave you alone with an entire audience watching. So, he gave a slow, exaggerated nod. My sincerest apologies, my lady. Eliana huffed, arms still crossed. Humph, you should be sorry. Lucavion smirked but said nothing. Then, he blinked, his eyes catching something in her hair. Eliana frowned. What? Lucavion tilted his head. There's something there. Eliana's brows furrowed. Something where? Lucavion chuckled. Your hair. He leaned forward slightly, amusement curling at his lips. Haha, the pastry must have flown farther than I thought. Eliana's expression froze. What? Lucavion gestured toward her hair. There's a little, he smirked. Well, let's just say you've gained an unexpected decoration. Eliana's eyes widened slightly, and she immediately reached up, fingers fumbling through her locks. Where? Here. Lucavion watched in clear amusement as she attempted to locate the offending bit of pastry. A little to the left. Eliana huffed, adjusting her search. Here. Lucavion shook his head. No, a bit higher. Eliana paused, her patience wearing thin. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Lucavion chuckled. Would I ever? Eliana gave him a look. Lucavion sighed, shaking his head. All right. He leaned forward, resting his chin in his palm. Just let me. Eliana hesitated for a fraction of a second before she exhaled, lowering her hand. Fine. Lucavion reached forward, his fingers moving carefully to sift through her hair. And then, Eliana twitched, the instant his fingertips brushed against her strands. A strange shiver ran down her spine, unbidden, instinctive. Lucavion paused. Eliana definitely paused. For a brief second, neither of them spoke. Then, click. Eliana felt it. A small, almost imperceptible shift near the spot Lucavion had touched. A faint weight, a presence that wasn't there before. Her brows furrowed. What? Lucavion, already leaning back into his seat, exhaled lazily, smirking as if nothing had happened. Eliana narrowed her eyes. What did you do? Lucavion shrugged. Why don't you check for yourself? Eliana immediately reached up, fingers brushing against her hair, and the moment she felt it, her breath hitched. Her fingers closed around something small, cool to the touch, a delicate shape, and as she looked at her reflection on the window, her eyes stood still. Ah! Chapter 536. Gift 2. Eliana's breath stilled. Her gaze flickered toward the window beside them, and in the dim reflection, she saw it. A hairpin. Not just any hairpin, that hairpin. Delicate gold, shaped into a blooming flower, with each petal intricately crafted, radiating outward in a regal, elegant design. At the very center, a deep red gemstone gleamed, striking against the soft golden metal. Tiny, dangling embellishments cascaded gently from one side, swaying slightly with her movements, giving the piece an ethereal, almost otherworldly grace. She knew this hairpin, because she had seen it earlier, when they had wandered through the marketplace after forcing Lucavion into proper clothing. She had noticed it, on display at one of the vendors' stalls. And for just a moment, it had reminded her of her mother. She had buried that thought quickly, brushed it aside. She hadn't brought any money with her at the time, so she told herself she would buy it later. But now it was in her hair. She lifted her fingers, brushing over the delicate metal, feeling the cool surface against her skin, the unmistakable weight of it securing itself against her strands. Her amber eyes widened. You! Her voice was quiet, slow, laced with something unreadable. Did you? Lucavion merely smiled. Calm, casual, infuriatingly unreadable. Eliana turned toward him fully, her expression caught between disbelief and something else. Something she hadn't quite put words to yet. Lucavion exhaled, resting his chin lazily in his palm. What? He mused. Don't tell me you dislike it. Eliana stared at him. He had gotten it for her. While she had been sitting here, waiting, confused, irritated at his disappearance. He had gone back and bought the damn hairpin. She inhaled, steadying herself. You! Eliana stared at him. He had gotten it for her. Lucavion smirked slightly, watching her reaction with quiet amusement. What? Surprised. Eliana's fingers twitched against her lap. Surprised? That wasn't exactly the right word for what she was feeling. Her mind ran through 1,000 possibilities. Why? Why had he done this? Did he just happen to remember her glancing at it? Had he planned this? Had he? Eliana's amber eyes flickered between Lucavion and the reflection of the hairpin in the window. Her mind was still catching up, still trying to understand. And then, a thought struck her. Her fingers tightened slightly against the hem of her sleeve as she met Lucavion's gaze again. Did the cat? Lucavion raised a brow, clearly amused. The cat? Eliana's voice was measured, careful. Did you make her do that? Lucavion blinked once, then smirked. Do what? Eliana narrowed her eyes, searching his expression. The way Vitaliera had suddenly run off. The way he had immediately followed without hesitation. The way he had left her sitting here only to come back with this. She knew Lucavion. He never did anything without a reason. That, she said, her voice quieter. Lucavion exhaled, shaking his head. I don't get what you mean, he said smoothly, his tone light. She has her own free will, you know? Eliana clenched her hands on the hem of her shirt. She wasn't sure if she believed that. She turned her head slightly, looking at her reflection once more. The golden pin sat neatly in her hair, catching the lantern light with a soft, elegant glow. It suits you. She blinked. Lucavion had said it so simply, so easily, as if it was a statement of fact rather than something meant to mean anything. Her lips parted slightly. Why? Lucavion tilted his head. Eliana turned toward him fully, her voice firmer this time. Why did you get it? Lucavion regarded her for a moment, as if deciding something. Then, he leaned forward slightly, resting his forearm against the table, his smirk shifting into something quieter. You said, he murmured, that your mother used to bribe you with these. Eliana inhaled sharply. Lucavion shrugged, leaning back in his chair as if the weight of the conversation wasn't settling between them. His smirk softened, not quite teasing, not quite serious. Something in between. I'm not trying to replace your mother, Eliana, he said smoothly, his tone lighter than his words. I don't have that kind of arrogance. Eliana's fingers twitched slightly, still resting against her lap. Lucavion glanced toward the window, where the reflection of the hairpin still gleamed softly in her dark hair. Then he exhaled, shifting his gaze back to her. I just figured, if you were going to look at something and remember the past, maybe it'd be better if it was something else. Eliana blinked. Lucavion's smirk curled slightly. Something that doesn't make you bury the thought the moment it comes. Eliana froze, because he wasn't wrong. She had buried it. Back then, when she had first seen the hairpin on display, the memory had surfaced so suddenly. Of her mother, of the jewels she used to offer, of those small, stolen moments of warmth. And she had immediately pushed it down, ignored it, told herself she'd come back later. But now it was here. Now she had to look at it. Lucavion rolled his shoulders, voice as easy as ever. I'm leaving for the academy soon, he reminded her. So I thought maybe... His gaze flickered toward her, unreadable for a brief second. I'd leave you with something that reminds you of a happy memory. Eliana's breath caught. What is this man doing? Her heart twisted, just slightly, just enough to be annoying. Her fingers curled around the hem of her sleeve as she lowered her gaze, staring at the hairpin in her reflection once more. Lucavion exhaled softly, his smirk fading into something lighter, something real. Someone left me with a gift like that once, he murmured. And I know, even if it's something small, something simple. His gaze flickered toward her, warm, knowing. It can have more of an effect than you think. Eliana swallowed. This one is for you, Lucavion continued, so that when you feel like you're down, when things feel too heavy. His voice remained casual, yet there was an unmistakable weight beneath it. You can take a look at it and remember all the things you've overcome. And then, he smiled. A genuine, childish smile, bright and unguarded. His teeth showing slightly, his eyes glinting with something untouched by arrogance or calculation. He. Ileana's world tilted. Thump, thump. Her heart pounded so loudly she thought the entire diner could hear it. What is this? She clenched her hands against her lap, desperately trying to steady herself. But she couldn't. She just couldn't. This man, after everything, after all these little moments, after all this time, how was she supposed to stop this? How was she supposed to not love him? Because she did. She did. And it wasn't sudden. It wasn't some overwhelming revelation. It was something that had been building, something that had already rooted itself deep within her before she even had the sense to name it. Her father's words came rushing back. I saw your gaze. Don't take too long figuring it out, right? She was dragging this out for no reason at all. Because Lucavion had already become an irreplaceable part of her life. And she could not let him go. Chapter 537. Pushing Limits. Ileana couldn't stop herself. She just looked at him, elbows resting on the table, hands cupping her face, eyes locked onto his with a warmth she wasn't even trying to hide anymore. Soft, unrestrained, unmistakable. Lucavion blinked. His smirk wavered just slightly, as if something in him had not expected this. Ileana, for once, didn't smirk, didn't throw a sharp remark to cover up what she was feeling. Because right now, she didn't want to. Lucavion had given her a gift. A reminder of the past, yes, but also of now. Of him. Of the fact that, whether she liked it or not, he had carved his place in her life so deeply that she couldn't imagine it without him. And she was done pretending otherwise. Her fingers brushed against the hairpin in her hair. She exhaled softly, a faint smile curling on her lips. Lucavion. Her voice was smooth, quiet. Lucavion, still watching her carefully, lifted a brow. Ileana tilted her head slightly, golden eyes gleaming with something new, something certain. Nothing, she murmured, but her smile said everything. Ileana didn't move, didn't shift her gaze, didn't hide behind her usual wit or deflections. She just looked at him, chin resting on her hands, elbows propped against the table, golden eyes tracing every feature of his face, as if she was committing it to memory. And maybe, just maybe, she was. Lucavion's smirk had long since faded into something quieter, something unreadable. His dark eyes studied her, unreadable yet watchful, as if he, too, was noticing the way she was not looking away. And right now, she didn't care about saving face. Didn't care about anything except making sure she had every part of him etched into her mind. Because for some reason, his face looked handsome. Ileana blinked slowly. Weird. Her gaze traveled over him with a new kind of awareness. The sharp angles of his jaw defined but not harsh. The faint scar over his right cheek. A thin, pale line just under his eye, which, instead of making him look dangerous, gave him an oddly endearing charm. His black eyes, deep, dark, holding that perpetual glint of mischief, yet softened in this moment, watching her with something else entirely. And his hair, longer than it should be for someone who fights so often, thick and wavy, falling just past his shoulders, always looking like he had just run a hand through it carelessly. Ileana exhaled. Really weird. Her fingers brushed against her cheek absent-mindedly. Why had she never noticed before? Had he always looked like this? Or had she just been refusing to see it? Her heart gave another thump. But she didn't look away. Lucavion's brow lifted slightly, amusement flickering in his gaze. Ileana saw it. That flicker of hesitation in his expression. Lucavion never hesitated when he was the one teasing. He was quick, sharp-tongued, always in control of the conversation. But the moment she turned it around, the moment she became the one leaning in, watching him with that unwavering gaze, he always faltered first. She couldn't help it. It was cute. Lucavion's smirk wavered just slightly before he cleared his throat. You're. Eliana tilted her head, eyes gleaming with amusement. I'm what? Lucavion blinked. And then he exhaled, feigning nonchalance as he leaned back against his chair. Ahem. You're staring a bit too hard. Don't you think? Eliana grinned. Am I? She mused, resting her chin more comfortably against her hands. I don't think so. Lucavion narrowed his eyes slightly. Oh, Eliana hummed. Maybe you're just too aware of it. Lucavion narrowed his eyes at her, though the amused glint never left his gaze. And what exactly do you mean by too aware of it? Eliana smirked. I'm just staring at you. That's all. Lucavion scoffed. So? Eliana tilted her head, her amber eyes positively glowing with mischief. So what? Does it bother you? Lucavion hesitated for half a second. No, Eliana hummed. Shouldn't you feel grateful then? Lucavion blinked. Grateful. Eliana leaned forward slightly, her smirk widening. That a beautiful girl like me is looking at you? Lucavion opened his mouth, then closed it. His smirk twitched. That's. Eliana didn't let him finish. She placed one hand on her chest in a dramatic imitation of his usual bravado and dropped her voice into an overly smooth, terribly exaggerated version of his. I can't refuse a woman, blah blah blah. She waved a hand vaguely, mimicking his careless charm. What can I say? It is a sin to deny them my presence. Lucavion froze. Eliana's smirk turned wicked. Wasn't this you? She asked, eyes glinting. Just today. Lucavion blinked again. Then, ahaha what? Eliana shrugged, entirely unbothered. Anyway, she propped her chin back onto her hands, still looking at him. I will keep staring at you. Any problem? Lucavion opened his mouth, paused, slowly shut it. Eliana's smirk grew. See? She mused. You can't say anything. Lucavion sighed, shaking his head. Hey, you really? I really? Eliana prompted, her smirk never fading. I'm pushing hard. Lucavion exhaled, running a hand through his hair. Aren't you? Eliana just leaned in slightly, unwavering. So what? Lucavion chuckled, watching her with a mix of amusement and something else. Eliana smirked. I do what I want. Lucavion's smirk wavered, curiosity flickering behind his dark eyes. Is this what you want, then? Eliana lifted her head slightly, meeting his gaze without a shred of hesitation. That's right. Her voice was smooth, steady. This is what I want. Lucavion's lips parted slightly, watching her carefully. Really? Why? Eliana tilted her head, amusement dancing in her golden eyes. You already know why. Lucavion let out a light chuckle. You like winning. Eliana smiled. That's right. I like winning. And then, without breaking eye contact, her hand moved. Slowly, deliberately. Her fingers slid over his where they rested on the table, warm, steady, before interlocking with his. Lucavion froze. His entire body went rigid, his eyes widening slightly as he stared at their joined hands. Hey? It wasn't often that Lucavion genuinely looked caught off guard. But right now he was. Eliana smirked. And most importantly, her fingers curled tighter around his. I need to claim something that's mine. Lucavion blinked. Haha. What are you talking about? His voice came out slightly less composed than usual, his usual easy charm fraying at the edges. Eliana's gaze didn't waver. You know what I'm talking about. Lucavion exhaled sharply, attempting to pull his hand back, but Eliana tightened her grip. Firm, unyielding. Lucavion paused. And then, Eliana leaned in slightly, her voice low, smooth. I still have yet to forgive you, she murmured. Lucavion stiffened. His breath hitched just slightly, and Eliana felt it. The shift, the weight of the moment settling between them like an unspoken truth neither of them could ignore any longer. Lucavion didn't move, didn't speak, didn't even breathe for a moment. Eliana could feel it, the way he was processing, the way his mind was scrambling for a way out, for some witty retort to regain control of the conversation. But she wasn't giving him the chance. She had him, and she knew it. Her fingers remained interlocked with his, firm and unwavering. Then, she smirked. Her voice was smooth, teasing, but laced with something deeper, something unchangeable. For me to forgive you. She tilted her head slightly, golden eyes gleaming. You'll have to stay by my side. Lucavion blinked. Her smirk widened. Until you die. Lucavion stared. Just stared. His lips parted slightly, as if he wanted to say something, anything, but no words came out. Ileana saw it. The way his fingers instinctively twitched against hers. The way something unreadable flickered in his dark eyes. The way his breath came just a fraction slower than before. And then, ha-ha! Lucavion let out a low, breathless laugh. It wasn't his usual smirk. It wasn't his usual arrogance. It was something else entirely. You really don't do things halfway, do you? He murmured, his voice quiet, almost disbelieving. Ileana squeezed his hand just slightly, her smirk never fading. No, she murmured back. I don't. Chapter 538. Misunderstanding but cute. The soft chime of coins against the wooden table marked the end of their meal. Ileana leaned back slightly, her fingers still idly tracing over the edge of the hairpin in her hair, the weight of it oddly grounding. Lucavion stretched, exhaling lightly before rising to his feet. Shall we? Ileana didn't hesitate. The moment they stepped outside, her hand found its place, gripping his right arm, looping comfortably around it, as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Lucavion froze. Ileana smirked. So it's like that, huh? He had gone stiff for a split second, his entire body tensing ever so slightly before he forced himself back into nonchalance. His usual lazy smirk flickered on his lips, but there was something else in his expression, something just barely restrained. This man who never lost his composure, who always teased and provoked with that infuriating arrogance, was weak to this. Ileana leaned in ever so slightly, pressing just a bit closer against his arm, her fingers tightening around his sleeve. Something wrong? She asked smoothly, tilting her head up to look at him. Lucavion scoffed, turning his gaze forward. You're acting suspicious. Oh, Ileana hummed, an amused glint in her golden eyes. I'm just walking with you. Surely, that's not an issue. Lucavion glanced at her, his expression unreadable, but his smirk had wavered, if only for a moment. He really can't handle it, huh? She had suspected as much earlier, when she had held his hand, when he had gone momentarily speechless, when he had hesitated under her gaze. And now, with his entire arm claimed by her, his discomfort was palpable. Not that he would ever admit it. How bold! Lucavion mused, voice low, casual, too casual. Have I finally won you over? Ileana exhaled lightly, amused. You sound like a fool. Lucavion chuckled, but the slight tightness in his grip, his barely there hesitation, did not escape her notice. He really is terrible at handling this kind of thing. He could talk all he wanted, could tease her, could play at confidence, but when it was her making the advance, when she was the one leaning in, he faltered, and Ileana found that absolutely, ridiculously endearing. Heh, what a funny man. The streetlights flickered as they walked, the night air crisp against their skin. People bustled around them, laughter and conversation drifting through the cool evening breeze. Ileana didn't miss the occasional glance thrown their way, women eyeing Lucavion with faint intrigue, or men casting subtle looks at her. But none of that mattered. She had his arm, and she wasn't letting go. Teehee night stretched over Stormhaven like a velvet curtain. The last hues of twilight long faded beyond the distant ocean horizon. Even as darkness settled, the city remained alive. If anything, it thrived more under the moon's quiet glow. The streets buzzed with soft, lingering warmth from the day, the ocean breeze carrying the scent of salt and distant embers from street vendors still at work. Families wandered past, children darting between their parents with bright laughter. Lanterns swayed above, casting shifting light over the cobbled roads, illuminating lovers walking hand in hand, whispering secrets only the night would hear. Eliana observed it all in quiet amusement, the idle hum of the world filling the space between them as she remained close. Her hand still looped around Lucavion's arm, still claiming her hold without a shred of hesitation. Lucavion, for his part, had long since abandoned any attempt to shake her off. He merely let her be, walking with his usual easy, measured steps, his free hand tucked lazily into his pocket. But Eliana could still feel the tension beneath his nonchalance, the slight, unspoken awareness of their closeness. It made her smirk. "Now what?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. Lucavion glanced at her, raising a brow. "What do you mean?" Eliana hummed. "What are your plans, I mean?" Lucavion exhaled lightly, looking ahead. "My plans." He trailed off, then shrugged. "I don't have any. I'll just check upon Ether." Ether. Eliana's fingers twitched. Her golden eyes flickered toward him, narrowing just slightly. Ether? That was a name that sounded distinctly like it belonged to a woman. And not just any woman. She knew Lucavion. He was careful with his words, deliberate in how he carried himself. If he mentioned someone so casually, with such an easy familiarity, that meant, is that her? The woman? The one his master left behind? His master's daughter? Her grip didn't tighten, but she could feel the shift in her own thoughts. The way something subtle, something irritating, began curling at the edges of her mind. She didn't ask outright. Of course she wouldn't. That would be ridiculous. But, Ether. She said the name smoothly, carefully, as if merely repeating it for clarity. But she knew better. She knew herself. And she knew the way Lucavion's gaze flickered toward her for a split second, sharp, amused, as if he sensed it. That brief flicker of jealousy. Eliana kept her expression neutral, her golden eyes steady. Lucavion's lips twitched. TCH. This bastard. He knew. She knew he knew. But he didn't say anything. Just let the silence linger for a moment too long before finally exhaling, tilting his head slightly as if debating how much to say. Ether's complicated, he mused, voice light. Eliana kept her posture relaxed, but her grip on his arm remained. "That's so?" she murmured. Lucavion hummed in response, his dark eyes unreadable. "You could say we have an understanding." Eliana nearly scowled. She wasn't a fool. That kind of phrasing, an understanding, was the exact type of vague nonsense a man said when he wanted to make something sound more mysterious than it actually was. Which meant one thing. He was enjoying this. She inhaled lightly, steadying herself, refusing to react beyond a simple, unimpressed look. And what exactly is that understanding?" she asked smoothly. Lucavion turned his gaze back toward the road, a faint smirk playing at his lips. "I suppose," he said, voice effortlessly casual. "You'll just have to meet her and see." Eliana's eye twitched. "Heh. Oh, I see how it is. Fine. Two could play at that game." She simply smirked back, tilting her head slightly, her fingers brushing deliberately over his sleeve, her touch feather-light. "All right," she murmured, her voice smooth. "I'd love to meet her." They walked through the lively streets, the sound of chatter and laughter blending with the distant crash of ocean waves. Eliana kept her gaze forward, but her mind lingered on that name, Ether. The irritation curled inside her, subtle yet persistent, like a splinter buried too deep to ignore. She wasn't the type to let something as small as a name bother her, and yet, she exhaled through her nose. Damn him, the way he had phrased it, the way he had smirked, the way he knew exactly what he was doing, dragging this out just to see her reaction. "Bastard." "So," Eliana said after a beat, her tone deceptively smooth, "where is she?" Lucavion hummed, tilting his head as if in thought. "She's in Stormhaven." Eliana narrowed her eyes. "And where in Stormhaven?" Lucavion's smirk widened. "That," he mused, voice lazy. "You'll find out soon enough." Eliana resisted the urge to kick him in the shin. Her fingers twitched against his sleeve, but she forced herself to keep her expression neutral. She wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of a reaction, not a real one anyway. Lucavion, of course, looked entirely at ease. His posture relaxed, his dark eyes holding that ever-present glint of amusement, as if this was all just an entertaining little game to him. And maybe it was, but that didn't mean she had to play fair. She let out a light scoff, shifting her grip on his arm, but her gaze flickered around them as they walked. The city felt more alive than before. Perhaps it was the late hour, or perhaps it was the way the lanterns cast a golden glow over everything. But the streets seemed fuller, the air richer, humming with life. There were families gathered at vendor stalls, lovers strolling arm in arm, groups of friends laughing as they moved from tavern to tavern. Children ran ahead of their parents, weaving through the crowd with playful shrieks. The scent of grilled meats and sweet pastries mingled in the air, carried by the salty ocean breeze. And yet, Eliana felt them, the gazes. It wasn't overwhelming, but it was there. A weight pressing against her awareness, faint but unmistakable. She was used to it in some ways. People looked at her whether she wanted them to or not. A noble upbringing had ensured that much. But this was different. More eyes than usual. She flicked a glance at the crowd, sharp and assessing. Some men, passing by, letting their gazes linger on her for a second too long. Some women, whispering to one another, casting sidelong glances her way. She exhaled, her grip tightening slightly around Lucavion's arm. Annoying. And yet, there was something else. Eliana caught another group of women nearby, 3 of them standing near a cafe terrace, their expressions unreadable. They weren't looking at her. They were looking at... Eliana blinked. Lucavion. A small, irritated flicker stirred in her chest. Chapter 539. Meeting her. Eliana's golden eyes flickered toward the group of women, watching the way they whispered among themselves, their gazes trailing after Lucavion with faint intrigue. Her brow twitched. TCH. Of course. She supposed it wasn't surprising. Lucavion was, well, objectively speaking, if she were to detach herself entirely, strip away all personal opinions, and assess him the way a stranger would, he was annoyingly good-looking. Sharp, defined features, dark eyes that held an ever-present glint of mischief, hair that always looked like he had run a careless hand through it yet still somehow worked. And then, there was the way he carried himself. Utterly at ease, exuding a lazy confidence that made him impossible to ignore. Eliana hated to admit it, but she understood why people looked. Or, well, she may be a little biased, but so what? Still, the way those women kept glancing over, whispering amongst themselves, it irked her. She didn't even know why it irked her. Maybe it was because they were so obvious about it. Maybe it was because Lucavion was already insufferable, and the last thing his ego needed was more attention. Or maybe, she scowled, shaking the thought away. Doesn't matter. Lucavion, on the other hand, had heard exactly what they were saying. His enhanced hearing, courtesy of being an awakened, picked up every word, clear as if the women were speaking right beside him. He looks too plain to be beside her. Maybe he's a personal guard? He's got that trained air about him. She's clearly noble, but he doesn't quite fit. Lucavion's smirk twitched. Heh, interesting. He wasn't particularly bothered by their words. He had heard worse in his life. But what did amuse him was Eliana's expression. She had clearly noticed the women watching him. And judging by that faint irritation flickering across her face, Lucavion exhaled lightly, his smirk deepening. She must have heard them too, huh? That faint irritation in her eyes, the way her brow twitched just slightly. She wasn't exactly subtle. He had seen her react this way before, when someone had something to say about her. And he understood why. Eliana's past was something most people wouldn't know just by looking at her now. They wouldn't know that there had been a time when she had been sickly, when she had wasted away in a bed, fighting off an illness that nearly took her life. They wouldn't know that her skin had once been marred by the scars it left behind, that she had once been someone society barely glanced at, if not to sneer. But he knew, and while the scars were gone now, healed with time, with magic. He wondered if the words of others still left their mark. TCH. Lucavion's smirk twitched. He wasn't the sentimental type, but he didn't want this to get to her. Didn't want her to waste her energy on this. So, with a casual shrug, he said, "It's nice to see that ladies are talking about me." Eliana froze. Her fingers twitched against his sleeve. Her eye twitched. This bastard. She had noticed them looking, and she had assumed it was because they liked what they saw. But for Lucavion, the arrogant, smirking bastard that he was, to just say it outright? To brag about it so shamelessly? Oh, she was not letting that slide. Her fingers moved before she even thought about it. Pinch. Lucavion hissed, barely holding back a wince as Eliana dug her fingers into his arm. Her grip ruthless and unyielding. He shot her a glare. The hell was that for? Eliana's golden eyes narrowed. "You sound obnoxious." Lucavion blinked. Ha! He had expected her to be annoyed, sure. But she looked pissed. Lucavion tilted his head, amusement flickering in his gaze. "Oh? And what exactly about my words did you find obnoxious?" Eliana scoffed, crossing her arms. "What kind of man just says something like that?" Lucavion's smirk returned, effortless. "A man who knows his worth?" Eliana clenched her jaw. Lucavion could see the war waging inside her, the sheer, indescribable urge to smack him warring against her self-control. And it was hilarious. But before he could press further, Eliana moved. She shifted closer, leaning into him, her grip tightening, her body pressing against his arm. Lucavion tensed. For the second time that night, she felt it, that barely there hesitation, that slight stiffening in his posture, that almost imperceptible intake of breath. Eliana smirked. "That's right," she murmured, her voice deceptively sweet. "You should be grateful." Lucavion barely turned his head, his smirk slightly fraying at the edges. "Grateful," Eliana hummed, "that you have a beautiful woman like me clinging to you." Lucavion exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "You really are something else," he muttered, his voice lower than before. Lucavion let out a low chuckle, shaking his head, but his dark eyes flickered, just briefly downward. Eliana caught it instantly. Her smirk widened. "Looking?" she teased, her tone dangerously smooth. Lucavion, utterly unbothered, met her gaze with a slow, easy smirk. "What can I say?" he murmured, voice deep and laced with amusement. "It is right there." Eliana scoffed. "Of course it is. No other woman can compare to me." Lucavion exhaled lightly through his nose, closing his eyes for a brief moment as if in amusement. His smirk softened. Not in arrogance, not in mischief, but in something quieter, something infuriatingly unguarded. Eliana blinked. TCH. It was rare, so rare that he looked like this. No teasing glint in his eyes, no calculating edge to his expression. Just an easy, fleeting calm. She swallowed, glancing away. Who would have thought? This was the same man who had single-handedly taken down a kraken not long ago, standing tall on the deck of a wrecked ship, his flames licking against the ocean waves. The same man who had burned through sea monster flesh as if it were nothing. The same man who had smiled so casually amidst the chaos, unfazed, unhindered. And yet, right now, with his eyes closed, his posture relaxed, his expression almost innocent. Who would ever guess? What a ridiculous man. Eliana exhaled lightly, loosening her grip just a little. And then she noticed. More gazes. More than before. She had been so focused on him, so caught up in her own little victory, that she had failed to register just how many people were watching. Eliana was no stranger to attention. But this was starting to feel a bit. She blinked. Maybe, just maybe, this looked a bit inappropriate. Even for her. Eliana cleared her throat, shifting ever so slightly, loosening her grip, though she refused to pull away entirely. TCH. Perhaps she had gotten too caught up in making him squirm. They walked, arm in arm, through the lively streets of Stormhaven, their conversation flowing as easily as the ocean breeze that carried the scent of salt and spices through the air. Lucavion, to Eliana's mild surprise, seemed genuinely interested in the city, not just in passing, but in the details. So, he mused lazily, glancing around. This place. You used to run through these streets as a kid. Eliana scoffed. Run? Hardly. Lucavion arched a brow. Eliana exhaled through her nose, smirking. I graced these streets. Lucavion chuckled. Oh? Graced them? Eliana hummed. That's right. I didn't just exist in Stormhaven. I owned it. Lucavion let out a quiet, amused laugh. I don't doubt it. They passed by rows of food stalls, and Eliana's gaze flickered toward a familiar street corner, one she had marked in her mind earlier. There, she murmured, tugging him slightly toward a vendor. I meant to come back for this. Lucavion followed, eyes settling on the small stand. Thin, delicate pastries lined the stall, lightly crisped at the edges, drizzled with a warm honey glaze, and dusted with crushed nuts. The scent of butter and spice curled through the air, rich yet somehow subtle. Eliana reached for one, biting into it, her expression shifting the moment the taste hit her tongue. Still the same, she murmured almost to herself. Lucavion watched her carefully before taking a bite of his own. A slow hum rumbled in his throat. Not bad. Eliana smirked. Not bad. Lucavion glanced at her. What? You want me to kneel in reverence? Eliana scoffed. You should. Lucavion only chuckled, shaking his head as they continued walking, sampling a few more things along the way. A citrusy sorbet from a stall near the docks, a spiced meat skewer from a vendor who eyed Lucavion with the sharp scrutiny of an old fisherman sizing up a storm. It was strange, though, as they strolled through familiar streets, through corners of the city she had once known so well, Eliana began to notice something. Some vendors, the ones she had once recognized, the ones she had mentally bookmarked from childhood, were gone. Her gaze lingered for a moment too long in certain places, her steps slowing ever so slightly. The old woman who used to sell sugared almonds near the fountain? Gone. The baker who always gave her an extra sweet roll when she passed by? Not there. She wasn't sure when they had disappeared, or why. She had been away for so long, caught up in her own world. Maybe, inwardly, she had always assumed Stormhaven would be waiting for her, unchanged. But time had moved without her. Something wrong. Lucavion's voice pulled her from her thoughts. Eliana blinked. She exhaled lightly, shaking her head. No, just thinking. Lucavion hummed but didn't push further. They continued walking, the sounds of the city filling the silence between them. Voices, music, the rhythmic crash of waves against the harbor. And then, they arrived. Chapter 540, Meeting Her. 2. Eliana's steps slowed as they reached their destination. Her golden eyes flickered over the building in front of them, narrowing slightly. The scent of hay, leather, and earth drifted through the air, mingling with the distant brine of the sea. The structure was simple but well-kept, wooden beams sturdy beneath the lantern light. Horses shifted within their stalls, the quiet sounds of their breathing and the occasional rustling of hooves filling the air. A stable. Eliana's brow twitched. She turned sharply toward Lucavion. What? She scoffed. Why did you bring me here? Lucavion, entirely at ease, simply smirked. What? Not a fan of horses. Eliana crossed her arms. Don't be stupid. You never mentioned anything about this. Lucavion exhaled lightly, rolling his shoulders. Well, we're here now. Eliana's eye twitched. He was doing that again. That casual way of revealing information as if it were obvious. She narrowed her eyes further. Explain. Lucavion gestured toward the stable entrance, his smirk deepening. This is the place. Eliana's gaze sharpened. The place. The place where ether is. Silence. Eliana stared at him. Then, her mind raced. The place where ether is? What did that even mean? Was she working here? Was she hiding? A noblewoman, the star-scourged Gerald's daughter, working in a stable? Eliana struggled to make sense of it. Everything she had expected, Every assumption she had formed about who Ether was crumbling before her. She scoffed. "You're saying she's here?" Lucavion hummed. "That's right." Eliana frowned. She wasn't sure why, but something about this didn't sit right. Something felt off. And she wasn't going to figure it out by standing here. She exhaled sharply, striding forward. "Fine. Let's see her, then." Lucavion chuckled under his breath, following her inside. This was about to be fun. The moment they stepped inside, the warm scent of hay and earth surrounded them. The stable was well maintained, its wooden beams sturdy, lanterns casting a soft glow over the neatly arranged stalls. Horses shifted within their enclosures, some resting, others idly flicking their tails. Eliana barely had time to take in her surroundings before a young man approached. "Oh, Mr. Lucavion." Eliana blinked. "Mr. Lucavion?" The stable hand, a boy in his early 20s, lean but strong from labor, halted before them, straightening slightly, his gaze flickering between Lucavion and herself. "Is she okay?" the young man asked, his tone tinged with something careful. Lucavion gave a lazy nod. "Yeah, Ether's doing fine." Eliana narrowed her eyes. The young man let out a quiet breath of relief. "That's good. He hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. "She doesn't really, let people near her." Eliana's brow twitched. Lucavion smirked. "I warned you beforehand." The young man nodded quickly. "Yes, that's why we didn't try anything much." Eliana crossed her arms. The hell! The more they spoke, the worse it sounded. Ether was apparently untouchable. No one was allowed near her. She didn't let people get close. And from the way the stable hand was talking, it was like they had been handling some high and mighty noblewoman who looked down on everyone. Eliana exhaled sharply. TCH. Just great. She would be one of those types, wouldn't she? It all fit. Daughter of a powerful figure, kept her distance, didn't allow people near her. This was exactly the kind of woman she had imagined, the kind who sat above others, refusing to so much as acknowledge them, expecting people to cater to her whims. She hated people like that. She scoffed. "Sounds charming." Lucavion flicked a glance at her, and for some reason, his smirk deepened. The stable hand, oblivious to her growing irritation, continued. "We've done our best to accommodate her, Mr. Lucavion, just like you asked. She's had her space. No one's tried to push her boundaries." Eliana rolled her eyes. "Of course not. How precious. Everyone walking on eggshells around this woman, making sure not to offend her." She shot Lucavion a sharp look. "And this is who you brought me to meet?" Lucavion chuckled. "You'll see." Eliana hated that response. But fine. She had come this far. She was going to see this woman for herself. The stable hand led them deeper inside, weaving through the rows of stalls. The air was thick with the scent of hay and leather, the quiet sounds of shifting hooves filling the space around them. Eliana's sharp golden gaze flickered over the horses. Dozens of them, each one different in size, color, and build. Some were sleek and agile, clearly bred for speed, while others bore the strong, solid stature of war horses. But there was no woman. Her irritation grew. "Where is she?" They walked further, past the familiar browns and chestnuts of the other horses, until they stopped before one particular stall. Eliana's gaze landed on her, and for a moment, just a fleeting second, she forgot what she was looking for. The horse before them was unlike any she had ever seen. Pitch-black fur, dark and lustrous like polished obsidian, rippling over powerful muscles. Her frame was both elegant and strong, carrying the kind of grace that could only belong to something built for both speed and battle. But what caught Eliana's attention most were her eyes, piercing blue, sharp and intelligent, gleaming beneath the dim light of the lanterns. Eliana wasn't the type to call things beautiful so easily. But this horse, she was stunning. Eliana stared for a long moment, taking in the sheer presence of the creature before her. And then, her brow furrowed. Her gaze flickered around the stable once more, searching. "Wait! Where is?" She turned, frowning. "Where's the woman?" Lucavion blinked once. then twice. Then he tilted his head ever so slightly, his smirk widening. What woman? Eliana shot him an exasperated look. The woman named Ether, she said slowly, as if speaking to an idiot. Isn't she the daughter of Starscourge Gerald? Your master. The moment the words left her mouth, Lucavion inhaled sharply. His shoulders tensing, his smirk quivering, and then he barely managed to hold back a laugh. Eliana narrowed her eyes. What? She asked flatly. Lucavion pressed his lips together, one hand lifting slightly to his mouth, his shoulders shaking ever so slightly. What is so funny? And then, he exhaled sharply, finally letting out a low chuckle. Ha! Pfft. Eliana stared. Lucavion laughed. He actually laughed, shaking his head slightly as if trying to compose himself, but the amusement in his expression was undeniable. And then it clicked. Eliana's eyes widened. Her gaze snapped toward the horse, then back at Lucavion, then back at the horse. The realization slammed into her like a wave. Her face twitched. Slowly, painfully. She lifted a hand and dragged it down her face. You've got to be kidding me. Lucavion, now openly smirking, exhaled in amusement. Oh, I really wish I was. Eliana groaned, rubbing her temples. All this time, all this damn time, she had thought, no, she had been convinced, that Ether was some high and mighty noblewoman with an untouchable presence, that she was some distant, unapproachable figure who had everyone tiptoeing around her. And yet, she was a horse. Eliana clenched her jaw. TCH, you could have clarified this earlier, you bastard. Lucavion chuckled. And ruin the fun? Eliana glared at him. Lucavion exhaled lightly before turning toward Ether, his smirk softening ever so slightly. With a slow, measured step, he approached the horse, his movements familiar, practiced. Ether flicked her ears, her piercing blue eyes watching him as he reached out, and gently caressed the top of her head. There, my girl, Lucavion murmured, his voice quieter, smoother. How have you been? Ether let out a deep, steady breath, pressing her head lightly against his palm. The moment felt strangely calm, and Eliana, despite herself, couldn't quite look away. Chapter 521. Why didn't you save them? The moment they stepped into the private transaction room, the atmosphere shifted. It was a familiar place, where high-value trades were conducted away from prying eyes, but this time the weight in the air was different. Corvina watched as Lucavion stepped forward, rolling his shoulders slightly before raising his hand. His fingers brushed over the surface of the spatial ring, a faint pulse of mana activating it. And then, the room was filled with monsters. A heavy thud echoed as a massive carcass hit the stone floor, followed by another, and another. The pile grew, strange and grotesque forms stacking one over the other. Corvina's breath hitched, her normally composed face betraying a flicker of surprise. Because what lay before her, these were not creatures of this world. Her sharp eyes swept over the bodies, taking in the details. Scaled behemoths with jagged, crystalline growths protruding from their backs. Insect-like horrors, their exoskeletons pulsing faintly, as if even in death, they still carried traces of unnatural energy. Wolves with too many eyes, their fangs elongated into something closer to spears. And then there were the larger ones, the ones that made her stomach twist just from looking at them. They were beasts unlike anything she had seen before, unlike anything that should exist in this land. These are, she began, her voice betraying a rare moment of uncertainty. Lucavion tilted his head, smirking ever so slightly. The monsters that I mentioned. She turned to look at him, her sharp gaze narrowing. There were a lot of them, too many. And if she had to guess, she was sure this wasn't all of it. Eliana stood nearby, silent, but watching closely. Corvina's hands clenched slightly at her sides, her thoughts churning, her mind grasping at the single, burning question that refused to be ignored. Why? Lucavion, sensing the shift in the air, met her gaze without hesitation. Corvina took a slow step forward, her expression unreadable, her voice barely above a whisper but heavy with emotion. Why? Lucavion blinked, tilting his head slightly. Why what? Her hands pressed against the table, knuckles white. If you had the time and strength to deal with these monsters, if you were capable of hunting them down and returning with this haul. Her voice sharpened, cutting through the silence like a blade. Why didn't you try to save them? Eliana inhaled sharply at the accusation, but Corvina's eyes were locked onto Lucavion alone. She had let it sink in before. She had listened, analyzed, processed, but now she was angry, because the implication was clear. Lucavion had fought. Lucavion had survived. Lucavion had slain these creatures. Monsters that made even her, an experienced guildmaster, feel unsettled. And yet, he had declared the adventurers dead as if it was set in stone. As if there had never been a chance. Lucavion, for the first time since the conversation started, did not immediately answer. Instead, he simply looked at her. A tense silence filled the room, thick enough to be suffocating. Eliana's expression tightened, and she parted her lips. But before she could speak, Corvina pressed forward. You don't know, Corvina said, her voice steady but carrying an edge. You don't know what happened here while you were gone. Eliana's mouth shut. Corvina's gaze didn't waver as she continued, her voice unwavering, laced with something cold, something real. Do you know how many adventurers came back maimed? She asked. How many lost their arms, their legs? Lucavion said nothing. Corvina's hands curled into fists, pressing against the table. How many children are crying right now because their fathers never returned? How many wives are grieving their husbands? How many guildmates left the expedition as a team, only to return alone? Eliana exhaled softly, as if trying to say something. But before she could, Lucavion raised his hand. She stopped. Lucavion lowered his hand slowly, then turned his attention fully to Corvina. He met her gaze, unflinching. Why didn't I try to save them? His voice was calm, too calm. Then, a small, humorless chuckle left his lips. That's right, he said softly, as if agreeing with her accusation. I could have tried to save more lives. Corvina's breath caught. His voice wasn't defensive. It wasn't angry. It was something far worse. It was empty. Lucavion's dark eyes held hers, steady, unwavering. Maybe I could have tried to look for more people. Maybe I could have pulled them under my wing. Maybe. He let out a slow exhale. Maybe it would have been harder, but I could have tried. Eliana shifted slightly beside him, her amber eyes darkening. Lucavion looked down at the monster carcasses spread out before them, his gaze distant. I could have. A pause. But I didn't. His voice was quiet, yet it sliced through the air like a blade. The silence in the room was suffocating. Lucavion remained still, his eyes fixed on the grotesque carcasses before him, as if seeing something far beyond the bodies lying there. For a long moment he said nothing. Then, his voice broke through the quiet, calm, steady, and sharp as a blade drawn in warning. Miss Corvina, I am not a saint. If you have thought of me as such, then you are mistaken. Corvina inhaled slowly, feeling the weight behind his words. Lucavion finally looked up, locking eyes with her. There was no humor in his gaze now, no lingering amusement that so often accompanied his words. Don't you already know my nickname? The title that people have given me. Corvina's lips parted slightly, her mind supplying the answer before she even realized she had spoken aloud. Sword Demon. Lucavion gave a slow nod. That's right. His voice didn't waver, nor did his expression change. My name is Sword Demon, not Sword Saint. A pause. And there is a reason for that. Corvina stared at him, something cold curling in her chest. She had heard the stories, the whispers. Corvina exhaled slowly, forcing herself to maintain her composure as she studied the man before her. Your nickname, she murmured, fingers tapping lightly against the table. Wasn't it because you played with your opponents in the tournament? Should I take it as something different? Lucavion's expression remained unchanged. You should. His voice was calm, far too calm. Corvina's sharp gaze did not falter. If anything, her focus only grew sharper. But before she could speak again, Lucavion leaned forward slightly, placing his elbow on the table, his gloved fingers lightly resting against his chin. And you must also remember, he said, his tone taking on a deliberate weight, I am here for business. His words hung in the air, and then his smirk faded, his eyes darkening. For what right do you think you have to question my decisions? Corvina's breath hitched. Lucavion tilted his head slightly, his next words cutting like a sharpened blade. Did we make some sort of deal for that? A pause. He had checked. Again and again, over the years, he had personally verified it. Eliana's mana had not been there. It had been gone. Or rather, something had concealed it. But now it wasn't just back. It was overwhelming. He clenched his jaw, his mind racing. This kind of reaction didn't happen to just anyone. Eliana's mana wasn't simply wild because it had been left untrained. It was naturally immense. The kind of raw, untapped power that only appeared in true prodigies. Eliana was a genius, a realization both satisfying and dangerous. His father, Eliana's grandfather, must not know about this. Not yet. The old fox would throw her into grueling, merciless training before she had even grasped her own abilities. His methods, while effective, would break her before she could fully grow into her power. Thaddeus exhaled sharply. He had no time to guide Eliana himself. Not with the situation at the capital, not with the pressure from the royal family, not with everything else weighing upon the duchy. But she needed training. Now, and there was one person fit for that task. His decision was instant. He reached for the silver bell beside his desk, ringing it twice. Within moments, the door opened, and Lysander Whitmore, the head butler of the Thaddeus household, stepped inside. You called, my lord? Thaddeus turned his sharp gaze toward him. Summon Eliana. And he hesitated for only a moment. Bring Doran. Lysander's expression barely shifted, but there was a flicker of surprise in his normally impassive gaze. My lord, the butler said carefully. Are you certain? He retired. Thaddeus exhaled, rubbing his temple. Bring him here. Now. Lysander bowed. At once, my lord. As the butler exited the room, Thaddeus leaned back in his chair, fingers tapping against the wood. His father could never know. Not until Eliana was strong enough to handle him. Chapter 542. Sigh. Thaddeus exhaled, letting the silence of the room settle after Lysander's departure. But it did not last long. Idrin shifted slightly, his arms crossing over his broad chest. His sharp blue eyes flickered with something uncertain before he finally spoke. My lord, is this really okay? His tone was careful, but his hesitation was clear. That old man is a bit. He trailed off, searching for the right word. Thaddeus gave him a dry look. Difficult. Idrin exhaled sharply. That's putting it lightly. Doran was an oddball among knights, to put it mildly. A man who spoke in riddles when he wasn't outright ignoring people. A veteran whose reputation was equal parts brilliance and pure eccentricity. Doran's eccentricity was not just a matter of personality. It was a consequence of something far graver. Once he had been revered, a knight among knights, a strategist whose mind worked 3 steps ahead of anyone else on the battlefield. His brilliance was undeniable. That was until the day he pushed himself too far. The battle had been dire. Outnumbered, cornered, no chance for reinforcements. Victory had demanded something beyond the ordinary, and so, he had done the unthinkable. He forced himself into overdrive, a technique only whispered about, its consequences too severe for any rational mage to attempt. The process was simple in theory but lethal in execution. Draw out every last ounce of mana from the core, push past natural limits, force the body into a state where it functioned at a heightened capacity beyond what it was ever meant to sustain. But mana was not an endless well. It had structure, a core that stabilized its flow within the body. Crack that core and it would be like breaking the foundation of a dam, What was once controlled would flood, uncontrolled, unrestrained. And that was exactly what happened to Doran. His mana core cracked. Not shattered, but fractured enough that every breath of mana that passed through him brought agony beyond words. He had survived, barely, but from that day forward, his power was a double-edged sword. He could still wield mana, but each use felt like driving shards of glass through his veins. He had retired soon after. Officially, it was framed as an honorable withdrawal, the exit of a veteran who had done his duty. But those who knew better understood the truth. Doran had been forced out, deemed unstable, unpredictable. A warrior who could no longer wield his full strength was a liability in the eyes of those who only valued results. Thaddeus knew this, and yet, he also knew that if there was anyone in this world who could teach Eliana to wield overwhelming power, it was him. Idren exhaled through his nose, crossing his arms as he shook his head. "You're throwing Lady Eliana to that old man?" His tone was cautious, but not outright rejecting the idea. Doran's not exactly conventional. Thaddeus turned his golden gaze toward Idren, his expression unreadable. A heavy silence settled between them before the Duke finally spoke. "Are you questioning my authority, Idren?" His voice was quiet, measured, but there was weight behind it. A warning. Idren held his ground but bowed his head respectfully. "Never, my lord." His voice remained steady, unwavering. "But if I may speak freely, Sir Doran is not the man he once was. You know this better than anyone." Thaddeus leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping once against the desk before steepling together. His sharp eyes never left Idren. "And that is exactly why he is the only one suited for this." Idren exhaled through his nose, a silent acknowledgement that the Duke's mind had already been made. Still, he had to try. "That old man doesn't teach. He tests, pushes until he finds the breaking point, just to see what's on the other side." Thaddeus allowed himself a dry chuckle. "And you think my father would be any kinder?" At that, Idren's jaw tightened. He had no response for that because they both knew the answer. The Duke exhaled, rubbing his temple. "I know Doran best. He may be grumpy, he may be eccentric, but he will temper Eliana into something greater. He is better than my father." There was nothing more to say. Idren gave a short nod, accepting the decision. Just then, a knock at the door. Thaddeus flicked his gaze toward it. "Enter." The door swung open, revealing Lysander, the ever-composed head butler of the household. But this time he was not alone. Beside him stood a young maid, her posture stiff, her hands clenched together in front of her apron. Thaddeus raised an eyebrow. "Lysander." His voice was expectant. "What is the meaning of this?" The butler bowed his head slightly before speaking. "My lord, Lady Eliana." He paused, as if carefully selecting his next words. "She is not in the mansion." Thaddeus' gaze sharpened. "What?" Lysander remained impassive. "It appears she left with Mr. Lucavion." The two of them were seen getting into a carriage. For a brief moment, the room was silent. Then Thaddeus narrowed his eyes. "She left with Lucavion?" The young maid beside Lysander stiffened. The butler gave her a slight nudge forward. The girl swallowed hard before hesitantly stepping forward, bowing deeply. "My lord." Her voice wavered, but she forced herself to continue. I am the one attending to Mr. Lucavion during his stay, and I saw Lady Eliana leave with him." The Duke's expression remained unreadable, but his golden eyes darkened. "Lucavion," he murmured, his fingers once again tapping against the desk. Idren, who had remained silent, finally exhaled. "Shall I send knights after them?" Thaddeus didn't answer immediately. He sat there weighing something unseen. Then, at last, he spoke. "No, not yet." A slow, knowing smile curled at the edge of Thaddeus' lips. Perhaps this wasn't entirely a mistake. His daughter, she had always been resourceful, even when she was younger. Reckless, yes, but never thoughtless. If she had left with Lucavion, it meant she had her own reasons. Perhaps she intended to test something, or to gain something. If nothing else, this will show me just how much she's grown. He leaned back in his chair, his golden eyes gleaming under the dim candlelight. "As long as they return before midnight," he said, his voice calm, measured. "Send no one after them." The tension in the room shifted. Idrin, who had been ready to move at a moment's notice, exhaled through his nose. He wasn't surprised. He knew Thaddeus well enough to expect this response. And he also knew Lucavion. The boy was trouble, but not incompetent. If anyone could keep Eliana from harm, it would be him. "I see," Idrin muttered, crossing his arms. "Then I won't waste men chasing after them." Thaddeus gave a curt nod, but his smile faded. His fingers curled into a fist against the desk. Eliana hadn't informed him. Not even a single word. Neither had Lucavion. That damned reckless boy. Sigh. His jaw tightened slightly. It wasn't the leaving that angered him. It was the audacity of leaving without a word. Without permission. Without a single consideration for the fact that their actions would reach him eventually. Lucavion he could expect this from. The boy had always been independent to a fault. But Eliana? She should have known better. His fingers tapped against the desk once more. Slower this time. "You need a bit of a scolding, it seems, my daughter." Chapter 543. A Ride. Lucavion handed the stable owner a small pouch of coins, the quiet clink of metal filling the air as payment exchanged hands. The man gave a quick nod of gratitude before stepping back, letting them be. Eliana, watching the entire process with mild disinterest, turned her gaze back to Ether. She reached out, fingers hovering just above the sleek black coat, intending to brush them gently against the horse's side, only for Ether to shift, flicking her ears away from the touch, a subtle movement that spoke volumes. Eliana blinked. Then, she humphed, crossing her arms. Lucavion chuckled under his breath. "She's particular." Eliana scoffed. "So is your cat." Lucavion exhaled sharply, shifting his gaze ever so slightly. And, sure enough, there she was, Vitaliera. At some point, probably when they were still walking through the city, she had appeared on him, settling comfortably against his shoulder, her small body nestled against his neck. Eliana smirked, her golden eyes locking onto Vitaliera's eerie, pale gaze. "Her gaze is particular as usual." Lucavion tilted his head slightly, glancing toward the small creature curled against his shoulder. "She's annoyed a little bit." Eliana raised a brow. "For what?" Lucavion coughed lightly, looking away. "Ahem. She's like this. Don't worry about it." Eliana scoffed. "For a mere cat, she looks pretty rude to me." Lucavion's smirk returned. "You shouldn't think of her as a mere cat." Eliana hummed, tilting her head in mock thought. "She looks like one to me." Lucavion exhaled lightly, shaking his head. Eliana, grinning, lifted a hand and ran her fingers over the delicate hairpin in her hair, the one he had gotten her. "But," she mused, her voice carrying a teasing lilt, "I'll overlook it." The moment the words left her mouth, screech, Vitaliera suddenly stood, fur bristling slightly, her long tail curling in agitation. Eliana blinked, then smirked. Mad. Vitaliera's icy eyes glowed faintly, her small, feline body tense as she glared at Eliana. Lucavion sighed. "TCH, you really don't know when to stop." Eliana merely grinned, entirely unbothered. But Vitaliera, after a long, narrowed stare, huffed. And then, just as suddenly as she had gotten riled up, she settled back down. Eliana let out a low chuckle. "TCH, what a temper." Eliana's gaze flickered over the scene before her, and for a moment, she simply observed. Lucavion, standing in the center, holding Ether's reins with ease. To one side, the obsidian-coated warhorse, sleek and powerful, her piercing blue eyes brimming with intelligence. To the other, the small, white-furred feline, perched effortlessly on his shoulder, her temperament unpredictable, her icy gaze unwavering. And in the middle of it all, Lucavion himself, dark-haired, dark-eyed, his sword resting comfortably at his side, exuding that ever-present, lazy confidence. Each of them, Ether, Vitaliera, Lucavion, shared nothing in appearance, yet there was something about them that simply fit. Eliana couldn't help but chuckle. TCH. Figures. Of course, these two were the kinds of companions Lucavion would have. An untouchable, proud horse and an arrogant, temperamental cat. How very him. Lucavion glanced at her then, amusement flickering in his gaze before he effortlessly swung himself onto Ether's back. The motion was smooth, practiced, second nature. Once seated, he leaned slightly forward, running a slow, careful hand down Ether's strong neck. His voice dropped into something softer, something only the horse could hear. "This lady," he murmured, voice low, "will be on your back, so don't throw her off." Ether huffed. Then, ever so slowly, she turned her sharp blue gaze toward Eliana, staring at her, assessing her. Eliana met her gaze head-on, lifting a brow. "What?" Ether flicked an ear, then scoffed, turning her head away as if the very idea of acknowledging Eliana further was beneath her. Lucavion chuckled. "That," he mused, "is her way of accepting you." Eliana blinked, then laughed. TCH. Of course this horse had an attitude. Lucavion extended a hand toward her, palm open, his dark eyes glinting under the lantern light. "Come on," he murmured. Eliana exhaled lightly, reaching out. Her fingers slipped into his warm, steady, before she swung herself up onto Ether's back behind him, settling into place. Lucavion barely glanced back, but his smirk curled ever so slightly. "Hold tight," he murmured, shifting the reins in his hands. Eliana scoffed, looping her arms around his waist without hesitation. "TCH, don't have to tell me twice." Eliana tightened her grip around Lucavion's waist as Ether moved beneath them, the powerful muscles of the horse shifting smoothly with each step. She wasn't unfamiliar with riding, but this felt different. Closer. Lucavion's warmth pressed against her, his posture relaxed but firm, the steady rhythm of his breathing noticeable even in the cool night air. She exhaled, settling into the ride as they left the stable behind. The streets of Stormhaven were still alive, lanterns flickering along the pathways, casting golden light over the cobbled roads. They couldn't simply gallop through the city, so Lucavion kept Ether at a steady, controlled pace, guiding her smoothly along the designated horse roads. Eliana's gaze wandered over the streets as they passed, the familiar sights of her childhood bathed in moonlight. Then, her attention flickered back to Ether. She studied the sleek black coat, the piercing blue eyes, the way she carried herself with such effortless grace and power. "This horse?" Eliana murmured, resting her chin lightly against Lucavion's shoulder. He tilted his head slightly, as if to indicate he was listening. "Ether." She ran her fingers briefly over the smooth leather of the saddle. "How did you find a horse like this?" Lucavion exhaled lightly, adjusting the reins. "Well, she was a reward." Lucavion's smirk lingered as he adjusted Ether's reins, his voice casual. "Well," he murmured, "she was a reward." Eliana frowned slightly. "A reward?" Lucavion nodded. "From a tournament." Eliana's eyes narrowed. "What tournament?" Lucavion exhaled lightly, his tone amused. "You've heard your father call me Sword Demon, haven't you?" Eliana blinked. "Yeah. What about it?" Lucavion chuckled. "I earned that title in the martial tournaments organized by Marquis Venter." Eliana's brow furrowed slightly. Martial tournaments? She wasn't particularly familiar with them, but Marquis Venter, that name that she knew. The Venter family was a powerful noble house in the west, far from the Central Territories and even farther from the Thaddeus Duchy, which resided in the east. Naturally, their paths had never crossed much, but their influence was undeniable. A large noble state, known for its independent governance, extensive trade, and something else, horses. Eliana's gaze flickered toward Ether, realization dawning. "Wait," she murmured, running her fingers lightly over the leather of the saddle. "Marquis Venter, he's the one who raises those horses, right? The Ventorian chargers." Lucavion nodded. That's right. Eliana hummed, piecing things together. So you're telling me, she began slowly, that this horse, the one you just told not to throw me off, was a prize? Lucavion smirked. More or less. Eliana exhaled sharply. She had heard of the Ventorian Chargers. Even in the Central Territories, they were known as some of the finest warhorses in the kingdom, bred for endurance, speed, and battle. And Ether, her golden eyes traced the sleek, obsidian-black coat beneath her, the powerful frame, the intelligent blue eyes that gleamed under the moonlight. TCH, what kind of ridiculous reward is this? She couldn't imagine just handing an animal like this to someone, no matter how skilled they were. Lucavion must have really left an impression on them. Eliana shook her head, muttering under her breath, Unbelievable. Lucavion only chuckled, nudging Ether forward as they continued their slow pace through Stormhaven. Eliana glanced at him. So? She prodded. What's the rest of the story? Lucavion smirked. Oh, it's a good one. And with that, he began to tell her how he really got Ether. Chapter 544. A Ride and Confession. Lucavion guided Ether smoothly through the quiet streets, the gentle rhythm of her steps filling the night air. Stormhaven, still alive with late-night murmurs, stretched out before them, lanterns flickering, the sea breeze carrying the scent of salt and spice. Eliana remained pressed against his back, her arms wrapped around his waist, though her mind wasn't on their surroundings. Her golden eyes flickered toward Ether again, curiosity still tugging at her thoughts. This horse, this legendary warhorse, untamed and full of pride, had once been a reward. But rewards were given. This horse had the presence of something earned. She shifted slightly, tilting her head against his shoulder. So? Lucavion hummed, as if he had been expecting her question. You said she was a prize, Eliana murmured. But that doesn't explain why her. Why was Ether the one they gave you? Lucavion's fingers grazed Ether's mane absent-mindedly, his dark eyes flickering with something distant. It starts with her mother, he said. Eliana blinked. Her mother? Lucavion nodded. His voice was steady, but there was something else beneath it, something heavier. Ether wasn't supposed to be given away, he murmured. She was meant to stay in the Venter family, to continue their legacy, and a large part of that was because of Solace. Eliana remained quiet, listening. Solace, Lucavion continued, was the most extraordinary horse in the Venter stables, a golden-coated beauty, with a presence that made even seasoned knights pause in reverence. She wasn't just strong. She was the embodiment of grace and power. Ether gets her wild spirit from her, but her mother had the kind of presence that made people believe in destiny. He exhaled lightly, his tone shifting. The Venter family had a tradition. Solace was reserved only for those who proved themselves worthy in their succession battles. Whoever claimed leadership of the family would also claim her as their mount. Eliana frowned. So, she was meant for the heir? Lucavion's lips curled slightly. That was the plan. Something about his tone made Eliana's fingers twitch slightly against his waist. But things didn't go according to plan, did they? She guessed. Lucavion chuckled lowly, but the sound was hollow. No, he murmured. Not at all. Eliana remained silent, waiting. Lucavion's grip on the reins tightened slightly. The succession battle in the Venner family wasn't just a test of skill or leadership, he explained. It was a battlefield of deception. The Marquis's sister, his own blood, wasn't content to let things play out fairly. She schemed, plotted, and in the end, his voice dropped slightly. The one who suffered most wasn't her brother. Eliana inhaled sharply. Solace, she murmured. Lucavion nodded. She was caught in the crossfire. The sisters' plans spiraled, and Solace was injured badly. They tried everything to save her, but Eliana's throat tightened. Ether's mother, the legendary Solace, had died because of a petty, internal struggle for power. And Ether, she had seen it. Lucavion continued. Ether was still young, barely more than a foal, but she understood. She witnessed everything. Ileana clenched her jaw. That explained everything. Ether's distrust, her rage, her refusal to accept anyone near her. She wasn't just wild. She was mourning. Ileana exhaled slowly. "And you met her after that," she murmured. Lucavion's smirk returned, though it was softer now. "I did." His gaze flickered ahead, as if he could see the past playing out before him. "When I arrived at the Ventur estate after the tournament," he said, "I was supposed to pick from their best Ventorian chargers. Strong, obedient, bred for war." He chuckled. "But when I walked through their stables, I noticed her." Ileana could picture it clearly. Lucavion, young and victorious, stepping into the grand stables lined with war horses, only to be drawn to one stall in particular. The wrong one. Her lips curled slightly. "TCH, you immediately wanted her, didn't you?" Lucavion chuckled, tilting his head slightly in amusement. "Of course." Ileana sighed, shaking her head. "You're an idiot." "I prefer the term stubborn," Lucavion mused. Ileana huffed, but she couldn't deny. Something about it fit. Lucavion, reckless and untamed. Ether, proud and unyielding. A bond that had been forged not through ownership, but through understanding. Ileana exhaled softly, her fingers brushing over the hairpin in her hair. "So how did you get her to accept you?" she asked, her voice quieter. Lucavion's smirk deepened, his dark eyes gleaming under the lantern light. "Well," he murmured. Lucavion exhaled lightly, his smirk widening into something playful, something purely him. "Well," he murmured, tilting his head as if the answer were obvious. "It's my charm, isn't it?" Ileana rolled her eyes. "I mean," he continued smoothly, "how can anyone resist me when I stand before them? Magnificent, brilliant, a force of nature. How can those in mourning not be drawn to me?" Ileana scoffed. Yeah. She waved a dismissive hand. "You're irresistible, I get it." Lucavion chuckled, clearly satisfied with himself. But Ileana's smirk wavered. Her golden eyes flickered downward, her fingers unconsciously brushing over the hairpin in her hair. Because he wasn't entirely wrong. She hated to admit it, but she had seen it herself, felt it herself. Her thoughts drifted, unbidden, back to when she first met him. Back to the vortex. Back when she was still wearing her veil, when she still kept herself hidden, when she refused to let the world see her face, when she had all but decided to rot away in the dark. And yet, he hadn't let her. He had peeled away the layers of isolation she had wrapped around herself with such ease, never pushing, never forcing, just existing in a way that made it impossible to ignore him. Somehow, without even trying, he had made her open up. He had made her live again. And now he was stealing her heart just like this. Her grip around his waist tightened slightly. Lucavion suddenly shifted, straightening. Then, his voice rang out, sharp and carefree. "Get ready," he called over his shoulder. "We're about to go wild." Ileana blinked, then realized. They had already left Stormhaven. The city lights had faded behind them, and now they were on the open road, heading toward the Thaddeus estate. And Lucavion, he was about to speed up. Ileana barely had time to inhale before, whoosh, Ether bolted. The wind howled past them as they surged forward, the powerful force of the horse's gallop sending a sharp thrill through Ileana's veins. She gasped, instinctively tightening her arms around Lucavion's waist. And still, her thoughts wouldn't stop. She remembered the first time he had made her laugh. The first time she had felt warmth in her chest after so long. The first time she had let herself hope for something more. And now, riding behind him, holding on to him as the world blurred past them. Ileana knew. The world rushed past them in a blur of night and wind. The rhythmic pounding of Ether's hooves echoed in the open air, steady, powerful, untamed, just like him. Ileana could feel the warmth of Lucavion's body beneath her fingers, the steady rise and fall of his breath, the effortless way he guided Ether through the open road. She exhaled slowly, her grip around him never loosening. Her fingers drifted upward, brushing against the delicate hairpin in her hair, the one he had given her. Her heart clenched. Far too late. Her heart had been his for so long, stolen in quiet moments and reckless grins, in teasing words and unwavering presence. He had taken it without asking, without knowing, piece by piece, until there was nothing left for her to deny. She knew it now, and right here, right now, holding on to him as the world raced past them. She wouldn't pretend otherwise. She couldn't pretend otherwise. So, she leaned in, her voice barely more than a breath, but clear enough to cut through the rushing wind. I love you. She felt it immediately, the way his back stiffened, the way his entire body shivered under her touch, as if those 3 words had struck him harder than any blade ever could. Lucavion, who always had a response, who always had control, froze. Chapter 545. A Ride and Confession. 2. The wind howled around them, the night stretching endlessly before them as ether surged forward, untamed and unrelenting. Lucavion didn't slow, didn't react, but Aeliana felt it, the tension in his body, the way his grip on the reins had tightened just slightly, the way his breath had hitched for just a moment before he forced himself back into ease. She smirked. You heard me. She leaned in closer, her lips near his ear, her voice smooth, quiet, undeniable. I know you heard me. Lucavion stiffened again. Aeliana chuckled under her breath. Don't try to act like you didn't. She felt him swallow, could practically see the gears turning in his head as he scrambled for an escape. And then, aha, aha ha ha. Lucavion laughed. The bastard laughed, easy and light, as if she had just made a passing joke, as if nothing had happened. What did you say? He mused, his tone playful, infuriating. Aeliana's eyes narrowed. Oh, so that's how you're going to play it? She smirked. Don't try to divert the topic, she murmured. You can't escape from me. Lucavion's laughter continued, but it was forced. She could tell, even without seeing his face, even without hearing the subtle shift in his breath. She knew. He was trying to dodge. He was trying to pretend like he hadn't heard, like those 3 words hadn't hit him the way they clearly had. Aeliana chuckled softly. TCH, coward. Lucavion didn't speak, didn't laugh, didn't throw out some witty retort. He just stayed silent. And that was how Aeliana knew she had him. Her smirk widened. She inhaled lightly, then, with perfect mockery, she deepened her voice into something smooth, arrogant, and terribly Lucavion-like. I, Lucavion, she drawled, am afraid of nothing. Lucavion exhaled sharply, but he didn't take the bait. So Aeliana continued. Where's that courage now? Lucavion scoffed. I'm not afraid of anything. Aeliana tilted her head, feigning innocence. Oh! She tightened her grip around his waist, pressing just slightly closer. Then why? She mused. Are you trying so hard to dodge the topic? Lucavion let out a short, forced laugh. I don't know what you're talking about. Aeliana raised an eyebrow. Really? Lucavion kept his eyes forward. Really? Aeliana clicked her tongue. TCH. This bastard. Fine. If he wanted to pretend, she would make sure he couldn't. She leaned in again, her breath warm against his ear. If that's the case, she murmured, her voice smooth, unwavering. Then let me repeat myself. And then, soft, clear, unmistakable. I love you. Screech. Ether suddenly screeched, hooves skidding against the dirt as Lucavion yanked hard on the reins. The sudden shift sent Aeliana lurching forward, but she reacted instantly, arms tightening around him, pressing against his back, keeping them both steady as Ether slowed to a halt. Lucavion sat frozen in the saddle, his breath heavy. Ha ha! Aeliana felt it, the way his entire body was shaking beneath her fingertips. She blinked. Slowly, carefully, she lifted her head and smirked, his ears bright red, his cheeks flushed. Lucavion, the ever unshakable, ever composed, ever infuriatingly confident, was shivering, and Aliana had never seen anything so adorable in her entire life. Aliana tightened her arms around him, her grip unyielding, possessive. She wasn't letting go. Not now. Not ever. Because this man, this adorable, ridiculous, absolutely flustered man, was hers. Lucavion inhaled sharply, his breath still uneven, his body still trembling beneath her fingers. His usual composure, that infuriating smoothness, was completely shattered, and Aliana couldn't think of anything aside from this man. Every minuscule detail, the heat radiating off his skin, the way his ears were still burning red, the way his hands, always so steady, were gripping the reins just a little too tightly now, as if he needed something to hold on to. The way his breath shuddered every time she so much as moved against him. She chuckled, low and smug, her chin pressing lightly against his shoulder. Lucavion was done for, and the best part? She knew he cared. She knew. The way he had gone back for this hairpin, the way he remembered something so small, something she herself had brushed aside. He paid attention. Lucavion, for all his arrogance, for all his playful, teasing remarks, noticed. He always noticed. Aliana smirked, leaning in closer, her lips brushing just near his ear. TCH. Her voice was a whisper, smooth and teasing. So cute. Lucavion twitched. His breath hitched, his body tensing all over again. Aha! Ha ha ha! His laugh was strained, forced. What are you? Aliana hugged him tighter. Mine. She felt him stiffen, his entire frame locking up, and it was the most delightful thing she had ever experienced. Lucavion weak to her. Lucavion shaking in her grasp. Lucavion utterly losing to her advances. She grinned. Oh, Lucavion, she murmured, her fingers gripping the fabric of his coat. Where did all that confidence go? Lucavion swallowed hard. Aliana. His voice came out weaker than usual. And she loved it. Lucavion was flushed, bright red from his ears to his neck, his hands gripping the reins like they were his only anchor to reality. His breath uneven, his composure shattered. And Aliana was thrilled. This was delicious. She tilted her head slightly, golden eyes gleaming as she watched his profile, the sharp jawline, the dark eyes flickering with something panicked, something hesitant. Her lips curled. He really can't handle this, huh? She bit her lower lip lightly, suppressing the laugh bubbling in her throat. This is. Lucavion's voice was barely above a whisper, shaky, uncertain. So unlike his usual self that it sent a shiver of excitement down Aliana's spine. She lifted her head, tilting her chin up with a slow smirk. This is what? She mused, her tone laced with mischief. She pressed closer again, letting her breath tickle against his ear before, burying her face in his shoulder. I love you. Lucavion flinched. Again, just like before, just like every time she said those words. And gods, she was enjoying this too much. She felt him trying to compose himself, trying to piece together some kind of response, some kind of deflection. But then, his voice came out shaky. Aliana stilled. Her smirk softened, just a fraction. Because she knew why he hesitated. Lucavion wasn't just some carefree wanderer, some aimless flirt who could toss his heart around on a whim. This man, this ridiculous, infuriating, wonderful man, had his own ambitions, his own goals, his own plans, and there were many things she still didn't know about him. What he was truly after, what he was planning, what future he was carving out for himself. And that future, it wasn't here. Not in Stormhaven. Not in Thaddeus Duchy. She had known from the start. Lucavion had made an agreement with her father. He wanted the Duchy's support, wanted Thaddeus backing for whatever plan he was weaving. And her father, stern, calculating, always watching, had agreed. Which meant Lucavion wouldn't stay. The academy, his ambitions, his master's daughter. All of it, things she knew were part of the road ahead of him. And maybe she wasn't part of that path. Chapter 546. A Ride and Confession, 3. Eliana inhaled sharply, burying her face deeper against his shoulder, as if she could press herself so close that she'd become an unshakable part of his future. Because, to be frank, she was scared. Scared to hear that he didn't feel the same. Scared that he'd push her away. Scared that she'd lose this man who had, piece by piece, stitched her back together. But, so what? For years she had hid. She had lived her life under a veil, trapped in her room, afraid of people's gazes, their words, their judgment. She had given up on herself. And then he had come, this ridiculous, reckless, stupidly brilliant man, and he had given her hope again. So even if the future was uncertain, even if she didn't know what his future or hers would be, she knew one thing. She would carve herself into his life. She would make sure that when Lucavion looked ahead, when he planned his next move, when he thought about the future, she would be there, right beside him. Eliana exhaled sharply, her grip tightening, her mind sharpening with a single burning thought. This man is mine. Whatever he was planning, whatever ambitions lay ahead of him in that academy, in the world beyond. Whoever waited for him. Whether it was that woman, his master's daughter, or some other fool who thought they could step into his life, they would be fended off. No one else was allowed near him, because she would make sure of it. Eliana smirked, pressing herself closer against him. Lucavion was still stiff, his body tense beneath her grasp, his hands gripping the reins like they were his only defense. His breath was uneven, still caught between shock and uncertainty. But she was certain. This bastard wasn't going anywhere. She moved, slowly, deliberately. Her fingers slid beneath the fabric of his coat, gripping the collar of his shirt. Lucavion twitched. Eliana? She ignored him. With a swift tug, she pulled his shirt aside, baring his shoulder to the cool night air. Lucavion sucked in a sharp breath, his muscles tensing beneath her touch. And then, she bit him. Firm, possessive, undeniable. Lucavion jerked, his entire body reacting before his mind could catch up. HHNG. Eliana grinned against his skin. Perfect. But it wasn't enough. She lifted her head, her golden eyes gleaming under the moonlight. Your answer is irrelevant, she murmured. Lucavion turned his head slightly, his pitch-black eyes wide, stunned. And there, she saw it, her own reflection in his dark gaze. She cupped his face, her fingers pressing against his jaw, holding him still. WH. Lucavion barely managed to get a word out before she kissed him. Firm, unyielding, final. Eliana's lips pressed against his, firm and unwavering. Her first kiss. Something she had never done before. Something she had never even imagined for herself. After all, how could she? When other girls were falling in love, when noble ladies were dancing at grand balls, whispering shy affections behind painted fans, she was lying in bed, while they were getting engaged, building their futures, laughing and dreaming. She was trapped within four walls, veiled, hidden, forgotten. She had missed so much, missed the joys, the heartaches, the moments that should have belonged to her youth. And yet, did it matter? Now that she was here, now that her lips were pressed against his, now that fate, whether by chance or sheer stubbornness, had led her to him, could she complain? No, because this was hers. Lucavion. This bastard who had turned her world upside down, who had stolen her heart before she had even realized it was missing, was hers. Her lips pressed against his, warm and unrelenting, and for the first time in her life, Eliana felt it. The rush, the electricity, the heat blooming in her chest, unfurling through every nerve, setting her skin alight with something she had never known before. Her first kiss. She didn't know how one was supposed to kiss another. Not really. She had read about it, of course. Romance novels stolen from her father's library. Whispered stories from the servants when they thought she wasn't listening. She had heard of passion, of breathless longing, of kisses that made the world fade. But books never captured this. The real feeling of it. Lucavion was stiff beneath her, frozen, unresponsive. his entire body locked in place as if his mind hadn't quite caught up with what was happening. "Ha! So you really don't know how to handle this? Huh." She almost laughed against his lips. This arrogant man, this ever-smirking bastard who never lost control, didn't know what to do when she was the one taking charge. And for some reason, she loved that. Eliana shifted slightly, pressing a little closer, tilting her head. Wasn't that how it was supposed to go? How the books described it? Lucavion twitched. His breath hitched, and his lips, hesitant, awkward, parted just slightly beneath hers, as if testing, as if uncertain. Eliana's heart pounded. He's bad at this. It was awkward, unpracticed. No smooth technique, no effortless ease like she had read about in those stories. And yet, it's kind of cute. The fact that he wasn't pushing her away. The fact that he wasn't meeting her with teasing, or arrogance, or some flippant remark. The fact that Lucavion, this man, was letting her do this at all, meant she had already infiltrated his life. The kiss ended slowly, reluctantly, as if neither of them quite knew how to part. Eliana pulled back just slightly, her breath mingling with his, her golden eyes locked onto his pitch-black gaze. A thin, glistening bridge of saliva connected them for a fleeting moment before breaking, disappearing into the night air. Lucavion looked wrecked. His breath was heavy, uneven. His lips, slightly parted, slightly swollen, held a faint tremor, as if they still weren't sure whether to chase hers again or demand an explanation. Eliana's chest rose and fell, mirroring his own ragged breathing. She could feel it, the pounding in her ribs, the leftover warmth lingering on her lips, the undeniable thrill running through her veins. Neither of them moved. Not ether, not Vitaliera, not even the wind. Everything was still, as if the very world had paused to watch them. The position they were in wasn't exactly comfortable. Her arms still wrapped around his waist, his hands gripping the reins like his life depended on it. Their bodies pressed far too close, but Eliana didn't mind. Her lips curled. Ha! Ha! Both of them exhaled at the same time, their breath coming out in short, uneven waves. Lucavion twitched, and then, as if snapping back into reality, he abruptly pulled his hand away from the reins, pressing it against his chest, right over his heart. Eliana felt the way it was hammering beneath his palm. And then, in a voice barely held together, "What?" He swallowed, his dark eyes darting anywhere but at her. Did you just do?" Eliana smirked, her breath still heavy, her golden eyes glinting under the moonlight. "Doesn't it already seem obvious?" she murmured, tilting her head slightly. Lucavion stayed silent. Of course he did, but she didn't need him to answer, because she already knew. She leaned in again, her voice softer now, smooth, confident. "I just kissed the person I love." A pause, then a slow, deliberate smile. "Any problem with that?" Chapter 547. A Ride and Confession. 4. "I just kissed the person I love. Any problem with that?" Lucavion flinched. His grip on the reins tightened. His entire body locked in place as if those words had struck him harder than a blade to the chest. His lips parted slightly, as if searching for a response. Some excuse, some diversion, anything. But, "Stop it." His voice was low, a warning, but Eliana laughed. Not cruelly, not mockingly, softly, warmly. "Why?" she mused, tilting her head against his shoulder. "Can't handle it?" Silence. Nothing but the sound of their breathing, the distant rustling of the wind, the quiet hum of ether shifting beneath them. Eliana's own heart was pounding, her pulse thrumming so loudly she was sure he could hear it. But she could feel his heart too, thudding just as fast, matching hers. Slowly, she curled her arms around his chest again, hugging him from behind, pressing herself against him like she was trying to merge their heartbeats into one. Lucavion didn't move, didn't push her away, didn't run. And Eliana, she knew. "I know," she murmured, her voice steady, unwavering. "You have things you need to do. Something that's haunting you, even now." She felt the way his breath hitched, the way his body tensed just slightly. She wasn't wrong. Eliana's arms tightened around him, her warmth pressing against his back, grounding him in a way he wasn't sure he had ever felt before. Lucavion kept his gaze ahead, his lips slightly parted, his breath still unsteady. But she could feel it, how his fingers had loosened just slightly on the reins, how his muscles were no longer wound as tight as before. Even if he wouldn't say it, he was listening. She exhaled softly, tilting her head so her cheek rested against his back. "You've talked about the promise you made to your master," she murmured. "But that's not all of it, is it?" Lucavion didn't answer, didn't even shift. But Eliana knew. "There's something else," she continued. "Something you need to face. Something from the past." The wind carried her words between them, soft yet unwavering, as ether started to move again. Slowly, this time. A steady, rhythmic pace, as if even she understood that this was not a moment to be rushed. Lucavion exhaled through his nose, his posture easy. Too easy. The kind of ease that meant he was deliberately masking something. "I know you don't want to talk about it," Eliana mumbled. "But I can see." He always did this. Hid behind that lazy smirk. Covered his wounds with arrogance, with wit, with playfulness. Just enough to make it seem like there was nothing beneath the surface. But she had watched him for too long. She knew when he was smiling for real and when he was just trying to keep something buried. And right now, she could see it. She wasn't going to force him. He would talk about it when he was ready, when he felt comfortable, when the weight of it became too much to bear alone. Eliana exhaled softly, pressing her cheek lightly against his back. "I want to help you," she murmured. Lucavion's fingers tensed slightly around the reins. She could feel it. The way her words reached him, even if he didn't say anything. Not as the heir of the Thaddeus Duchy. Her arms curled a little tighter around his waist, her voice steadier now, carrying something heavier, something real. Just as Eliana, the woman who had once given up on living, the woman he had saved, the woman who had now decided to save him. Lucavion remained silent, but she didn't need him to speak, because she knew he was strong, strong enough to carry his burdens alone, strong enough to believe he could handle everything by himself. "But inwardly," she murmured, "both of us know you can't do it alone." Lucavion inhaled sharply. Eliana smirked, tilting her head slightly. "I will walk the path beside you," she said. Lucavion let out a breath through his nose, his voice carrying the faintest edge of something unreadable. "Beside me?" Eliana grinned. "Yes, beside you." Then softer, more certain. "You'll see. When that time comes, you'll have no excuse to avoid me anymore." Lucavion exhaled, his body shifting slightly, as if adjusting to something he wasn't quite ready to accept. "I'm not avoiding you," Eliana chuckled. "Really?" She shifted, her golden eyes glinting as she tilted her head up toward him. "Then why don't you give me an answer?" Lucavion was quiet for a long moment. Then, his voice, low and steady, carried through the night. "My answer was there when I didn't push you away, wasn't it?" Eliana paused. Her grip around him didn't loosen, but she stared at him now, her lips pressing into a thin line. This bastard. Did he really think that was enough? Her golden eyes narrowed. "Do you think something that lame is enough of an answer?" Lucavion let out a quiet, breathy laugh. But then, his voice lowered, something different threading through it. "Do you think," he murmured, "I would go to such lengths, risk my own life, just to save someone I didn't care about?" Eliana's breath hitched. It looked like an answer, but Eliana wasn't convinced. Not yet. Her grip didn't loosen, but her fingers twitched slightly against his coat, frustration flickering beneath her golden gaze. "You didn't even know me," she murmured, her voice quieter now, but no less firm. "How could you even care about me?" Lucavion let out a small, breathy chuckle, low, almost amused. "And then, if I said," he mused, tilting his head slightly, "that I knew about you before even meeting you, would you believe me?" Eliana stilled. Her breath caught in her throat, her heart stuttering for a moment. Because he wasn't joking. His voice wasn't teasing, wasn't dripping with that usual arrogance. He was serious. Eliana swallowed, her voice coming out slower this time. I would. Lucavion exhaled lightly, a faint smirk curling at the edges of his lips. You would. Eliana smirked right back. You, Lucavion, don't lie. Lucavion let out another soft chuckle, shaking his head slightly. Well. His voice dropped just slightly, something quieter laced beneath it. That's your answer, then. Eliana's fingers tightened against his coat. The stars told you? Lucavion hummed. Something like that. He trailed off as if considering something, then exhaled. A bit hard to explain. Eliana sighed, rolling her eyes. I know, she muttered, resting her chin against his shoulder again. You and your cryptic answers. Lucavion smirked. Wouldn't be fun if I gave you everything, would it? Eliana clicked her tongue. TCH? Bastard. But, she smiled. Eliana sighed softly, settling against his back again. The gentle rhythm of Ether's slow gait, the warmth of Lucavion's body beneath her fingers, the quiet hum of the night air. It all made her feel content. And then, her mind began to wander. First, the date today, a perfectly normal night, yet one she was sure she'd remember for the rest of her life. Then, meetings. Her father, seated at his grand desk, his sharp gaze scanning over a report detailing Lucavion's latest feats. The moment this bastard made a bigger name for himself, she knew her father would call for him, would gauge him, would assess what kind of man he truly was. She could see it already. Her father's piercing eyes flicking between them, his tone low, serious. This man. You truly believe he is worth standing beside? And Eliana, standing tall, unflinching. Yes. Then, marriage. A grand, ridiculous wedding. A ceremony so extravagant that every single noble who had once sneered at her, pitted her, detested her, would be forced to watch her walk down the aisle, radiant in gold and white, her beauty unmatched. Watch her stand beside him, the man who had captured her heart, the man who had defied fate for her. They would whisper, they would envy, and she would win. And then, 3 kids. Eliana smiled dreamily, her grip around him tightening just slightly. 3 kids. Chapter 548. A Ride and Confession. 5. 3 kids. Screech. Ether screeched in protest as Lucavion yanked the reins, bringing them to a sudden stop. Wah wah! Eliana jerked forward, barely catching herself against his back. She blinked. Wah wah! Lucavion turned his head slightly, his eyes wide, his face flushed. Wait a little. Nothing is determined yet. Eliana smirked. Oh! Lucavion stiffened. Eliana tilted her head against his shoulder, grinning against the fabric of his coat. Didn't you just say you wouldn't go this far for someone you didn't care about? Lucavion opened his mouth, then shut it, then opened it again only to pause. Eliana laughed. 3 kids, she murmured again, just to see him flinch. Eliana grinned, feeling the way Lucavion's entire body was locked in place. Tense, stiff, as if he was trying very hard to pretend he wasn't affected, which, of course, only encouraged her. She mused, resting her chin lightly against his shoulder. 3 kids. Maybe 4. Lucavion twitched. 4? Eliana smirked. Well, who knows? If we're gonna go that far, might as well aim high. Lucavion inhaled sharply, as if trying to steel himself. And when, exactly, did this get decided? Oh, I don't know. Eliana hummed playfully. Maybe after that kiss? Lucavion visibly clenched his jaw. You're relentless. I just like planning ahead, Eliana teased. Come on. You wouldn't want our kids to grow up without a clear future, right? Lucavion froze for half a second. And then, "Tsh, enough." With a sharp tug, he yanked the reins. Ether snorted in protest before launching into a full gallop. The wind rushed past them once again, tearing through Eliana's hair, the force of the sudden movement making her tighten her grip around his waist. Eliana giggled, her laugh full and bright. She could practically feel the frustration radiating off Lucavion, the way he had panicked and resorted to sheer speed just to escape her words. Heh, cute. She let the wind cool her cheeks, let the thrill of the ride settle deep in her bones. But her fingers curled slightly against his coat. Her own heart was still racing, pounding, throbbing. She had pushed herself a lot tonight, and as much as she hated to admit it, even now she still had limits. Tsh, it's fine. She let out a slow breath, steadying herself. After all, she wouldn't let something like this stop her now. The night stretched long and deep, the moon casting silver light over the world as Ether's powerful strides ate up the distance between them and the Thaddeus Duchy. The cool wind lashed against Eliana's cheeks, but she welcomed it. Lucavion's warmth beneath her hands, the steady rhythm of Ether's gallop, it all made her feel as if this moment would never end. But then, a pair of torches flared to life in the distance. The gates of the Thaddeus mansion loomed before them, tall and imposing, a grand silhouette against the darkened sky. And standing guard, a group of armed men. Eliana barely had time to register them before. Halt! The sharp command rang out, cutting through the night. Ether immediately reared back, her hooves kicking up dust as Lucavion pulled the reins. Eliana tightened her grip around his waist, holding firm as Ether came to an abrupt stop just a few meters away from the guards. The men moved swiftly, forming a line, their weapons glinting under the lantern light. Eliana caught the wary glint in their eyes, the way their grips tightened on their swords. It made sense. A man clad in unfamiliar, slightly worn clothes, arriving on an obsidian-colored warhorse in the middle of the night? Yeah. Suspicious. Lucavion, of course, didn't seem bothered. With his usual ease, he exhaled and straightened, his smirk curling at the edges. Easy there, he said, his voice smooth, unbothered. I'd rather not get stabbed before I've even stepped through the door. The guards did not lower their weapons. State your business. The lead guard's voice was firm. Lucavion placed a hand over his chest in a mock show of grace. Lucavion. He tilted his head slightly. Your lady's esteemed guest. Surely you've heard of me? The guards did not look convinced. Lucavion. The lead guard's brow furrowed. His sharp gaze scanned over him, doubt evident in his stance. Eliana couldn't blame them. Lucavion looked nothing like the polished guest who had entered the mansion before. His usual refined attire had been swapped for simple, travel-worn clothes. His hair, while naturally tousled, was slightly messier from the ride. And he looked too relaxed. Not at all like someone who should be approaching the Thaddeus estate at this hour. The guards exchanged wary glances. We received no notice of your arrival, one of them muttered. Spontaneity is a virtue, Lucavion mused. Eliana sighed. This idiot. Before the guards could grow more suspicious, she shifted slightly, raising her head, and allowed her golden amber eyes to gleam beneath the lantern light. The guards remained unmoved at first, even as Eliana straightened, even as she lifted her chin with that unmistakable air of authority. They hesitated. Her clothes were wrong. No silks, no embroidery, no noble crest stitched into the fabric. Instead, she was dressed simply, far too simply. Her attire, worn slightly from the day's ventures, made her look like any other traveler, any other girl arriving late with a reckless companion. And that was the problem. She wasn't just any girl. She was Eliana Thaddeus. And right now, she didn't look the part. Eliana exhaled sharply, already feeling irritation prick at her patience. But then she spoke. Open the gates. Clear. Commanding. The kind of voice that left no room for hesitation. And just like that, the guards froze. Their eyes darted to her face again, and this time, they really looked. The sharpness of her features, the way her amber eyes glowed under the lantern light. Unmistakable, undeniable. And then, their gazes flickered toward Lucavion. More specifically, the thin, pale scar tracing just below his right eye. Recognition slammed into them like a crashing wave. Lady Aliana? And Sir Lucavion? Aliana scoffed, tilting her head slightly. Took you long enough. The guards immediately straightened, their expressions shifting from wary to mortified. Forgive us, my lady. The lead guard's voice was stiff, formal now, rushed with urgency. Lucavion chuckled beside her. Oh? Where'd all that suspicion go? Aliana rolled her eyes. Just open the damn gates. The guards scrambled, metal clanking as the locks were swiftly unlatched. With a low groan, the grand gates shifted, swinging open to welcome them inside. Lucavion clicked his tongue, giving Aliana an amused glance as he nudged Ether forward. See, he murmured. Told you I was an esteemed guest. Aliana gave him a look that was equal parts exasperated and fond. Shut up and move. Lucavion smirked, and together, they rode into the heart of the Thaddeus estate. As they passed through the gates and into the heart of the Thaddeus estate, the tension in the air shifted. The night felt quieter here, the grand mansion looming ahead, its windows glowing softly with golden light. Aliana exhaled, rolling her shoulders slightly as the weight of their journey settled in. Lucavion, ever composed, let Ether's pace slow, his gaze sweeping over the familiar sight of the manor with an unreadable expression. And waiting at the grand entrance, Lysander, the head butler, stood with perfect posture, his hands folded neatly before him, his expression as impassive as ever. The moment his sharp gaze fell upon them, however, it flickered, just briefly, over Aliana's attire. A commoner's garb. That alone was enough to raise a dozen questions. Aliana had left the estate in her usual noble attire. There was no reason for her to be dressed like this unless something had happened. But she looked calm. Not the slightest trace of distress lined her features. If anything, she looked more relaxed than when she had first left. So Lysander, in all his practiced wisdom, did not ask. Instead, he took a single step forward, his voice smooth and level as he greeted them. My lady, Sir Lucavion. Aliana tilted her head slightly, studying him before offering a casual nod. Lysander. Lucavion, on the other hand, grinned. Ah, the ever-dutiful butler. He dismounted with easy grace, brushing a hand through his hair before glancing at Aliana. Well, I suppose this is where we get scolded. Lysander did not sigh, nor did his expression shift, but there was the faintest air of resignation in his eyes. You are late, he said simply. The Duke is waiting for you. Aliana swung off Ether, landing lightly on her feet before brushing the dust off her sleeves. Figured as much. Lysander gave a slight bow. If you would follow me. Lucavion chuckled, stretching slightly before slipping his hands into his pockets. Ah, how welcoming. Aliana smirked, brushing past him as she followed the butler inside. Come on, esteemed guest. Lucavion shook his head but trailed after her, his usual smirk in place. Chapter 549. Scolding and a Nerfed Heroine. Thaddeus sat at his desk, golden eyes fixed on the doors before him. His fingers tapped idly against the polished wood, his expression unreadable. The moment the doors opened, his gaze swept over them. First his daughter, then Lucavion. And immediately he noticed it. Their attire. Gone were Aliana's finely embroidered noble garments. Instead, she wore commoner's clothes, worn, slightly dusted from travel, with none of the refinement expected of a Thaddeus. Lucavion was no better, clad in equally unremarkable clothing, though his ever-present smirk remained firmly in place. These two. It did not take a strategist's mind to deduce what had happened. They had ventured into the city, perhaps even beyond it. Aliana had discarded her noble appearance, likely to blend in, and judging by the faint glow in her eyes, the looseness of her posture, she had enjoyed herself. To be completely frank, Thaddeus liked seeing this. For years, Aliana had been sickly, weak, and in turn, her attitude had darkened, growing worse with each passing day. Her isolation had only fed into her frustrations, and for a time, he had begun to wonder if she would ever find joy in the world beyond her own bitterness. And yet, here she stood, looking alive. But, of course, he could not show this. As a father, he still needed to secure his authority. So, instead, he leaned back in his chair, letting the silence stretch. His golden eyes remained sharp, appraising. Aeliana, to her credit, did not flinch beneath his gaze. She met it head-on, her chin lifted slightly, as if daring him to speak first. Lucavion grinned, tilting his head slightly, utterly unfazed. Finally, after a long moment, Thaddeus exhaled through his nose. "It appears," he said slowly, his voice cool, measured, "that the two of you have had quite a bit of fun." Aeliana's lips twitched. "Perhaps." Thaddeus arched a brow. "And yet, despite this, neither of you thought it necessary to inform me before leaving." Lucavion chuckled. "Spontaneity is a virtue." Aeliana shot him a look, but Thaddeus was already shifting his gaze back to her. His expression did not change, but there was something beneath his tone, something quieter. "Aeliana." Her posture straightened slightly. Thaddeus' fingers tapped once against the desk. "I will not repeat myself in the future. If you intend to leave this estate, you will inform me first." Aeliana's fingers curled slightly at her sides. Her golden amber eyes darkened, the spark of defiance flaring beneath them. "Inform you?" she repeated, her tone laced with something bitter. "And what if I don't want to be controlled?" Thaddeus didn't so much as blink. "This is not about control," he said smoothly. "It is about your safety." Aeliana scoffed. "Safety?" She let out a short, humorless laugh. "Since when did my safety ever matter to you?" The words were sharp, cutting straight to the bone. For a brief moment, silence hung heavy between them. Thaddeus' golden eyes remained unreadable. But there was a flicker, something brief, something distant, buried beneath layers of steel. He did not rise to her bait. Instead, his voice remained calm, measured. "Since the day you were born." Aeliana's breath hitched, just barely, but she masked it well. She wanted to argue. She wanted to press, to remind him of every moment she had been cast aside, left to struggle alone. But the night air was still clinging to her skin. The thrill of the confession, the warmth of love, it was all still fresh, and she didn't want to ruin it. She sighed, long, slow, drawn out. Then finally she shrugged. "Fine," she muttered. "I'll let you know next time." Lucavion blinked. Once, twice. Then he leaned in slightly, his voice a whisper against her ear. "You're just letting it go? Just like that?" Aeliana's eye twitched. "Shut up." Lucavion held up his hands, grinning. Okay. Thaddeus observed the exchange with quiet interest. It was subtle, the way Aeliana's posture had shifted, the way her gaze lingered on Lucavion just a second longer than before, softer in a way she probably hadn't even realized. She has changed, he thought, or rather, she was changing. For so long, the fire in Aeliana's eyes had been one of defiance, of bitterness, of anger. But now it burned with something else, something warmer, something deeper, something painfully reminiscent. For just a moment, Thaddeus felt the ghost of another gaze, another time, another life, just like her mother. His fingers tapped once against the desk. Then he exhaled, his sharp expression smoothing just slightly. "Good." His voice carried finality, closing the conversation. Then, with that settled, Lucavion stretched his arms lazily, tilting his head with an easy smirk. "Well, if that's all, I'll be on my way then." He turned, already stepping toward the door. But then, "Aeliana," Thaddeus said, his voice firm. "You stay." Aeliana's steps faltered. Her brows furrowed slightly as she turned back to him. "What? Why?" Thaddeus did not answer immediately. He only gave Lucavion a pointed look. Lucavion glanced between them, humming in amusement. "Oh? Father-daughter talk, is it?" He placed a hand over his chest in mock offense. "And here I thought I was part of the family already." Aeliana rolled her eyes. "Go," Thaddeus said dryly. And with that, Lucavion strolled toward the door, offering the Duke a casual wave before disappearing into the hall. The door clicked shut, and then, silence. Eliana turned back to her father, arms crossing over her chest. "All right?" she said, tilting her head slightly. "What is this about?" Thaddeus studied her for a moment before speaking. "I know what happened this morning." Eliana's breath hitched. She stiffened slightly, her hands curling at her sides. "What do you mean?" Thaddeus' gaze was sharp, unwavering. "Your mana." Eliana said nothing, but her body was tense, her mind already racing. So he knew. Of course he knew. "And?" she asked, her voice carefully even. Thaddeus leaned forward slightly, resting his arms against the desk. "You are to begin training immediately." Eliana's eyes narrowed. "Training?" Thaddeus nodded. "I have already made arrangements." Eliana's eyes sharpened. "Tomorrow?" Thaddeus nodded. "You will begin at dawn." She crossed her arms. "And where exactly is this happening?" Thaddeus leaned back in his chair, his golden gaze steady. "You will be leaving." Eliana's brows shot up. "Leaving?" "Yes." Her jaw tightened. "You're sending me away?" "You will not stay here," Thaddeus confirmed, his voice calm, measured, too measured. Eliana felt irritation curl at the edges of her mind. "Why?" Thaddeus did not answer immediately. Instead, he studied her, closely, carefully, as if assessing something deeper than what she was saying aloud. Then, "Lucavion." Eliana blinked. Thaddeus exhaled, tapping a finger against the desk. "That kid." He paused, tilting his head slightly. "Did you make any progress with him today?" Eliana frowned. "Progress?" Thaddeus raised a brow. "You're smart enough to understand what I mean." Eliana's fingers curled slightly, her mind processing his words. Progress? What was that supposed to mean? Her father was never one to waste time with unnecessary questions. If he was asking this, if he was bringing Lucavion into the conversation, it was because he already knew. She exhaled sharply. "Yes," she admitted, her voice even. "I've finalized my feelings." Thaddeus' golden eyes remained steady, expectant. She didn't falter. "I've chosen him." The words left her lips without hesitation, without uncertainty. Lucavion, the man who had stolen her heart so naturally, so effortlessly, that she hadn't even realized it was gone until it was far too late. He was hers, and she was his. The man she would marry, her bride, her future. There was a long pause. Then, "Took you long enough." Eliana blinked. Her mouth twitched. "What?" Her father leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping lightly against the desk. "I had assumed it would take another month or two before you came to terms with it." Eliana's eye twitched. Sitting there, looking at her like she was a slow-moving chess piece that had finally reached the square he had expected it to land on. She opened her mouth, to argue, to say something, but before she could, "That is precisely why you need to train." Eliana stilled. Thaddeus' expression remained unreadable, but his voice was firm. "If you truly intend to stand beside that chaotic man," he continued, "then you need to prove yourself." Eliana's brows furrowed slightly. "Prove myself." Thaddeus nodded. "Lucavion is a man who attracts chaos. His ambitions, his unpredictability, these are things you must be prepared for. If you wish to remain at his side, then you must become strong enough to withstand the life he leads." Eliana clenched her fists at her sides. "I can handle it." Thaddeus' gaze sharpened. "Can you?" Eliana's jaw tightened. He wasn't wrong. Lucavion was chaos. Everywhere he stepped, things shifted. People moved, plans changed, power restructured itself around him. Being beside him wouldn't be easy, but that didn't matter. Eliana inhaled deeply, straightening her spine. "Then I'll become strong enough." Her father studied her for a long moment. Then, finally, he inclined his head slightly. "Good," he murmured. "Get ready, you will be leaving now." Eliana's brows shot up. "Now?" Thaddeus nodded, entirely unfazed by her reaction. "Yes." Eliana scoffed, arms crossing over her chest. "I should at least inform him." I will inform him. She frowned. But there are no buts. His voice was cool, firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Ileana inhaled sharply. She didn't like this. Not one bit. Lucavion was still here. He had just settled into the estate. And now she was being dragged away before she even had a chance to tell him herself? That didn't sit right with her. But her father had already made up his mind. And when Anthony Thaddeus made up his mind, nothing short of divine intervention could change it. Before she could argue further, he lifted a hand, and, as if summoned from the very shadows, Lysander appeared. Ileana tensed. Damn it! Thaddeus turned slightly toward him. Take her to the carriage. Lysander bowed slightly, his expression as unreadable as ever. Understood, my lord. Ileana glared at her father, irritation bubbling up her throat. This is absurd. Go. The single word left no room for further argument. Ileana clenched her fists, then exhaled sharply, forcing herself to turn on her heel. Lysander stepped beside her, gesturing toward the door. This way, my lady. Ileana shot one final glance at her father, but he was already looking down at his desk, his attention shifting away, as if the conversation was already over. Her jaw tightened. Fine, fine. Without another word, she strode out of the office, her boots clicking against the marble floor as Lysander led her toward the waiting carriage. Chapter 550, Love. Lucavion barely acknowledged the murmurs of the estate's servants as he strode through the halls. His usual smirk was still in place, of course it was. He had mastered the art of appearing unbothered, of weaving ease into his every movement, his every breath. But the moment he reached his room and shut the door behind him, ha! Lucavion exhaled, leaning back against the wood, tilting his head up toward the ceiling. His heart was still hammering in his chest, an uneven rhythm that refused to settle. TCH? Ridiculous. He lifted a hand, pressing it against his own cheek, feeling the residual heat still lingering there. His ears, still red. He knew without even looking. This is absurd. Absolutely absurd. Ileana's voice still echoed in his mind. I love you. And then again. I love you. Lucavion clenched his jaw. It wasn't the words themselves, though admittedly, they were a problem. No, what was worse was the way she had said them. So firm. So certain. No hesitation, no wavering, no second-guessing. And even worse than that, she had meant it. Lucavion let out a quiet, breathy laugh, running a hand through his hair, as if trying to shake off the lingering sensation of her warmth pressed against his back. He had never been like this. Not once in his life had he let someone, unravel him so effortlessly. Damn it, Ileana. His hand dropped to his chest, his fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt. His heart still hadn't calmed. Lucavion dragged himself forward, collapsing onto the bed, his arm flinging over his eyes. This is troublesome. Everything had changed. He felt it. Before, it had been a game. Push and pull. A dance where he always had control over the pace, over the space between them. But now, Ileana had shattered the entire rhythm. Lucavion exhaled slowly, and what bothered him wasn't just her confession. It wasn't just the way she had smirked after, knowing exactly what she was doing to him. It was the fact that, in the moment she had whispered against his skin, his body had reacted. Before his mind could calculate, before his usual easy charm could weave a response, before logic could remind him of all the reasons why this was a terrible idea. Lucavion lay still, his body sinking into the mattress, but his mind refused to follow. His breath came uneven, betraying the emotions clawing their way to the surface, ones he had spent years keeping buried. He had thought himself untouchable, that no matter how much he danced with the idea of closeness, he could always slip away before it became real, before it became dangerous. And yet, despite all his careful maneuvering, all his subtle dodges and effortless deflections, Ileana had torn through them like a force of nature, unrelenting and inevitable. He had known that she was persistent, that she would push, that she would refuse to accept the shallow, teasing mask he wore so well. But he had never expected her to go this far. He had never expected to be left in his room, staring at the ceiling, feeling like a man who had lost something instead of gained. Because that was what this was, wasn't it? Losing. Losing the version of himself that had stayed safely detached, that had observed from a distance, never fully committing. Lucavion pressed the heel of his palm against his forehead, as if that alone could keep the unwelcome emotions from spilling over. TCH. This is why I avoided it. This is why I never let myself. He stopped the thought before it could fully form. The truth sat heavy in his chest, just as it had all those years ago. He had closed himself off after that day, when he learned just how cruel fate could be, just how easily something precious could be stolen away. It was better, safer, to keep his heart locked behind a wall, to view the world through the lens of amusement and curiosity rather than attachment. And yet, he exhaled sharply, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. Somehow, against all odds, Aliana had barged her way in. And Valeria too. He had been careful with her as well, kept things light, never let anything sink too deep. But she had still managed. She had moved something in him, made him hesitate, made him stay just a little longer than he should have. And Aliana had brute-forced her way in, like a sword through armor, like a storm battering against a door until it collapsed. There had been no room for evasion, no space to slip away before he got caught. She had thrown herself forward. No hesitation, no doubt, no fear. Lucavion let out a quiet, bitter laugh. He wasn't sure what was more unsettling, the fact that she had managed to do it, or the fact that some part of him liked it. Liked the way she held onto him without hesitation. Liked the way she had claimed him as hers, like there had never been another possible outcome. Liked the way it had felt. His breath hitched again, and that alone was enough to annoy him. Enough. He needed to bury this, shove it back into whatever corner of his mind had kept it locked away all these years. But just as he closed his eyes, just as he tried to force himself into the familiar coldness of his usual indifference. Congratulations. Lucavion's eyes snapped open. That voice. You won a girl's heart. Vital Yara's voice echoed in his head, her presence curling in the corners of his mind, distant yet unmistakable. Lucavion did not move, but his fingers twitched slightly against the sheets. Lucavion let out a soft, nearly imperceptible chuckle, shifting onto his back as if the weight of her voice wasn't pressing against his mind. His arms folded behind his head, his smirk sliding back into place with practiced ease, the picture of nonchalance. Oh, how rare, he mused, his tone light, almost amused. I don't recall you giving me your blessings before, Vitaliera. Should I be flattered? Flattered. Her voice was dry, unimpressed. Then, you were blushing. Lucavion stilled for half a second. Your ears were red. Bright red. I didn't even know you could make an expression like that. His smirk didn't falter, but his fingers curled slightly against the sheets. So, Vitaliera continued, her voice smooth, edged with something he didn't quite like. You had been waiting for that girl to say something like this for a long time already, haven't you? Lucavion clicked his tongue. TCH, that's a bit of a stretch. Is it? Of course, he drawled, stretching his arms as if this conversation wasn't affecting him in the slightest. It was inevitable that someone would eventually confess to me, charming as I am. Lucavion. Something in her tone made him pause. It wasn't playful. It wasn't teasing. It was knowing, as if she had already read through every single layer of his usual excuses before he even had a chance to form them. Lucavion exhaled slowly. It couldn't be helped. Oh! He tilted his head slightly, closing his eyes, feigning ease. Aliana is persistent, he admitted, and stubborn, and entirely unwilling to take no for an answer. Even if I had wanted to avoid this, she would have forced her way through sooner or later. That doesn't answer my question. Lucavion smirked. Doesn't it? No. Because I saw you. His lips parted slightly, but he had no response. You weren't just flustered. You weren't just caught off guard. You. Vital Yara's voice softened, just slightly. You looked like you had been waiting for those words for a long, long time. Lucavion inhaled sharply. That wasn't fair. It wasn't. He could dismiss Aliana's boldness. He could brush off her confidence. He could tease and evade and play the game he had always played. But this? Vital Yara's voice. Unwavering, quiet, filled with something too close to the truth? That was dangerous. Lucavion forced a laugh, shifting onto his side. Ha! You're seeing things, Vitaliera. No. The finality in her voice sent a strange chill through him. For once, I think I'm seeing clearly. Chapter 551. Father-in-law. The first rays of dawn stretched across the sky, painting the fields of the Thaddeus dukedom in muted gold and soft lavender. The world was still waking, the estate quiet save for the rustling of leaves and the distant call of birds. But amidst that silence, there was a steady rhythm. Shhhk. Shhhk. The sound of steel slicing through the crisp morning air. Lucavion stood in the open fields, his coat discarded, his shirt damp with sweat, his breathing slow yet deliberate. His hands, steady and sure, guided the blade through each arc, each movement precise. He didn't count how many swings he had done. He had lost track long ago, because he had been here for hours already, because he hadn't slept, because every single time he closed his eyes he heard it. I love you. His grip on the hilt tightened. I love you. His blade cut through the air, sharper, faster. I love you. Lucavion exhaled sharply, his breath misting in the cool morning air. His body ached, his muscles burned, but none of it was enough to silence the pounding in his chest. None of it was enough to clear his mind, to bring him the clarity he usually found in training. Because this was something he didn't know how to deal with. He knew how to fight, how to adapt, how to outthink, outmaneuver, how to slip through cracks and play every angle until he got what he wanted. But this was different. Emotions weren't like battles. There was no opponent to read, no strategy to dismantle. It was just there, raw and unrelenting, pressing into him no matter how much he tried to ignore it. Lucavion clicked his tongue, setting his stance again. Fine. If he couldn't silence it, if he couldn't control it, then he would do the only thing he knew. He would move. His sword cut through the air again, relentless, his breath steadying only through sheer force of will. Because if he stopped, if he let himself think, then he would have to accept it. The fact that no matter how hard he tried to push it down, no matter how much he told himself that he wasn't meant for things like this, his heart had already betrayed him. A slow, lazy yawn cut through the crisp morning air. Lucavion didn't pause, didn't turn, but he felt her presence settle beside him, as familiar as his own shadow. Vitaliera curled up on the grass, her tail flicking idly, golden eyes half-lidded with the remnants of sleep. She stretched once before resting her chin on her paws, watching him with quiet amusement. "You're training now?" she murmured, voice thick with drowsiness. "Shouldn't you be? Oh, I don't know, sleeping?" Lucavion swung his sword again, the blade whistling through the air before coming to a sharp halt. He inhaled, controlled, even. "Wanted to train," he said simply, rolling his shoulders before adjusting his grip. Vitaliera blinked at him, unimpressed. Ha! She didn't need to say anything else. Lucavion clicked his tongue, already knowing what was coming next. "You couldn't sleep, could you?" His fingers tightened slightly on the hilt of his sword. He exhaled slowly. "Yeah, figured." She didn't sound smug, didn't sound surprised, just resigned. Lucavion let his arms drop for a moment, his free hand brushing against his damp forehead. His body was exhausted, but his mind refused to stop. Vitaliera watched him in silence, her ears twitching as she considered him. He could tell she was still bitter. That much hadn't changed. But there was something else now, something lighter, like the edge of her resentment had dulled just a fraction. "That girl cares quite a bit about you, you know?" Lucavion's grip on his sword twitched. He didn't respond. Didn't need to. Vitaliera huffed softly, shaking her head. "When she confessed to you, I thought she'd try to keep you here, tie you down, chain you to this place." She shifted slightly, curling her tail around herself. But she didn't. Lucavion inhaled sharply, his body stilling for a fraction of a second. Vitaliera exhaled, stretching her paws out in front of her before lazily curling them back in. Her golden eyes, still half-lidded, flicked toward Lucavion as he resumed his swings. "Let's get one thing straight," she murmured, voice low, deliberate. "I still don't like her." Lucavion didn't react, didn't stop, just kept moving, his blade cutting through the cool morning air in smooth, precise arcs. "She acts too arrogant," Vitaliera continued, tail flicking in irritation. "Carries herself like she owns the place, like she's already at the center of everything." She narrowed her eyes slightly, ears twitching. "And the way she glares at me, as if I'm some pest intruding on her territory." Lucavion exhaled through his nose, adjusting his grip. "But," Vitaliera added, her voice quieter now, almost begrudging, "I'll give her this. She has class." Lucavion finally paused, if only for a fraction of a second. Vitaliera huffed, shifting her weight lazily. "She didn't beg, didn't demand, didn't try to clip your wings. I thought she would, I was sure she would. But instead, she just let it be." She stretched her back, her golden gaze sharp yet contemplative. "Still don't like her. But I can admit that much." Lucavion remained silent, not because he had nothing to say, but because he didn't need to say anything. Vitaliera knew him too well, knew that if she pushed, he'd sidestep the conversation entirely. So she didn't push, she just observed. And so did Lucavion. Not her, but something else. Presence. One that had been approaching for a while now. Vitaliera's ears twitched first, but she didn't move. Didn't need to, because she already knew. Lucavion had sensed it long before she had. And sure enough, "Good morning." A voice. Calm. Controlled. Lucavion lowered his blade slightly, turning just enough to meet the golden-eyed gaze of the man standing a few paces away. Duke Anthony Thaddeus. Lucavion smirked, tilting his head slightly. "Good morning, Mr. Duke." The Duke's expression remained unreadable, his gaze sweeping over him once, taking in the sweat-soaked shirt, the calloused grip on the sword, the slight tension still coiled in his frame. Then, "Couldn't sleep?" Lucavion chuckled, shaking his head. "Something like that." The Duke didn't look surprised. Lucavion blinked. Then he grinned. "Well now," he drawled, twirling his sword idly between his fingers. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you're upset with me, Mr. Duke." The Duke's golden eyes remained steady, unwavering, unamused. Lucavion expected the usual stern retort, maybe a warning or some carefully measured words about responsibility. But instead, the Duke pointed, not at him, at his sword. "Let's have a conversation." Lucavion arched a brow, his smirk never faltering. "A conversation?" "Yes," the Duke said simply. "Like a man." Before Lucavion could respond, before he could even toss out some remark about how violent the Thaddeus family's methods of communication were, "Shhhk," the unmistakable sound of steel being drawn. Lucavion's smirk faltered just slightly as Anthony Thaddeus unsheathed his blade, the polished steel catching the early morning light. A noble's sword, ornate yet built for efficiency. Lucavion's grip on his own hilt tightened just slightly. Then, a quiet chuckle slipped past his lips. "Ah," he murmured, tilting his head. "So that's how it is." The Duke adjusted his stance, his expression still unreadable. "I will limit my strength," he said evenly. "Don't worry." Lucavion let out an amused breath, rolling his shoulders. "Now that is a sentence that does not inspire confidence." The Duke said nothing. Lucavion glanced at Vitaliera, who had stopped stretching and was now watching the exchange with mild interest. "Ha!" Her tail flicked lazily. "Well, this is about to get interesting." Lucavion huffed out another laugh before lifting his sword, giving it a casual spin in his grip. "All right then," he mused, lowering himself into a stance, his dark eyes gleaming. "Let's talk." Chapter 552. Father-in-law, 2. Lucavion's smirk widened, his fingers adjusting around the hilt of his black estoc. The blade, sleek and deadly, glinted under the soft light of the rising sun, its dark surface drinking in the dawn's glow like ink against gold. "Well now," he mused, tilting his head, his voice smooth, laced with easy amusement. "There's nothing I like better than talking with my sword." The Duke exhaled through his nose, a subtle acknowledgement. Then, "Good," he said simply. "Neither do I." Lucavion's smirk curled further, but his eyes sharpened slightly. The Duke's weapon was different from his own. Where Lucavion wielded the slender precision of his estoc, the Duke held a standard longsword, well-forged and balanced. Practical, efficient. But the true weapon was the one on his hip. Lucavion's gaze flicked to it briefly. A sword of status. The hilt, adorned with intricate engravings, was undoubtedly the work of a master craftsman. A weapon that was not just meant for battle but for presence, for dominance. But the Duke had chosen this blade instead. Lucavion huffed out a soft laugh. "Ha! That fancy thing at your hip. Is that just for show, Mr. Duke?" Anthony Thaddeus said nothing at first. Then, almost casually, he lifted his long sword, the edge gleaming under the morning light. "For now," he replied. Lucavion's fingers twitched slightly around his grip. Interesting. The air between them stilled, stretching thin, quiet. Then, Lucavion moved. The moment stretched, a fragile thread of tension between them. Then it snapped. Swoosh! Lucavion blurred forward, his body vanishing from its spot, as if the wind had simply carried him. A heartbeat later, he was right before the Duke, his black estoc already thrusting forward, a needle of death seeking an opening. Clank! The Duke's long sword snapped into place with inhuman reflexes, parrying the estoc just enough to deflect its lethal trajectory. But Lucavion did not stop. His movements, a dance of calculated fluidity, shifted seamlessly as he twisted his wrist, redirecting the estoc into another stab. Swish! The blade whistled through the air, aimed directly at the Duke's ribs. Thunk! The Duke pivoted, his coat fluttering as he shifted his weight just enough to avoid the thrust, his long sword already descending in a counter. Lucavion's eyes gleamed. Quick! Instead of retreating, he stepped in, collapsing the space between them in a heartbeat. His estoc snapped upward, forcing the Duke to withdraw his strike lest he impale himself in the process. Their weapons sang against each other, the ringing clashes echoing through the morning air. Clank! 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 Each blow was measured, precise. Lucavion, relentless in his offense, the estoc darting like a viper, exploiting every opening in the Duke's guard. But the Duke was no ordinary opponent. Even as Lucavion's reach and speed kept him on the defensive, his blade never wavered, his footwork impeccable. Then, clink! A subtle flick of the Duke's wrist, and Lucavion's estoc was momentarily pushed off course, his balance shifting ever so slightly. A normal swordsman wouldn't have noticed, but Lucavion felt it. His own momentum betrayed him for a fraction of a second. Swoosh! The Duke's long sword slashed down, capitalizing on that minuscule imbalance. Lucavion's pupils constricted. Instead of blocking, he leaned back. The long sword missed by a hair's breadth, slicing only the air before his chin. But before the Duke could recover, swish! Lucavion's estoc lashed out from below, an upward stab aimed at the Duke's exposed underarm. Clean hit, or it would have been. Thud! The Duke's free hand slammed against Lucavion's blade arm, shoving it just wide enough that the estoc barely grazed his coat. His strength, overwhelming. Well, that's new. Lucavion exhaled a quiet laugh even as he was forced back a step. He adjusted his grip, rolling his shoulder as the Duke lowered his longsword once more. Their gazes met. The Duke's golden eyes bore into Lucavion, sharp and unyielding. "Your blade is faltering." Lucavion raised an eyebrow. "Oh!" Thaddeus didn't blink. "I said, don't limit your strength. Come at me with everything you have." His voice dropped, cold and cutting. "Like in the battlefield." Lucavion remained still. The battlefield. The place where he fought without hesitation, where survival demanded nothing less than absolute intent. The place where he had carved his name into the annals of war, not through nobility or status, but through raw, unrelenting skill. And yet, his fingers curled slightly around the hilt of his estoc. Thaddeus exhaled through his nose, his next words striking with the weight of a hammer. "Just because my daughter confessed to you, did you lose your roots as a swordsman?" Lucavion twitched. His grip on his estoc tightened, the muscles in his jaw clenching for the briefest of moments. Thaddeus had noticed. Of course he had. The man before him was no fool. Aliana's words, her presence. Something had shifted in Lucavion tonight. Just enough for his blade to hesitate, just enough for the relentless instinct he prided himself on to waver. He exhaled sharply through his nose, clicking his tongue. "TCH. Thaddeus, unfazed, continued, his voice smooth but edged with quiet steel. "I have been watching you train for a while already." Lucavion remained silent, his smirk fading just slightly as he listened. Thaddeus' fingers flexed over the hilt of his sword, his stance unwavering. "Your movements are precise, your strikes measured. You fight with skill, with refinement, but not with instinct." Lucavion's gaze flickered. "You are thinking too much, holding back, restricting yourself, whether you realize it or not." Thaddeus narrowed his eyes slightly. The Lucavion I observed before never hesitated. His blade moved as if it had a will of its own, cutting down anything in its path. But now, a pause. "You hesitate." Lucavion let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head slightly. "And what, exactly, do you think changed?" Thaddeus studied him for a long moment. Then, "Aliana." Lucavion went still. Thaddeus tilted his head slightly, his expression unreadable. "And that is why I am testing you now." Lucavion exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders, letting the tension sink into his bones. Thaddeus' voice cut through the air, steady and commanding. "Remember your goals." Lucavion's fingers flexed around the hilt of his estoc, but he said nothing. "The Lucavion standing before me now is not the same man who appeared before me with confidence, requesting my guardianship as a noble," Thaddeus continued. His golden gaze burned with quiet authority. "Where is that certainty, that arrogance?" Lucavion exhaled sharply through his nose, tilting his head. "Ha! You have been holding back," Thaddeus said, his stance unwavering. "But I know." He lifted his sword slightly, pointing it toward him. "You want to release it." Silence. Then, something shifted. Lucavion's posture remained loose, but the air around him grew heavier. The stillness, the restraint, the mask began to crack. And then, he smiled. Not his usual smirk. Not the teasing, insufferable grin he wore in casual conversation. This smile, it was different. It was sharp, unhinged. It was a smile that belonged to someone who had spent too much time dancing between life and death. A smile that spoke of chaos, of carnage. Predator's smile. For the first time, a flicker of something unfamiliar passed through Thaddeus' golden eyes. Lucavion's voice came slow, smooth, but tinged with something wild beneath the surface. "Sorry for the wait." Chapter 553. Father-in-law, 3. Sorry for the wait. The air cracked with tension. Then, swoosh, Lucavion vanished. The space between them collapsed in an instant, his black estoc already driving forward, sharp, relentless. A needle of death aimed directly at Thaddeus' throat. Clang. Thaddeus barely caught the thrust, his long sword angling just in time to divert the lethal strike. But Lucavion didn't stop. His wrist twisted, redirecting the estoc mid-motion. Swish, a feint, a second thrust, sharper, aimed for the gap beneath Thaddeus' ribs. Thunk. Thaddeus dodged just barely, but before he could step away, Lucavion moved. He twisted low, his foot sweeping out. Crack. The Duke's knee buckled slightly, his balance thrown off for the first time. Lucavion's smirk widened. "That's more like it." His estoc flashed upward, carving toward Thaddeus' exposed side. Clang. Thaddeus intercepted at the last second, but his guard had slipped. His grip slightly off, his weight uneven. Lucavion felt it, exploited it. Swoosh! He lunged, his blade slipping through the smallest opening, aiming straight for Thaddeus' heart. Clank! A desperate parry. Sparks flared as the Duke barely redirected the estoc. But Lucavion was already moving again. He pivoted, his body fluid, his estoc a flickering blur of silver and shadow. Thrust after thrust, each strike honed, merciless, targeting nothing but vital points. Thaddeus grit his teeth. Faster. He's faster than before. Swish! Swish! Clank! The Duke's sword trembled under the assault. For the first time, he was only defending. Lucavion stepped in. A thrust toward the Duke's wrist. Clink! A twist. His estoc flicking toward his throat. Clang! A feint, then the real attack. Swoosh! Aimed for the soft spot beneath his jaw. Thud! Thaddeus wrenched himself back. The tip of Lucavion's estoc slicing past, grazing his collar. Too close. Lucavion grinned. What's wrong, Mr. Duke? He didn't wait for an answer. Instead, he pressed forward, a relentless flurry of strikes. His estoc a storm of controlled destruction. Thaddeus' sword arm burned under the force. His grip tightened. Then, a shift. His golden eyes sharpened. Enough. His stance changed. Lucavion's estoc shot forward. Thud! Thaddeus slammed his palm against the flat of the blade, disrupting its path, pushing Lucavion slightly off balance. Swoosh! He twisted, his long sword carving downward. Clang! Lucavion barely caught the strike, steel shrieking against steel. A second swing, faster, aimed at Lucavion's shoulder. Swish! Lucavion ducked, the wind of the blade slicing just over his head. Their footwork blurred across the clearing, neither giving an inch. The fight had shifted from a battle of skill to a battle of instinct. Lucavion's estoc flicked toward Thaddeus' ribs. Clank! Thaddeus countered, his blade sliding against Lucavion's with controlled force. Lucavion smirked. Then, he let go of his weapon. Thaddeus' golden eyes widened, but in that instant, Lucavion twisted his body, stepping inside Thaddeus' guard, his palm striking forward. Thud! A direct hit. His fist slammed into the Duke's ribs, the impact forcing the older man back a step. Lucavion caught his estoc mid-air, spinning it in his grip. Getting slow, Thaddeus? Thaddeus exhaled sharply. He hadn't expected this. Lucavion wasn't just fighting skillfully, he was fighting to kill. The younger swordsman tilted his head, his black eyes gleaming, his smirk widening ever so slightly. You wanted me to fight like I did on the battlefield, right? He lifted his estoc, the tip glinting under the morning sun. I hope you're not regretting it. Thaddeus exhaled. Then, for the first time, he smiled. The amusement was slight, just a flicker in his sharp, golden eyes. You're finally showing your fangs. Lucavion's grin widened. Thaddeus lifted his long sword once more, shifting into a new stance. The morning air trembled. Lucavion's smirk remained, but there was something sharper beneath it now. Something untamed, eager. Thaddeus exhaled, rolling his shoulders. Then, almost casually, he lifted his long sword, his golden eyes steady. Enough of this. Lucavion tilted his head, curious. Thaddeus' voice carried something different now. Not just challenge, but something deeper. A weight of the past. At that time, the Duke murmured, against Gerald, I never got to finish our fight properly. Lucavion's smirk faltered for half a second. Gerald, his master, the man who had shaped him, forged him, taught him how to wield a blade not just with skill, but with intent. The thought settled, pressing against something deep inside him. Then, he let out a quiet laugh, shaking his head. Mr. Duke, Lucavion said, tilting his estoc forward. His voice was smooth, unwavering. I am not master. Thaddeus chuckled under his breath, shaking his head slightly. I know that. His grip on his sword tightened. Mana rippled through the air around him, crackling with restrained force. But let this old man have his fill. Lucavion exhaled, closing his eyes briefly. Then they snapped open, pitch black and gleaming. Any fight with a strong is welcomed. Without hesitation, he pushed his sword forward. The air around his blade rippled. A cold, consuming darkness expanded from the estock's tip. Then, black starlight surged forward, streaking through the air like falling meteors. Void starfall blade, starlight needle. A dozen spears of void energy launched from his blade, cutting through space itself, their edges glistening like fractured stars. The ground beneath them cracked under the sheer force of it. Thaddeus' golden eyes gleamed. Mana howled around him. Lightning surged. High voltage, storm sovereign's dominion. Thundering aegis, high voltage. A barrier of storm and lightning erupted around the Duke, arcs of electricity intertwining, forming an unbreakable defense. The very air hummed with power, crackling with raw elemental force. Boom! Lucavion's starlight needles crashed into the barrier, detonating on impact. Black and gold energy collided in a brilliant explosion, sending shockwaves through the clearing. The ground trembled, the sky above momentarily darkened by the sheer clash of power. Dust and debris swirled. Then, flash, Lucavion moved, straight through the lingering explosion, his estoc already carving through the air. And Thaddeus was waiting. Their blades met. The clash of steel and mana surged through the battlefield. Lucavion's breath came steady, but his body knew the truth. His strength as a 5-star had yet to stabilize. Each exchange with Thaddeus forced him to adjust, to sharpen himself. And the Duke? He was relentless. Clang! Lucavion barely dodged a sweeping arc of the long sword, his estoc flashing to parry. But the moment their weapons met, he felt it. A pulse of mana, controlled, refined, bending the force of the clash in Thaddeus' favor. Damn, he's folding the impact into his next strike. Before Lucavion could react. Swoosh! Lightning surged through the Duke's long sword, twisting through the air in spirals of crackling gold. Thwack! The flat of the blade struck Lucavion's side, sending him skidding back across the ground, his ribs flaring with sharp pain. He clicked his tongue, rolling his shoulder as he forced himself upright. That hurt, but his eyes gleamed. "Not bad, Mr. Duke," Lucavion muttered, rotating his wrist. His grip on his estoc adjusted, the blade humming with dark starlight. Thaddeus exhaled, shifting his stance. "You're adjusting well." Lucavion's smirk widened slightly. "Oh? A compliment." His mana surged. The estoc glowed, darkness and starlight intertwining. Then, void starfall blade, eclipse star trail. A streak of void energy burst from Lucavion's blade, a cascading trail of blackened starlight searing through the air, splitting the battlefield in two. The very fabric of space bent, the attack curving unpredictably, seeking openings from all angles. Thaddeus' eyes narrowed. His blade shifted. Golden lightning swirled. Then, high-voltage storm sovereign's dominion. Thunderous horizon high voltage. A field of electric currents expanded around him, warping the flow of space itself. Lucavion's eclipse star trail bent mid-flight, its trajectory disrupted, forced away by the storm's dominion. Lucavion's brows twitched. TCH, mana manipulation on that level? But he was already moving. His estoc flickered, starlight gathering at its edge. Void starfall blade. Star surge. Piercing thrust, this time condensed. A single streak of absolute force, refined into one perfect strike. Thaddeus exhaled. Storm sovereign's dominion, arc wall bastion. High voltage boom. High voltage. A shimmering arc of storm energy manifested, intercepting Lucavion's star surge. The two forces met, and for a moment there was no sound. Then, crack, the barrier fractured. Lucavion grinned. Not perfect. Huh? Without hesitation, he pressed forward. Void starfall blade cosmic steps. His footwork blurred, warping the distance between them in an instant. Thaddeus' golden eyes flickered. Lucavion was already behind him. The estoc struck forward. For the first time, the Duke turned his head slightly, eyes sharp. and smiled. High voltage storm sovereign's dominion. Ruler's gale high voltage. A burst of wind exploded from his body, knocking Lucavion off his feet. Thud. Lucavion's body twisted mid-air. But, Sechenke. A sharp pain flared across his arm. Blood dripped. Lucavion landed. His breathing steady but his expression momentarily blank. He looked down. Cut clean, precise. The Duke's blade had grazed him in that exchange. Heh! Lucavion exhaled, his lips curving upward. This is good. His body was adjusting, his control sharpening. And Thaddeus? He wasn't holding back. Lucavion exhaled sharply, rolling his injured shoulder. Then, raising his estoc once more, his eyes gleamed with untamed excitement. This is getting fun. Chapter 554. Father-in-law, 4. Swoosh. Lucavion shot forward again, his estoc a blur of blackened light. Clang. The Duke met him, their blades shrieking against one another. Sparks danced between them, golden lightning against void-starred steel. Lucavion's strikes came fast, unpredictable, a relentless storm of piercing thrusts and feints. His footwork was wild yet precise, his blade weaving an erratic yet lethal pattern. It was chaos, but it was controlled chaos. And Thaddeus, he understood now. The way Lucavion fought, the way his instincts drove him, it wasn't just technique. It was survival. This boy has danced with death too many times to count. His golden eyes gleamed with quiet acknowledgement as he met the onslaught head-on. Clang. Swoosh. Thunk. Lucavion's estoc flicked toward his throat. Thaddeus sidestepped, his long sword sweeping in response. Lucavion dodged, twisting mid-motion, already adjusting. And that was what made him terrifying. Every exchange, every clash, Lucavion absorbed. He was learning, adapting. Each time their blades met, the Duke could feel it. Lucavion was pulling something from him. Not just skill, knowledge. He's using my own mana flow against me. Thaddeus smiled. This child is a swordsman. Not just a warrior, not just an elite combatant, he was something else entirely. A monster born for the blade. But his mana control? It wasn't there yet. Lucavion had the foundation, but his energy was still raw. Too wild. Too unstable. There were 100 minor adjustments, 1,000 refinements he could make. But Thaddeus said nothing. Because he knew. This boy would figure it out on his own. Lucavion thrust forward again, his estoc a streak of darkened light. Void starfall blade, crescent divide. A horizontal cut, space itself tearing in its wake. Thaddeus moved. High voltage storm sovereign's dominion. Thunder waltz high voltage. His body vanished in a burst of crackling speed, and reappeared behind Lucavion. Slash. Lucavion twisted, but not fast enough. A sharp line of red appeared across his back. His coat, sliced open. Blood trickled down his spine. Yet, Lucavion only grinned. Thwack! His boot lashed out, catching Thaddeus in the ribs, forcing the Duke to take a step back. Lucavion spun his estoc in his grip, exhaling through his nose. Heh! That was clean. Thaddeus merely lifted his sword in response. Lucavion moved again. Sword spoke where words did not. And right now, his sword was speaking volumes. Clang. Another exchange. Clank. A counter. Sechenke. Another cut, this time across Lucavion's shoulder. More blood. But Lucavion didn't stop. His black eyes burned. This was a trial by fire. His 5-star strength was raw, unpolished. He knew that. But as the fight raged, as pain seared through his body, as the clash of blades carved deeper into his muscles, he could feel it, his instincts sharpening, his body adjusting, his control refining. This fight is tempering me. Thunk. Thaddeus' blade slashed forward. Lucavion dodged barely. But, Sechenke, a deeper wound this time. His side. Blood splattered onto the ground. His coat, stained. His breathing heavier. But his smirk, it didn't fade. Instead, it widened. I can now try this to its full potential. Lucavion inhaled slowly, lifting his estoc to the right. His fingers tightened around the hilt, the blackened blade humming with power. Memories flickered, visions from when he first broke through. A dance, unfinished. A technique he had glimpsed but not yet understood. Until now, the Void Starfall blade wasn't just about destruction. It wasn't just about power. It was about flow. He could feel it now, how the void element intertwined with his strikes, how it erased resistance, how each step in this dance was meant to lead into the next. He exhaled, and then, his body moved. Void Starfall blade, Dance of the Celestial. The first movement, Stellar Prelude. His blade flickered, stepping into the first strike. Smooth, fluid. A slash that erased the air in its wake. Swoosh. Thaddeus' golden eyes flickered. He shifted, meeting the attack head-on. High voltage clang. High voltage. A burst of electricity surged from his long sword, intercepting the void-forged strike. The force behind Lucavion's attack pushed him back slightly. But he did not waver. Instead, he smiled. The second movement, Nebulous Spiral. Lucavion's footwork twisted, his estoc carving through the air in an unpredictable arc. The void around his blade expanded, warping space itself, making the trajectory seem distorted. Thaddeus narrowed his eyes. He read the movement and countered. High voltage storm Sovereign's Dominion. Tempest coil high voltage. Lightning crackled, spiraling around his long sword as he rotated his wrist, redirecting Lucavion's void-infused strike away from his body. Clank. Perfect counter. But Lucavion was already onto the third movement. Falling Astral Spear. His estoc shot forward, a single thrust imbued with all the momentum of the dance. The void compressed, refining itself into a pinpoint strike. Fatal attack. Thaddeus reacted instantly. High voltage storm Sovereign's Dominion. Thunderclad parry high voltage. Instead of dodging, he met the attack directly. His long sword glowed white-hot with lightning, absorbing the force of Lucavion's strike before redirecting it sideways. Boom! The ground split apart where the excess force was discharged. Lucavion's brows twitched. Even this was getting countered, but he wasn't done. The fourth movement, Ecliptic Waltz. A blur of motion. Lucavion twisted mid-step, his estoc tracing an elegant circle of starlit void before crashing downward. A cut that severed the very air between them. High voltage clash. High voltage. This time, Thaddeus was forced to block. The impact sent a shockwave through the battlefield, his boots grinding against the dirt as he held his ground. Lucavion could feel it. Even the Duke had to defend now. His smirk widened. This was it, the fifth and final movement. Eventide Descent. Lucavion exhaled, raising his estoc high. Void starlight flooded around his blade, the energy coalescing into a shape far beyond a single strike. For a moment, it was as if the night sky itself had descended into his hands. Then, he moved. A downward slash. All the power of the Void Starfall blade condensed into a single, unstoppable execution. The air collapsed beneath the force. Space twisted. This was no mere attack. This was a celestial phenomenon. Thaddeus gritted his teeth. He could not take this lightly. High voltage storm Sovereign's Dominion. Heavenly surge high voltage. Golden lightning exploded from his body, his sword radiating divine power as he met Lucavion's descent. The battlefield shook. The two collided. And then, boom! The clash of void and lightning sent a massive shockwave tearing through the battlefield. The earth shattered beneath them, energy distorting the very air as the final strikes met in a collision of raw, untamed power. Lucavion's estoc descended like a falling star, its void energy consuming everything in its path. Thaddeus' blade rose, golden lightning crackling as it split the heavens. And then, clash! A burst of energy erupted outward, swallowing the clearing in a blinding explosion of black and gold. Silence. For a moment, nothing moved. Then, thud! Lucavion's knees hit the ground. His breathing was heavy. His body burned. Blood dripped from the fresh wounds across his arms, his side, his legs. His coat was in tatters, soaked with crimson. And yet, he was smiling. A quiet, breathless chuckle left his lips. I did land a hit. The words were smooth, tinged with amusement. His fingers adjusted around his estoc, tilting the blade slightly. A single drop of blood slid down the dark steel. Not his, Thaddeus' blood. The Duke exhaled, rolling his shoulder, his gaze shifting to the thin but deep cut carved into his upper arm. The fabric of his coat had been sliced cleanly, and beneath it, a wound that had not been there before. Thaddeus let out a low chuckle, his golden eyes glinting with something between respect and amusement. Yeah. He turned his arm slightly, inspecting the blood running down his skin. Not bad. He exhaled, shaking his head slightly before returning his gaze to the young man before him. Lucavion was still kneeling, catching his breath, his body exhausted but his smirk unfazed. The fight was over. Chapter 555. Father-in-law, 5. The dust settled. The echoes of their clash lingered in the air, a silent testament to the storm that had just passed. Lucavion remained on his knees, his breathing heavy, but his smirk never fading. Blood stained the ground beneath him, his body marked with fresh wounds. Yet, despite it all, his eyes burned with something fierce, something unyielding. Across from him, Thaddeus flexed his fingers slightly, rolling his shoulder as he examined the wound on his arm. A thin, clean cut, precise, purposeful, lethal had it been just a fraction deeper. He exhaled through his nose, golden eyes gleaming with something unreadable. He had suspected, of course. He had watched Lucavion fight before, had observed the way the young man carried himself, the way his blade never hesitated, the way he read his opponents with an instinct honed through something far beyond formal training. But seeing it firsthand, feeling it was different. That black estoc of his was more than just a weapon. It was an extension of him, a mirror of his mind and soul. It did not simply strike, it spoke. Each movement, each shift, each calculated adjustment. It was the language of someone who had never been allowed to fight for anything less than survival. A swordsman like Lucavion did not fight for sport. He did not fight for pride. He fought to kill. He fought to win. And more than that, he enjoyed it. That final moment, when he had let himself go, when the restraint had shattered and something deeper had emerged. Thaddeus had seen it. That unhinged, terrifying smile. That spark of madness lurking beneath the refinement. This child was born for the blade. And, more importantly, he had proved himself worthy of everything he had claimed. Thaddeus inhaled deeply, then exhaled, letting the tension in his body ease. He flicked the excess blood from his blade with a swift motion before lowering it. Then, he spoke. You are befitting of all that you have requested. Lucavion chuckled, tilting his head up to meet the Duke's gaze. Oh? You doubted me? Thaddeus shook his head slightly, the ghost of a smirk tugging at his lips. No word can speak clearer than the sound of a blade. Lucavion let out a low, breathless laugh, amusement flickering in his dark eyes. Now that, he exhaled, adjusting his grip around his estoc as he finally pushed himself back onto his feet, is something I cannot agree with more. Thaddeus watched as Lucavion straightened, rolling his shoulders despite the obvious ache in his body. He was bleeding. He was winded. He had been forced to his knees. And yet, he stood as if he had won. Because in a way he had. A lesser man would have broken under such pressure. Would have faltered, lost control, succumbed to the overwhelming weight of battle. But Lucavion? He adapted. Even mid-fight he had learned. His movements had sharpened with every exchange, his footwork adjusting, his energy refining, his very presence shifting into something even deadlier than before. Give him a month, and he will have countered every technique I used against him today. The thought was almost amusing, almost, because Thaddeus knew exactly what that meant. Lucavion wasn't just talented. He was dangerous. Ileana had chosen well. Thaddeus exhaled again, rolling his wrist as he studied the young man before him. You learn quickly. Lucavion grinned, tilting his head. Was that a compliment? Thaddeus scoffed. Merely an observation. Lucavion chuckled again, shaking his head slightly. Well, I'll take it as one. He shifted his weight, his smirk turning just a touch more thoughtful. You know, Mr. Duke, for all your talk of testing me, I think you enjoyed that fight just as much as I did. Thaddeus did not deny it, because if he was being honest, it had been a long time since he had faced someone like this. Someone who did not simply fight but understood the sword. Someone who could stand in the chaos of battle and thrive. A rare breed of swordsman. One that, perhaps, he had underestimated at first. Thaddeus took a slow breath, the weight of his own words settling in his mind before he spoke them aloud. His golden eyes, sharp and unwavering, met Lucavion's dark gaze. You are befitting of all that you have requested, he repeated. Then, after a pause, his voice carried something heavier. Including my daughter. Lucavion's smirk faltered for just a second. Thaddeus did not miss it. I tested you, Lucavion, the Duke continued, tone measured but firm. Not just as a swordsman. Not just to see the extent of your skill. He tilted his head slightly. I wanted to know if you could protect her. Lucavion inhaled slowly, his fingers flexing around the hilt of his estoc. His expression remained unreadable, but Thaddeus could see the shift beneath his carefully crafted exterior. And, Lucavion finally asked, his voice smooth, but lacking its usual playful arrogance. Thaddeus sheathed his sword, his golden eyes unwavering. You have answered that question yourself. Lucavion's smirk returned, slow and sharp. Ha! You really do like making things dramatic, don't you, Mr. Duke? Thaddeus exhaled through his nose, unimpressed. And you deflect with humor when the subject gets too heavy. Lucavion let out a low chuckle. What can I say? It's a habit. The Duke studied him for another long moment before shifting the conversation. Aeliana, he said. Lucavion's posture straightened ever so slightly, his smirk dimming just a fraction. What about her? Thaddeus clasped his hands behind his back, expression composed. She is already gone. Lucavion's gaze darkened. Gone. She has been sent to train, the Duke clarified. It was always the plan. She needs to polish her control over her mana. Lucavion remained silent for a moment, his fingers lightly drumming against his weapon's hilt. He wasn't surprised, he had expected something like this. But still, she didn't mention it, he said, his voice quieter than before. Thaddeus arched a brow. Would you have let her go so easily if she had? Lucavion clicked his tongue, looking off to the side. That's a cheap assumption. Thaddeus didn't press the matter. Instead, he continued. You were the one who cured her. It wasn't a question. It was a fact. Lucavion's jaw tightened slightly. Then, after a moment, he nodded. I was. Then you must have sensed it. Lucavion exhaled. Yeah. Aeliana's mana had not simply returned. It had been forced back, flooding into her system like a dam that had been held back for too long. It was wild, untamed, more than what she should have been able to handle. Something had concealed it for years. And now, with the seal broken, Lucavion narrowed his eyes slightly. She's strong, he murmured. But that mana isn't natural. Thaddeus nodded, his expression unreadable. That is why she must train. She needs to master it, before it masters her. Lucavion let out a slow breath, rolling his shoulders as he processed the information. Then, after a moment, Lucavion exhaled, rolling his shoulders as if shaking off the weight of the conversation. Then, with his usual casual ease, he spoke. Well, if that's the case, he said, adjusting his grip on his estoc before slipping it back into its sheath. Then I suppose I no longer have any reason to stay here. Thaddeus raised an eyebrow. Oh, Lucavion nodded, already turning slightly as if preparing to leave. I was staying in your mansion to look after Aeliana a little. Now that she's gone, I have no reason to. Thaddeus' mouth twitched. Lucavion, oblivious at first, continued, stretching his arms as he spoke. I mean, I did what I came here to do. Kept an eye on her, made sure she was all right. Spent some time with her. Now that she's off training, there's not much else keeping me here. His own words finally caught up to him. Wait, wait. Thaddeus' expression remained unreadable, but there was something dangerously neutral about the way he was watching him now. Lucavion's mind word. Had he just implied he had been staying in the Duke's estate just to woo his daughter? His own mouth twitched. Wait. No, that's not what I... He cleared his throat, quickly backtracking. I didn't have such intentions. Thaddeus said nothing. Lucavion pressed on. Really? If anything, Aliana was the one who pushed me down. The Duke's golden eyes narrowed. Lucavion froze. Oh no. A slow, deliberate silence stretched between them. Then, Thaddeus tilted his head slightly. Are you saying my daughter is an inappropriate lady? Lucavion opened his mouth, then shut it. He opened it again. Nothing. Panic flickered in his mind for the first time in years. His options. Deny it, which might sound like he was insulting Aliana. Admit it, which might get him murdered by the Duke. Run. No, running wasn't an option. Lucavion exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair, trying to gather himself. Then finally he spoke. I am saying that Aliana is very assertive in what she wants. Thaddeus merely stared at him. Lucavion sighed. I should just stop talking, shouldn't I? Thaddeus nodded. Yes. Lucavion pinched the bridge of his nose. Right. Noted. Chapter 556. Information. 3 days later, Corvina's office. Corvina exhaled as she set down another stack of reports, her fingers massaging her temples as the weight of exhaustion settled in. She had been working non-stop on Lucavion's request, pulling favors, contacting informants, and digging through war records that weren't meant to be easily accessed. The War of Valerius Plains had been monumental, a decisive turning point for the Arcanes Empire, not just in strategy but in its military evolution. It was the war that had introduced the newly renovated mage units, shifting battlefield tactics in ways the world had never seen before. A war that should have had countless records of the awakened warriors who participated. And yet, Lucavion's request had proven to be both easier and more complicated than she had anticipated. At first, she had assumed it would take months to filter through the vast records of knights who had fought in the war. But as she dug deeper, she realized something odd. The number of awakened individuals who had participated in the war was far lower than she expected. At least, on paper. Her fingers drummed against the desk as she stared at the open documents before her. Why? Why were the numbers so low? Awakened individuals were the most valuable assets in any war. Their presence on a battlefield could shift tides in an instant, their abilities capable of taking on entire units. And yet, the number of recorded awakened fighters in the Valerius Plains War was minimal. At first, she had assumed it was simply a matter of classification, that some fighters weren't officially listed as awakened due to their lesser abilities. But no. Even in the final battle, the one Lucavion had specifically pointed her toward, there were almost no awakened warriors recorded. Only a handful. And most of them were either high-ranking officers or mages assigned to Arcanes' experimental divisions. Which meant one thing. Whoever Lucavion is looking for. She exhaled slowly, her fingers pressing against the parchment. He wasn't just anyone. He was important. And the fact that he disappeared right after the 3rd year of the war, after appearing just once, made it even more suspicious. Her gaze flickered to a separate report, one of the documents she had personally had to pull strings to obtain. It listed the wind-based awakened knights in the war. And among them, only one fit the criteria Lucavion had given her. Her fingers tightened slightly around the paper. This was it. She had found him. Now the question was, did she really want to tell Lucavion what she had just discovered? This is important to him, she thought, exhaling slowly. Which means it's dangerous. But danger didn't scare her. It just made things more interesting. Without wasting any more time, Corvina reached for the small, smooth emberwood summoning paper beside her desk. It was a common artifact, widely used thanks to the unique properties of emberwood, a rare magical tree. When one side of the parchment was burned, its twin, no matter how far away, would ignite the same way, signaling the recipient. A simple, reliable way to send an urgent summons. She picked up a nearby candle, the flickering light casting a warm glow across her desk, and without hesitation, touched the flame to the edge of the paper. The fire caught instantly, curling at the edges as the parchment blackened and disappeared in mere seconds. Somewhere, wherever Lucavion was, his copy of the Emberwood paper was burning too. Now all she had to do was wait, and knowing Lucavion, he wouldn't take long to arrive. The knock came exactly when she expected it. Not rushed, not impatient, but deliberate. A calculated gesture, one that told her Lucavion was in control of his arrival, even if she already knew that he had come the moment he saw the summons burn. Corvina exhaled slowly, leaning back into her chair as she spoke. "Come in." The door opened, and Lucavion stepped inside. His usual air of arrogance followed him, the smirk barely gracing his lips, but Corvina didn't miss the sharpness in his eyes, the anticipation just beneath his composed exterior. He didn't waste time. "Did you find him?" His voice was smooth, calm. Too calm. She had expected that. Lucavion was a man of control, but he was also a man of volatility. And she was about to hand him something that would test just how much of that control he actually had. Corvina reached for the folder beside her, flipping it open with slow, deliberate movements. She let the silence stretch just long enough to make sure he felt the weight of what she was about to say. Then, "I found him." The words left her lips without hesitation. Lucavion's fingers twitched. Not much, but just enough for Corvina to notice. She didn't linger on it, though. Instead, she continued, lifting her eyes from the document and meeting his gaze. "The man you're looking for, his name is Aldrich Velterin." She set the folder down in front of her, the crisp parchment inside detailing everything she had managed to find in the past 3 days. "A noble-born knight," she began, her voice even measured. 30 years old, formerly a captain in the Arcanes military, currently unaffiliated, but still very much active. Lucavion's eyes darkened slightly. Corvina continued, watching him carefully. Ranked 6-star awakened. A beat of silence. Then, Lucavion exhaled sharply through his nose, running a gloved hand through his dark hair. His smirk twitched, but it wasn't amusement this time. Corvina had expected as much. A 6-star awakened was not insignificant. And yet, this was the man who had vanished from the war after appearing just once? Something wasn't adding up. She tapped her fingers lightly against the desk. He left the military after the 3rd year of the war. Officially, it was marked as an honorable discharge, but I wanted to dig deeper. Lucavion's gaze snapped back to her. Corvina tapped her fingers against the desk, exhaling sharply as she looked at Lucavion. It wasn't just any noble who was thrown onto that battlefield. Aldrich Velterin belonged to House Velterin, a once powerful noble house with deep military roots. But 3 years into the Valerius Plains War, the family was torn apart by internal strife. Lucavion remained silent, but Corvina could see the sharp glint in his eyes, the way his fingers curled slightly, as if already piecing together the puzzle in his mind. Their lord at the time, Marquis Ilarion Velterin, was caught in a bitter succession conflict with his younger brother, Calidus Velterin. She continued. It was bloody, political, and riddled with schemes from both sides. But Calidus had the upper hand, not because he was stronger, but because he had the favor of the royal family. She slid another document toward Lucavion, the parchment crisp, the ink still bold despite its age. Aldrich was Ilarion's most trusted knight, a 5-star awakened at the time, fiercely loyal. And because of that, he was a threat. Calidus needed him gone. So, with the royal family's backing, he orchestrated a punishment disguised as duty. Corvina leaned forward, her voice lowering slightly. They sent him to the battlefield, not as an honored knight, but as a man stripped of his titles, thrown into the war as a means to ensure he never returned. Lucavion's jaw tightened. Corvina smirked, but it wasn't out of amusement. It was out of understanding. And then, just as planned, Marquis Ilarion was assassinated. Calidus became the new head of House Velterin, and Aldrich disappeared from the records. She tapped the last page. But he didn't die. Lucavion's gaze darkened. Aldrich Velterin survived the war. Corvina said smoothly. And now? He's unaffiliated, unbound to any banner, but still active. She leaned back in her chair, watching as Lucavion processed the information. The real question is, Lucavion, what exactly do you plan to do with this information? Because from the look in his eyes, she already knew the answer. Chapter 557. Information 2. The real question is, Lucavion, what exactly do you plan to do with this information? Lucavion's fingers tapped once against the folder, a slow, measured movement that barely made a sound. His expression was unreadable, his usual smirk absent, his posture still. But his eyes were sharp, too sharp. Corvina knew that glint well. So, you do have history with him. Still, she said nothing. Whatever tangled past existed between Lucavion and Aldrich Veltrin, it wasn't her business. She had done her part. The rest? That was his burden to carry. Lucavion finally looked up, locking eyes with her. And just like that, his usual demeanor slid back into place, as effortless as a mask being lowered. The ghost of a smirk tugged at his lips, his voice smooth, easy. I'll do what I want with this information. Corvina rolled her eyes. Obviously. She leaned back in her chair, crossing her arms as she let out a long-suffering sigh. You better use it, considering what I had to go through to get it. You have no idea how hard it was to pull these records. She gestured at the folder. You think this was just lying around in some neatly organized archive? No, I had to pull favors. A lot of favors. Lucavion's smirk deepened, clearly entertained. Corvina, are you complaining? Yes, she snapped, drumming her fingers against the desk. Because I don't enjoy having to contact people who now think I owe them something. She shot him a look. Do you know how many people I had to convince that I was just doing a favor for a certain arrogant bastard and not prying into restricted war records for my own gain? Lucavion hummed in amusement, resting his chin against his gloved hand. Ah, but you did it so well, she groaned. Unbelievable. Then, she straightened, her expression turning more serious. But you should know. Someone didn't want these records found. Lucavion raised an eyebrow. The moment I started digging too deep, certain files suddenly became difficult to access. I had to get creative. Corvina narrowed her eyes slightly. It's like someone deliberately scrubbed traces of him away. Lucavion didn't react immediately. He simply tilted his head, as if considering the weight of her words. Then, after a beat of silence, he asked, Where is he now? Corvina exhaled. Last known location? The border region between Arcanes and the independent territories. No official allegiance, but if the rumors are to be believed, he's been seen in Varenthia. Lucavion's smirk didn't waver, but there was something colder beneath it now. Varenthia. Corvina nodded. Lucavion repeated the name again, rolling it over his tongue like a foreign taste. Varenthia. A beat of silence. Then he blinked. Where is that? Corvina let out a sharp exhale through her nose, pinching the bridge of it as if she were fighting off a headache. Right? I almost forgot. This bastard is also a country bumpkin when it comes to geography. She shook her head, muttering under her breath before fixing him with a flat stare. Varenthia is one of the independent city-states near the Arcanes border. Technically neutral, but only because it's run by mercenaries, exiles, and opportunists who refuse to pledge allegiance to any major power. It's not lawless, but it's not exactly stable either. Lucavion hummed, clearly unbothered. Sounds lively. Corvina ignored him. More importantly, the royal family was involved in whatever happened to Aldrich. Are you sure you want to get involved in this? Lucavion's expression barely shifted. Then, in a dramatic display, he widened his eyes, placing a hand over his chest as if struck by a sudden realization. Oh no, the royal family? Me offending them? Perish the thought. Corvina didn't even blink. He tilted his head, lips curving into something utterly insincere. I am but a humble, law-abiding citizen. I wouldn't dream of stirring trouble. Corvina just sighed. This absolute liar. She leaned back in her chair, waving a dismissive hand. Fine, do whatever you want. Lucavion's smirk widened slightly. That's the plan. Corvina sighed loudly, pinching the bridge of her nose as she glared at Lucavion. You know, she began, her tone dry, you've managed to create an entirely different kind of problem for me. Lucavion blinked at her, looking entirely too pleased with himself. Have I? Yes. She exhaled, dragging a hand through her hair as she gestured vaguely at the stack of reports piled high on her desk. You know how, in normal guild operations, adventurers take quests, earn money, and we keep the economy flowing? Lucavion nodded, pretending to listen. Yes, I've heard of such a thing. Well, congratulations, Corvina deadpanned. You've effectively put my guild out of work. Lucavion paused, then tilted his head. Ah, he said after a beat. That explains why the quest board was looking rather empty. Corvina just stared at him. Looking rather empty? She clenched her jaw, inhaling deeply through her nose before snapping at him. Lucavion, you wiped the quest board clean in 3 days. Lucavion let out a soft chuckle, looking far too unbothered for a man responsible for a total quest drought. Oh, well, that is impressive, isn't it? Corvina shot him a deadpan look. No, it is not impressive. The guild's running fine, isn't it? He mused, sipping at the tea she had already forgotten was there. Oh, sure, she said, voice dripping with sarcasm. The guild is running great, except for the part where adventurers have no jobs because some self-righteous lunatic has been clearing every dungeon, wilderness, and monster nest within a 100-mile radius. Lucavion shrugged lazily. Well, they were there. That's not an excuse. He hummed, his smirk deepening. What would you have me do, Guildmaster? Leave the poor monsters alone. Corvina rubbed her temples. Why did she even bother? The problem isn't just that you cleared a few dungeons, she muttered, eyeing him with open frustration. The problem is that you cleared all the dungeons, and all the surrounding wildernesses, and every notable monster threat that's supposed to be handled gradually by adventuring parties. Not a single damn man. Lucavion sighed, shaking his head in faux disappointment. You'd think the guildmaster would be more grateful for my contributions. Corvina glared daggers at him. Then, slowly, she took a breath, leaning forward and pointing at him. Lucavion, she said, dead serious. You cleared the quest board so thoroughly that I had adventurers arguing over a lost cat mission. Lucavion paused. Then, in the most genuinely entertained tone she had heard from him in weeks. A lost cat mission? Yes. Corvina did not blink. A lost cat mission. 4 adventuring parties fought over it. Lucavion leaned back, letting out a low whistle. Ha! That's unfortunate. Unfortunate. Yes. He took another sip of tea, completely unfazed. I should have taken that one too. Corvina nearly threw something at him. She inhaled deeply, exhaling through her nose, clenching her fists before forcing herself to speak in a measured tone. You, she muttered, her tone dangerously calm, are a menace. Lucavion chuckled. I've heard that before. Corvina sighed sharply, rolling her shoulders. All right, fine. I'll handle it. But I swear, Lucavion, she narrowed her eyes at him. If you keep this up, I'll have to start charging you an environmental tax. Lucavion laughed at that, tilting his head slightly. Now that's just cruel. You, she said, leaning back in her chair, dragging her fingers through her hair, have no idea. She needed more tea. Or a drink, preferably both. Chapter 558. Information 3. Corvina let out a tired sigh, tapping her fingers against her desk as she pushed another document toward Lucavion. Regarding the monster carcasses, she began, her tone returning to its usual businesslike sharpness. I've already finalized the deal with the Magic Tower. They were more than eager to purchase them for research. Lucavion gave a satisfied nod, reaching out to skim through the documents before him. Good, he said simply, flipping through the pages without much interest. Corvina tilted her head slightly, watching him closely. When should I arrange the meeting for the final exchange? Lucavion smirked slightly, but his response came without hesitation. You can do as you see fit. Corvina raised an eyebrow. You're leaving it entirely to me? Lucavion leaned back in his chair, resting his chin lazily against his hand. I won't be there. The words settled in the air for a moment before Corvina blinked, her fingers stilling against the surface of her desk. Not be there. That's right, Lucavion confirmed, standing up from his seat and stretching his shoulders slightly. I'm leaving this city now. Corvina's eyes sharpened slightly. She had expected him to leave eventually, but not so soon. Not this quickly. You're leaving already? She asked, her tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Lucavion simply smirked, unbothered as ever. I have what I need. Corvina tapped her nails against the desk, narrowing her eyes slightly. You're not even going to oversee the deal? After all the effort you went through to bring back those creatures. Lucavion chuckled, waving a hand. I trust you. A brief silence followed. Corvina let out an amused hum, resting her chin against her knuckles. Trust? She repeated, a rare smirk flickering across her lips. That's quite a bold statement for a man who just let himself get ripped off 3 days ago. Lucavion's brows lifted slightly, but he didn't argue. Corvina couldn't help but feel a flicker of greed rise in her chest. He really doesn't care about the finer details, does he? The idea of skimming a little extra from the deal crossed her mind. After all, Lucavion was notoriously bad at haggling. A small price adjustment here. A little unexpected fee there. He wouldn't even notice. She almost allowed herself to indulge in the thought, until Lucavion looked at her, gazed into her. A cold, piercing stare. One that carried weight. A silent warning wrapped in amusement. Guild Master, Lucavion murmured, his voice smooth but edged like a blade. Let's hope you don't try anything funny. Corvina's smirk faltered ever so slightly, her fingers pausing mid-drum against the wood of her desk. She lifted an eyebrow, feigning ignorance. Oh, Lucavion's next words, however, made her flinch. I am heavily related to the Thaddeus Duchy. If I sense any dishonesty. His smirk deepened, but his eyes remained sharp. I may send a word or two. A sharp, suffocating silence filled the room. Corvina exhaled slowly, rolling her shoulders back as she forced herself to relax. So, he's playing that card. She should have known. Lucavion was many things. A menace, a reckless fool, an absolute headache to deal with, but he was not stupid. And he knew exactly how to make people reconsider their actions. Her fingers curled slightly before she finally let out a short laugh, leaning back into her chair. I should have figured, she muttered, shaking her head. You really don't let your guard down, do you? Lucavion chuckled, slipping his hands into his coat pockets. Not when money's involved. Corvina scoffed, then smirked slightly, shaking her head. Fine. Your deal will be handled properly. Lucavion winked. Good choice. Corvina's gaze flickered toward him, assessing. Then I suppose this is where we part ways for now. Lucavion nodded slightly. For now. Corvina sighed, but something in her expression softened. Just a little. As much as he was a headache, this city was going to be a lot quieter without him. Lucavion and Corvina stepped out of her office. The usual buzz of the guild hall filled the air. Clinking mugs, the shuffle of parchment, the low murmur of negotiations. But the moment Lucavion emerged into the main hall, silence. Then, the unmistakable sensation of dozens of glares drilling into his skull. Lucavion paused, blinking as he surveyed the sea of adventurers. Their faces ranged from irritated to outright murderous, jaws clenched, arms crossed, eyes screaming the same unspoken accusation. This bastard. Right. He had, after all, wiped the quest board clean. Lucavion exhaled through his nose, lips twitching in amusement. Now, he murmured smoothly, tilting his head as he regarded them. Why the hostility? A hulking man at the front of the crowd, clearly one of the veteran adventurers, let out a sharp scoff. Don't play dumb. You know exactly why. A smaller roguelike adventurer jabbed a finger toward him. You took all the high-paying quests, even the mid-tier ones. Do you know how long it's been since we've had actual work? Lucavion hummed, rubbing his chin in mock thought. It's been, what, 3 days? The room collectively bristled. Corvina sighed beside him, muttering, For normal people, 3 days of no work is a problem, Lucavion. A woman from the crowd, clearly a seasoned spellcaster, huffed. We had to argue over a lost cat mission. A lost cat. Do you understand the humiliation? Lucavion's smirk deepened, delighted by the sheer frustration aimed at him. Ah, so I did leave some work for you. Corvina pinched the bridge of her nose. Someone in the back of the crowd shouted, You enjoyed this, didn't you? Lucavion placed a hand over his heart, his smirk widening as he spoke with feigned remorse. What a cruel accusation. The rogue who had spoken earlier narrowed his eyes. Don't act innocent. You knew what you were doing. Lucavion chuckled. Did I? Yes. Lucavion turned to Corvina, smiling as if he hadn't just incited a mob. You hear that, Guildmaster? They seem very passionate about this. Corvina, exhausted beyond belief, waved a dismissive hand. Lucavion, if you don't leave this city soon, I will start charging you a disruption fee. Lucavion sked, shaking his head. So cruel. The adventurers grumbled among themselves, but none dared actually approach him. Even in their frustration, they knew better than to pick a fight with someone who had single-handedly handled every major monster threat in the region. Still, the glares didn't lessen as he and Corvina made their way to the entrance. Lucavion turned back one last time, raising a hand in an exaggerated farewell. I'll miss you all. A random voice in the crowd muttered, We won't. With a final amused chuckle, Lucavion stepped out of the guild, the heavy doors swinging shut behind him. Corvina exhaled, rubbing her temples. This bastard really does enjoy being a menace. Just as Lucavion took another step forward, Corvina's eyes widened slightly in realization. Damn it, I forgot. Wait. Lucavion paused, glancing over his shoulder with an arched brow. Corvina sighed and strode toward him, pulling a small, folded piece of parchment from inside her coat. She grabbed his hand without ceremony and slapped the paper into his palm. Contact this guy. Lucavion lifted the paper, eyeing it with vague amusement. You do love handing me mysterious notes, don't you? Corvina ignored him. His name is Cale Draven. He's an old acquaintance of mine, and more importantly, he knows Varenthia inside and out. Lucavion hummed, rolling the name over in his head. Cale Draven. Corvina nodded. You'll need guidance in that place, and Cale can help you navigate it. Let's just say he has connections, ones that might make things easier for you. Lucavion smirked, slipping the paper into his coat. How thoughtful of you, Guildmaster. Corvina rolled her eyes. Don't make me regret this. Lucavion chuckled before offering a small, almost genuine nod. Still thanks. Corvina blinked at him. Ha! That almost sounded sincere. But before she could process that rare moment of decency, Lucavion tilted his head with that infuriatingly lazy smirk. And when I return, I'll make sure you have another staple number of monster carcasses to sell. Her eyes twitched. And, of course, another 3-day vacation for your adventurers. Corvina groaned, dragging a hand down her face. Lucavion. He simply grinned, giving her a 2-fingered salute before turning on his heel and strolling off. Corvina stood there for a long moment, watching his retreating figure. Then, exhaling deeply, she muttered to herself, I need a drink. Chapter 559, Varenthia. The morning air was crisp, cool against Lucavion's skin as he rode through the gates of Stormhaven. The towering walls loomed behind him, their familiar presence fading into the distance as Ether's hooves struck against the dirt road in a steady rhythm. Stormhaven, the city that had briefly been his playground, now just another place he was leaving behind. Lucavion exhaled, adjusting his grip on the reins, his dark coat billowing slightly as the wind carried the scent of damp earth and fresh foliage. Ahead of him, the road stretched long and open, leading toward the borderlands and, eventually, Varenthia. Ha! You really made a mess back there. Vital Yara's voice echoed in his head, smooth and bemused. 3 days, and you managed to break the adventuring economy. Lucavion chuckled, tilting his head slightly. I was efficient. You were excessive. Ah, but isn't that part of my charm? No. Lucavion smirked, unbothered, as ether picked up speed beneath him. Vitaliera let out a low, exaggerated sigh. You really don't know how to leave a place quietly, do you? Lucavion scoffed, his grip on the reins tightening slightly. Where's the fun in that? Right. The great Lucavion can't possibly exit a place without causing a scene. It's against your nature. Exactly. Vital Yara's voice remained dry, but then, just as the wind shifted, her tone did as well. Still, Lucavion raised an eyebrow at the sudden change. You didn't stay, even after that girl confessed to you. His fingers twitched slightly against the reins. Vitaliera hummed knowingly. If I were a betting spirit, I would have said she'd try to tie you down. But she didn't. A pause. And you left anyway. Lucavion exhaled slowly. You expected me to stay? No, she admitted. But I did wonder if you'd hesitate. Lucavion didn't respond, because he had hesitated. Not long enough to stop him. Not long enough to change his path. But just enough to linger. And he hated that. Eliana had shattered something in him. Not completely, but enough to leave cracks he wasn't sure how to mend. Enough to make him second-guess, if only for a breath, if leaving was the right thing to do. But he had left. That was what mattered. And now, so, Vitaliera continued, her voice shifting. This man you're looking for. Lucavion's smirk twitched slightly, the humor fading from his face. What exactly are you after? Lucavion's voice was smooth when he answered, but there was an edge to it. An unfinished business from the past. Vitaliera didn't let up. That's what I'm asking. What business? Lucavion exhaled sharply, tilting his head toward the sky, as if the answer might be hiding somewhere in the drifting clouds. Lucavion's fingers traced the scar along his right eye, his touch slow, deliberate. The memory was etched into him, not just in flesh but in something deeper, something far beneath skin and blood, beneath even rage itself. The scar was old. He had carried it for years, and yet, every time he ran his fingers over it, he could still feel the sharp bite of that blade, the cold amusement in the knight's voice, the weight of his own helplessness pressing him into the dirt. That was the day he learned what true powerlessness was. That was the day he swore he would never feel it again. Lucavion. Vital Yara's voice was quieter this time, lacking her usual playfulness. Lucavion. A call. Faint. Distant. Lucavion. Sharper this time. Closer. Lucavion. His fingers stilled against his scar. His breath, slow and steady, pulled him back from the depths of his memories. What? Vitaliera exhaled through her nose. You dozed out. Lucavion clicked his tongue, adjusting his grip on the reins. Did I? Obviously. She huffed, tail flicking in irritation. You looked like you were about to sink into some tragic monologue. Again. Lucavion chuckled, shaking his head. Wouldn't dream of it. Vitaliera narrowed her golden eyes at him, unimpressed. Right, because you never have dramatic moments. He smirked, but didn't take the bait. Instead, he leaned forward slightly, guiding Ether along the winding road. When we meet him, he said smoothly, I'll tell you the story behind it. A pause. Then, sigh. Vitaliera flopped onto her side, looking thoroughly exasperated. Why do you always choose the most dramatic moments? Lucavion only grinned, his fingers tightening slightly around the reins. Because he wasn't ready. Not yet. Not until that man was dead. His mind drifted back to the battlefield, to the suffocating weight of powerlessness. And yet, this time he was smiling. One ghost of the past. One by one. The sun was a vengeful god, beating down on the sandstone streets of Varenthia with an unrelenting fervor. Caius had long since stopped wiping the sweat from his brow. There was no point. The heat soaked into his leathers, into his skin, until it felt like he was wearing the damn sun itself. And yet, somehow, the fat bastard in front of him wasn't sweating nearly enough. "Pick up the pace, mercenary," groaned Halvor. The merchant Caius had been unfortunate enough to be hired by. "I'm paying you to protect me, not to drag your feet like some peasant in the fields." Caius tightened his grip on the pommel of his sword, resisting the overwhelming urge to stab the man in the back of his thick, bejeweled neck. The only thing stopping him was the fact that Halvor had yet to pay him for this job. And coin, as much as Caius hated to admit it, was the only reason he was here. They trudged through the winding market streets, past spice vendors who shouted in foreign tongues, past mercenaries sizing each other up like wolves in a narrow den. The scent of grilled meat, sweat, and sea salt hung thick in the air. Caius had been to a dozen cities across the continent, but Varenthia had a pulse unlike any other. It wasn't lawless, but it was damn close. And if Halvor thought his fat purse was enough to keep him safe, he was a bigger fool than Caius had assumed. "Watch the left," Caius muttered. Halvor scoffed, but he did as he was told. A group of street urchins had been circling them for the past 5 minutes, slipping between stalls, their dark eyes tracking the merchant's heavy coin pouch like jackals eyeing a wounded deer. Caius caught one of them staring too long and gave him a sharp glare. The kid vanished into the crowd. Halvor, oblivious as ever, huffed. "Thieves. Pests, all of them." He patted his coin purse. "Let them try. My new bodyguard will be happy to remove their little hands if they so much as think about it." Caius gave him a slow, flat look. "I'm here to stop trouble, not start it." The merchant snorted. "That's what I'm paying you for." "No, you're paying me to keep you alive," Caius thought grimly. "If it weren't for the contract, I'd leave you to the vultures." They reached a spice stall, where a wiry man with tattoos curling up his arms leaned lazily against a wooden beam, chewing on something pungent. "Halvor," he drawled, spitting a seed into the dirt. "Thought you were still licking your wounds from that deal gone bad in Othra." Halvor's smile was a greasy thing, like oil floating on stagnant water. "Bastards tried to cheat me. I came out richer for it in the end." He flicked a coin onto the table. "A pound of red fire pepper, and a vial of sand viper venom." Caius tensed. "Venom?" Halvor shot him a smug glance. "A merchant must always be prepared for treachery, dear mercenary. You of all people should understand that." Caius said nothing, but his fingers twitched near the hilt of his blade. If there was one thing he hated more than arrogant merchants, it was merchants who dabbled in poison. The deal was struck, and they moved on, Halvor practically humming to himself as if he hadn't just purchased enough venom to kill a dozen men. Then Caius heard it, the slight change in the crowd, the subtle shift in movement, like a ripple on still water. He knew the signs. Someone was coming for them. He caught a glimpse of dark leather moving too quickly through the throng. A hand reaching toward Halvor's belt. Caius moved before he could think. His sword came free in a whisper of steel, catching the would-be thief's wrist mid-motion. The man hissed, jerking back, but it was too late. Caius had him by the throat in an instant, dragging him into the narrow alley beside the market. "Mercenary!" Halvor barked in protest. "What are you?" Caius slammed the thief against the wall. The man, young, lean, and reeking of sea brine, gasped, his eyes darting between Caius and the blade pressed against his ribs. "You're not some street rat," Caius murmured, studying him. "No, this one moved with too much purpose." "Who sent you?" The thief only grinned, showing a row of sharp, gold-capped teeth. "Does it matter?" Caius twisted the blade just enough to bite. The thief gasped, but his grin didn't fade. "You might want to turn around, mercenary." Caius barely had time to register the words before he felt it. A shift in the air, the presence of more bodies moving toward the alley's entrance. Damn it! He turned his head slightly, just enough to see them. 3 figures blocking the way out. One had an axe slung over his shoulder. Another twirled a curved dagger between his fingers. The last one, taller than the rest, simply cracked his knuckles. Caius exhaled sharply through his nose. Halvar, the fool, was still standing there at the mouth of the alley, gawking. Mercenary, deal with them. Caius glanced at the gold-toothed thief still pinned against the wall. Is this really worth your trouble? The thief's grin widened. In Varenthia, trouble is how we get paid. Caius sighed. He really hated this city. Chapter 560, Caius. The alley closed in around him like a vice. The scent of sweat, sun-baked stone, and impending violence thick in the air. Caius let out a slow breath, rolling his shoulders. 4 of them. At least one knows how to use that axe. The others? Probably quick. Probably mean. This is going to be a pain in the ass. The gold-toothed thief smirked at him. You going to stand there all day, mercenary? Or are we doing this? Caius ignored him. He flicked his gaze toward the alley's entrance. Halvar was still standing there, looking like a pig who had wandered into a wolf den. Stupid bastard. You should have run by now. The axe-wielder stepped forward first, rolling his thick wrists. Hand over the merchant, and maybe we won't break all your bones. Caius scoffed. That's cute. You think I'm just some nameless sword? The thug tilted his head, amused. Caius tightened his grip on his blade. Are you Viral's men? Or Phoenix? He let the words snap out like a whip, sharp and accusing. You know who I work for, don't you? The tallest of them, the one cracking his knuckles, finally spoke. His voice was smooth, measured, someone used to command. Oh, we know exactly who you work for. He stepped forward, watching Caius like a wolf eyeing a wounded rival. Draven's dogs are everywhere these days. You thought wearing his leash would keep you safe. Caius's blood went cold. Shit. Draven wasn't just some gang leader. He was Varenthia's underworld. His mercenaries ran half the city's smuggling routes, and his enforcers kept the balance between those who had power and those who wanted it. Caius had worked for him for years, just another blade in Draven's endless supply. And these bastards? They weren't common thugs. Caius's eyes flicked over them, reassessing. Their stances were too confident, their mana signatures barely restrained. These weren't gutter scum. They were at least 3-star warriors, maybe even 4-star. His stomach clenched. This is bad. The gold-toothed thief chuckled. Draven doesn't own this city, you know? Caius met his grin with a hard glare. Doesn't stop him from trying. Then he moved. Steel flashed, his blade sweeping toward the gold-toothed thief's ribs in a swift, practiced motion. The thief twisted at the last second, barely avoiding the cut, but Caius was already pivoting, using the momentum to drive his boot into the man's chest. The thief staggered back with a sharp oof, but before Caius could press the advantage, the axe came down. Caius threw himself sideways as the heavy steel blade smashed into the ground where he had just been standing, splitting the stone with a sickening crack. Goddamn, that would have broken every bone in my body. He rolled to his feet just in time to block a dagger strike, his sword catching the thin, glinting steel at an awkward angle. His arms shook from the impact, but he forced his opponent back with a rough shove. The knuckle cracker was already moving. His hands glowed with mana. Reinforcement magic, strong reinforcement magic, and in the next instant, his fist was coming straight for Caius's face. Caius barely got his sword up in time. The man's punch collided with the flat of the blade, and even with the block, the force sent Caius skidding backward, his boots scraping against the stone. Shit, these bastards are faster than I thought. He risked a glance at Halvar. The merchant had finally gotten some sense in his thick skull and had backed up toward the alley's exit, eyes wide with horror. Mercenary, do your job. Caius grit his teeth. Oh, I am doing my job, you idiot. And right now, my job is not dying. The axe-wielder swung again, and this time, Caius ducked under it, rolling to the side before slashing upward in a brutal arc. His blade bit deep into the man's thigh. A normal thug would have gone down. This bastard barely flinched. Caius had a half-second to register the mistake before a boot caught him square in the ribs. The air rushed from his lungs, and he slammed into the alley wall, pain flaring through his side. He staggered to his feet just in time to see the dagger wielder lunging. Too fast, too precise. 4-star, Caius realized, panic jolting through him. At least one of them is a 4-star. His sword barely caught the strike, but the force of it sent him stumbling. He had fought 3-star warriors before, but 4-star? That was another realm. That was someone who could kill him if he slipped even once. And he had already slipped. A sharp laugh echoed through the alley. The knucklecracker grinned at him, flexing his mana-infused fingers. "What's wrong, Draven's dog? Thought you'd get out of this alive." Caius spat blood onto the ground. "Maybe I won't. But if I'm going down, I'm taking one of you bastards with me." His grip tightened on his sword. His heart pounded in his ears. The alley pulsed with danger, the heat of bodies, blood, and mana thickening the air. Caius steadied his breathing, tightening his grip on his sword. His ribs ached, his muscles burned, but his mind remained sharp. He wasn't dead yet. Then, a shadow flickered at the alley's mouth. A figure emerged, slow, deliberate. A long cloak draped over his shoulders, the hood obscuring most of his face. But Caius saw the glint of steel, the thin, elegant line of a long blade strapped to his wrist. The axe-wielder noticed too. He turned slightly, glaring. "Who the hell are you?" The cloaked man didn't answer. Not immediately. Instead, he shifted, his head tilting ever so slightly as his gaze landed on Caius. Caius tensed. Then the man spoke. "Did you say Draven?" His voice was smooth, almost lazy. "Is his full name Cale Draven?" Caius's mind blanked. What the hell is this? Everything about the situation was absurd. The gang trying to kill him, Halvar standing there like a useless sack of coin, and now this mysterious bastard casually asking about Draven like they were discussing a mutual acquaintance over drinks. And yet, yeah, Caius found himself saying, his voice automatic, "Cale Draven." For a moment, silence settled over the alley. The cloaked man remained still, his head dipping slightly in thought. Then, the axe-wielder growled, "Bastard, you think you can walk in here and—" He surged forward, his massive frame a blur of muscle and rage, his axe swinging toward the stranger's head. Bad move. Before Caius could even shout a warning, the cloaked man moved. His wrist flicked, swift, effortless. A long, thin blade flashed into existence, its edge gleaming with an unnatural, black flame. The moment the axe came down, clang, the estoc met the strike at an angle, deflecting the heavy weapon with such precision that the axe-wielder stumbled, his balance completely thrown off. The cloaked man chuckled. Now. His voice carried the faintest hint of amusement. "Why are you interrupting two gentlemen talking? That's a bit rude, don't you think?" He stepped forward, his estoc lowering to his side, the black flame licking at its edge like a living thing. Caius stared. What the hell am I looking at? The gang members weren't laughing anymore. The dagger wielder's grip tightened, his stance shifting slightly. The knucklecracker flexed his fingers, his mana flaring up, more cautious now. Caius's mind worked fast. This guy wasn't just some bystander. That blade, the way it moved, this was someone dangerous. And yet, as the cloaked man turned his gaze back to him, there was nothing but lazy amusement in his expression. "It appears," the robed guy muttered, exhaling sharply, "that my luck is on point today." The cloaked man twirled his estoc lazily, the black flame clinging to the blade like a living thing, licking at the air but never consuming. His stance was relaxed, too relaxed for a man standing in the middle of an imminent bloodbath. Then, his hooded gaze settled fully on Caius. "Now," he murmured almost conversationally, "I'll give you a chance." Caius stiffened. "You live," the cloaked man continued, tilting his head slightly, "if you take me to Cale Draven." The words hung in the air, pressing against Caius's already strained nerves. "And if I don't?" Caius asked, his voice coming out rough. The man smiled. "Well." His shoulders lifted in a careless shrug. "Then I'll simply go on my own way." His gaze flicked to the thugs still surrounding them. And these gentlemen appear to have some business left with you. Chapter 561. Savior. And these gentlemen appear to have some business left with you. A slow ripple of tension ran through the gang. The axe-wielder, having regained his footing, let out a harsh breath. You think you can just walk away after drawing your blade on me? The cloaked man let out a long, exaggerated sigh, tilting his head. Man, just read the room, will you? His voice was laced with something close to disappointment, like a teacher scolding an underperforming student. Then, he turned his full attention to the axe-wielder and his men. I'm really leaving you a way out, he continued almost lazily. And yet, here you are, acting arrogant. His black-flamed estoc flickered, reflecting the torchlight in eerie patterns. Do you really want to die that much? The gang leader sneered. Ha! Bluffing won't save you, bastard. Caius could see it. The twitch in their muscles, the brief shift in weight that came before an attack. They were done talking. They were going to strike. And yet, the cloaked man wasn't moving, not shifting into a stance, not even tightening his grip. He just stood there, calm. And then he turned his head toward Caius. Your answer? He asked. Caius's blood ran cold. The gang was already lunging for him, steel flashing, mana crackling. Yet this guy, he was waiting. What the hell is wrong with this bastard? Caius could feel the air shift as the first strike came, and still the cloaked man didn't move. He's insane. If I don't answer, we both die here. Gritting his teeth, Caius spat. Fine, I'll take you to Kael Draven. The moment the words left his mouth, the robed man moved. No, he didn't move. He vanished. A sudden rush of air, and then the cloak hit the ground, and Caius saw him. Black hair, black eyes, a scar running over his right eye, jagged and deep. His grin was sharp, teasing. Had you been a second later, you'd be dead, he mused. Took you long enough. Survival instincts lacking. Bastard, just move, Caius shouted. The man smirked. Then, the world blurred. Caius barely registered what happened. 1 second, the axe-wielder was swinging down. The next, his arm was severed at the elbow. A scream. A dagger thrust forward. A flash of black steel. A leg sliced clean through. The man crumpling with a strangled cry. The knucklecracker's eyes widened in horror. He barely had time to react before a single, effortless pierce straight to the heart. The man gasped. Then his body went rigid as the black flame consumed him. Not just him. All of them. Their wounds ignited first. Then the fire spread, devouring flesh, curling up their bodies like living shadows until there was nothing left but ash. Caius stood frozen, barely breathing. The fight had lasted mere seconds. And the bastard in front of him? He barely looked winded. The black flames on his sword dimmed as he turned back to Caius, utterly nonchalant. Well, he said, stepping over the pile of smoldering ash. Now that that's done. He clapped a hand on Caius's shoulder, grinning. Shall we go meet Draven? Caius felt like he was dying. Not from wounds, no, he'd taken worse hits before. It was his soul that felt like it was curling up and withering away inside him. How the hell did I get entangled with a bastard like this? His pulse still hadn't settled. His brain was still trying to catch up to what had just happened. The fight had barely lasted a heartbeat. And yet, in that instant, the cloaked man had wiped out all of them. Ruthless, precise, and completely unfazed. Caius swallowed hard. He should have run. He should have never opened his damn mouth. And just as he was about to get his bearings, a loud, self-important huff shattered the tension. Unacceptable, Halvar shouted, waddling toward them with the furious dignity of an overfed noble. His plump face was red, his thick fingers jabbing aggressively at the scorched ground where his goods had fallen during the chaos. Caius felt a headache forming. No, gods, please, not now. This is an outrage, Halvar continued, flinging his arms in the air. Do you have any idea how much these products cost? Ruined. Do you plan to compensate me for this? A long silence followed. Then, the black-haired man blinked, looking to his side, as if confirming something. Then, with an almost theatrical slowness, he tilted his head. "Talking to me?" "Yes, you," Halvar snapped, jabbing a sausage-like finger in his direction. "You think you can just waltz in here, cause a ruckus, and destroy my merchandise without consequences? That's money out of my pocket, and I demand reparations." Caius felt his soul actively trying to leave his body. "Oh, you stupid, blind bastard. You didn't see what just happened, did you? You didn't even register that those men are nothing but ash now, did you?" Caius could not believe what he was witnessing. The gang had died in the blink of an eye. He had nearly died. And now this merchant was demanding compensation from the guy who had just butchered 3-star warriors like they were nothing? Caius took a sharp step forward, panic clawing up his throat. "Halvar, don't." A hand shot up, stopping him. Caius froze. The black-haired man didn't even look at him. He just raised a single finger, casually halting Caius in place. As if he already knew what he was about to do. Caius's stomach twisted. He could feel it. An unspoken warning. A quiet "don't interfere." Shit. Halvar, oblivious, continued blustering. "Well, say something. I won't stand for this insult. You owe me, you reckless." The black-haired man exhaled, long and slow. Then, finally, he turned his head fully toward Halvar. The black-haired man's lips curled, amusement flickering in his dark eyes. He turned his full attention to Halvar, as if actually considering his complaint. "So," he mused, gesturing lazily at the scattered remains of the merchant's goods. "You're saying this was my fault?" "Yes," Halvar snapped, his jowls shaking with indignation. "Do you have any idea where these products came from? The finest spices, hand-picked from the southern isles. Enchanted silks woven by the artisans of Vashur. And now, half of my stock is gone." The black-haired man hummed, rubbing his chin as if deep in thought. "So," he said slowly, pointing toward what remained of the merchant's carriage, "you seek compensation for the missing half?" "Yes," Halvar huffed, crossing his thick arms. "At once." Caius clenched his teeth. Oh no. He had seen that look before, the way the man's amusement deepened, the glint of mischief beneath his half-lidded stare. This bastard was up to something. The black-haired man raised a hand, gesturing toward Halvar's ruined carriage. "Well then," he said smoothly, "I will restore it to an equal state." Halvar, ever the fool, stretched out a greedy hand, palm open, expecting coin. The black-haired man merely flicked his fingers. Whoosh! The remaining half of the carriage burst into black flames. The fire ignited in an instant, devouring wood, silk, and spice with unnatural hunger. The scent of burning fabric and exotic seasonings filled the air, thick and acrid. The fire made no sound, no crackling, no roaring, just an eerie, consuming hush. Within seconds, the entire carriage had been reduced to smoldering nothing. The black-haired man turned back to Halvar with a pleasant smile. "There," he said, "no half-parts left." Caius felt Halvar's soul leave his body. The merchant stood frozen, his mouth working soundlessly as he stared at the pile of blackened ash that used to be his fortune. His face contorted, first into disbelief, then into rage. "Why you wretched son of a—" Caius grabbed him before he could finish that sentence. "Shut up," he hissed into the merchant's ear, dragging him back before he got himself killed. "If you value your life, you will not finish that sentence." Halvar made a strangled noise, still trembling with fury. But Caius wasn't about to let this idiot get them both obliterated. The black-haired man only chuckled, watching the whole scene unfold like an amused spectator. "Humph. Ungrateful, aren't we?" He gestured toward the ashes. "I did exactly what you asked." Halvar wheezed, his fat fingers clawing at his balding scalp. I meant compensation, you lunatic." The man tilted his head. "Oh, that was compensation." He smirked. "I compensated for the imbalance by making everything equal." Caius wanted to die. Right there. On the spot. Why am I here? Why am I dealing with this? But deep down, beneath all the exasperation, he knew one thing for certain. He was never getting paid for this job. Chapter 562. The Bar. The streets of Varenthia stretched ahead, winding and unpredictable, much like the situation Caius found himself in. He walked with measured steps beside the black-haired bastard, his nerves coiled tight. His mind was a battlefield of conflicting thoughts. What the hell am I doing? This guy is strong. Crazy too. Is it really a good idea to take him to Kael Draven? His instincts screamed no. Draven wasn't the kind of man who appreciated surprises, and bringing this lunatic to him felt like walking a rabid beast straight into the heart of a den of wolves. But at the same time, can I really stop him? That was the real question, wasn't it? If Caius refused, what would happen? He had seen what this man was capable of. One way or another, he would find Draven. Was there any need for Caius to risk his life trying to stop the inevitable? He exhaled slowly. Yeah, let's just put my faith in him. If he wanted me dead, he would have done it already. Beside him, the black-haired man walked at a leisurely pace, his hands tucked into the folds of his long coat. His eyes roamed the city, sharp and intent, taking in every detail like a traveler seeing a foreign land for the first time. Caius narrowed his gaze. "You're looking around a lot," he noted. The man hummed in response, his lips curving slightly. "I am." Caius tilted his head. "Why?" The man's dark eyes flicked toward him, considering for a moment before answering. "Someone I know told me to find him." Caius frowned. "Someone you know? Who?" The man's expression didn't change. "Have you ever been outside of the city?" "I have," Caius said slowly. "To the Arcanes Empire?" "Yes." The man's gaze sharpened slightly. "Stormhaven." Caius hesitated. "Not that far." He exhaled through his nose. "It's at least 3 months of riding on horseback from here." The black-haired man nodded absently, as if filing that information away. His fingers tapped against his coat, thoughtful. Stormhaven? What does that place have to do with Draven? Caius had heard of it, of course. A city in the heart of the Empire, far beyond the reach of Varenthia's mercenary-run chaos. But what business did this guy have that connected both places? The black-haired man waved a hand dismissively. "If that's the case, then you probably haven't met her." Caius frowned. What kind of reasoning is that? Just because he hadn't been to Stormhaven didn't mean he hadn't met this mystery woman somewhere else. Also her? His curiosity sharpened. "Her?" he asked, glancing at the man. "So, it's a woman?" The man didn't stop walking, but his lips quirked in the faintest hint of amusement. "Corvina," he said casually. "Heard of that name?" Caius thought for a moment, searching his memory. "Corvina? No." The black-haired man clicked his tongue, shaking his head. "See? Don't try to act smart too much." He shot Caius a sidelong glance, his tone light, but edged with something sharper. "Some people may not like it, and you never know when your head might be rolling on the ground." Caius felt his stomach drop. "Crazy bastard. Are you saying you will kill me?" His hands instinctively twitched toward his sword, but he forced himself to remain calm. This guy enjoyed playing with people. That much was clear. He said it as if it were just casual advice, like he wasn't casually implying be careful or you might die. Caius exhaled through his nose, swallowing down the curse rising in his throat. The black-haired man glanced at Caius and smirked. "Why do you look so pale?" he mused. "Should I get you some orange juice? I heard it's good for the skin." Caius's mouth twitched. "Orange juice? What the hell is this guy on about?" He clenched his jaw, resisting the overwhelming urge to deck this bastard. Not that it would accomplish anything besides getting himself killed. Before Caius could even attempt a response, the black-haired man suddenly burst into laughter. Not a chuckle, not an amused snort, full-bodied laughter. "Ah ha ha ha. Mon, you're funny." He clutched his stomach, his voice still shaking with amusement. "Did I scare you too much?" Caius exhaled sharply through his nose, forcing himself to keep walking. Ignore him. Ignore him. He had been around all kinds of mercenaries, killers, and criminals in his time. But this bastard? He was something else. By the time the two of them reached their destination, Caius had fully decided. He was never getting involved in anything like this ever again. They stopped in front of the Rusted Fong, a bar tucked away in one of Varenthia's less chaotic districts. It wasn't the biggest or loudest establishment in the city, but it was known to those who needed to know. Caius pushed the door open, stepping inside. The dimly lit interior was filled with the low murmur of voices, the clinking of tankards, and the faint scent of spiced rum and old wood. Several mercenaries and smugglers occupied the bar, some throwing dice in the corner, others engaged in hushed discussions over maps and coin purses. The kind of people who weren't looking for attention but would slit your throat if you gave them a reason. Caius approached the counter, catching the eye of a rough-looking bartender. A man with a thick beard and a scar running down his left cheek. "Need to see Draven," Caius said, keeping his voice low. The bartender raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. "That so?" Caius nodded. "It's important." He hesitated, then gestured toward the black-haired bastard beside him. "And, he needs to see him too." The bartender's gaze flicked toward the black-haired man, narrowing slightly. The man simply smiled. "Tell him it's a friendly visit," the black-haired man said smoothly. "I just want to have a little chat." The bartender snorted, shaking his head. No such thing as a friendly visit when it comes to Draven. Still, he didn't dismiss them outright. Instead, he muttered something to a younger worker behind the bar, who quickly disappeared into the back. Caius exhaled, feeling the tension coiling in his chest. Here we go. The bar fell into a tense silence. Caius could feel it, the slow shift in the air, the weight of too many stares settling on them. Then, a chair scraped against the floor. One of the mercenaries near the back, a broad-shouldered man with a jagged scar running across his forehead, leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. His gaze fixed on Caius with a mixture of disbelief and amusement. Well, since when did Caius become such a coward? A few others chuckled, low and taunting. Caius's eye twitched. Oh, for fuck's sake. Coward. He wanted to laugh. If any of these idiots had been in his shoes, they wouldn't just be standing here pretending to be tough. No, they'd be groveling on the floor, maybe even licking this fucker's boots while they were at it, just to make sure they didn't end up ash. But instead of pointing that out, Caius forced a grin, tilting his head toward the mercenary. Oh yeah? Why don't you switch places with me? Then, the man smirked. Gladly. Then his gaze shifted to the black-haired man. Caius immediately regretted everything. Oi! Another mercenary called out, stepping closer to their table. He was a wiry man with a thin mustache and the kind of sneer that made you want to punch him on sight. Don't you know where you are? The black-haired man blinked, genuinely curious. No, that's why I came with a guide. There was a beat of silence. Then the room erupted into laughter. The mustached man slapped his knee, practically wheezing. Ha! Came with a guide. Oh, this one's a real gem. Another added, grinning. Caius felt his headache worsen. You're all going to die. The black-haired man didn't react to the mocking. If anything, he looked mildly entertained. Well, he mused, resting a hand on the hilt of his estoc. Seems like you all find something amusing. The mercenary with the scar stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. Yeah, I do. His grin widened. You! Caius tensed. No, don't do this, you dumb fuck. The scarred mercenary swung. And that was it. The moment his fist moved, the black-haired man disappeared. 1 second he was standing there, casual and loose, the next he was a blur. A fist struck air. A crack of steel against bone. The mercenary screamed as his arm twisted at an unnatural angle, his elbow shattering from a single well-placed blow. The laughter stopped. The entire room shifted. Chairs scraped. Weapons were drawn. The black-haired man straightened, his black eyes glinting with something dangerous beneath the flickering candlelight. Ah! He exhaled, shaking his head. And here I thought this would be civil. He turned slightly, glancing at Caius. You know, I really don't see why you hesitated so much. Caius pinched the bridge of his nose. Because unlike you, I wanted to live quietly, you lunatic. Too late now. The bar exploded into chaos. Chapter 563, Kale Draven. The rusted fong had descended into absolute chaos. The sound of steel clashing, bodies hitting the ground, and men screaming filled the once lively bar. Tables were overturned, shattered tankards spilled ale across the floor, and the thick, acrid scent of burning flesh tainted the air. And at the center of it all, the black-haired bastard stood untouched. His expression was calm, almost bored, as if the fight had barely required his attention. Around him, the mercenaries who had been so eager to challenge him were now writhing on the ground, howling in agony. Some clutched their severed limbs, legs, hands, even chests split open, while others simply trembled, too shocked to comprehend what had happened in those few fleeting seconds. Caius stared at the carnage, his body rigid. He hadn't even seen half of those attacks. Then, a voice roared over the chaos. What the hell is going on here? The air in the bar shifted. Caius felt it immediately, the sheer weight of that voice. And just like that, everything stopped. Even the wounded mercenaries, those who could still move, froze in place, their whimpers dying in their throats. Footsteps rang out, firm and unhurried. And then he appeared, Kale Draven, tall, broad-shouldered. His coat, long and dark, carried the weight of a man who had built an empire out of the blood of others. A thick scar ran along his jaw, disappearing beneath his collar. His presence alone commanded attention, demanded respect. His sharp eyes swept over the scene, taking in the devastation. The broken men, the ruined bar, the lingering scent of black flame still burning on some of the bodies. His expression twisted into one of cold fury. What the fuck happened here? And then, the black-haired man turned to look at him. His dark eyes flickered with vague curiosity as if he had just found something interesting. Then, his lips curved into a small, knowing smile. He tilted his head slightly, his black hair falling into his face. Are you Kale Draven? The entire bar held its breath. Caius felt it, the invisible tension thickening between them, like the moment before a blade was drawn. Draven's eyes narrowed, his jaw tensed. Caius swallowed hard. This was about to get very, very bad. Kale Draven's eyes flicked over the room, his sharp gaze drinking in every detail. The overturned tables, the blood pooling across the wooden floorboards, the pained groans of his men as they clutched their wounds. And then his eyes settled on the black-haired stranger standing in the center of it all. Calm, unbothered. Smirking like this was all just some mild amusement to him. Draven exhaled slowly. Trouble. He could already tell. Still, he wasn't about to let this bastard dictate the pace of the conversation. So what if I am? Draven said coolly, his expression unreadable. The black-haired man tilted his head slightly, almost thoughtfully. You should educate your men better, he mused, adjusting the cuff of his sleeve as if he weren't surrounded by injured mercenaries. They're quite savage. There was a beat of silence. Then, you're the savage, you fucker. The collective roar of the wounded men filled the air, their voices a mix of agony and outrage. Some clutched their severed limbs, others struggled to even sit up, glaring daggers at the man who had reduced them to this. Draven's lips twitched slightly, not in amusement, just irritation. He slowly turned his gaze toward his men, then back to the black-haired bastard, and then to Caius. Caius, for his part, looked done. Draven raised a brow. You involved in this mess, Caius? Caius sighed through his nose. Not willingly. Draven exhaled. Figures. But his focus quickly returned to the stranger. Something about this wasn't adding up. If this guy wanted to make a statement, if he was here to send a message, then why weren't his men dead? Draven's gaze sharpened. He crouched down slightly, inspecting the nearest wounded mercenary. His man groaned in pain, clutching his bleeding leg. The wound was clean. Deep, yes, but not fatal. The same pattern repeated with every other mercenary on the floor. Arms, legs, shoulders, even a few ribs, cut, broken, shattered. But not a single one was dead. Draven's fingers drummed once against his knee as he stood back up, his mind whirring. Fought all these men without killing a single one? It wasn't just restraint, it was mastery, precision. Every cut was deliberate, every strike calculated to incapacitate without crossing that final, irreversible threshold. This man had the skill to butcher every one of them effortlessly. And yet he hadn't. Draven's expression didn't change, but his posture shifted just slightly. Something more cautious, more measured. This bastard wasn't here just to start a fight. Draven could already envision how this all started. His men had likely taunted the bastard first, sizing him up, testing him like they did with any outsider who walked in with an air of confidence. A few drinks, a few insults thrown back and forth, and then steel was drawn. That was just how things worked in this part of Varenthia. It wasn't about right or wrong. It was about who was left standing. And judging by the bodies rolling on the ground, that question had been answered. Draven exhaled through his nose, rubbing his jaw. TCH. If I met every asshole who came here claiming they needed to see me, I'd never get a fucking moment of peace. It wasn't uncommon for people to seek him out. Information brokers, smugglers, mercenaries looking for work. Half the city knew his name, and a fair number wanted either business or blood. But this wasn't just another desperate thug trying to make an impression. This one had walked in, destroyed half his men, and still looked relaxed enough to ask for a drink. Draven clicked his tongue. His irritation mounting. What the hell did this guy want? Did he really think that after causing a scene like this, after tearing through his men like they were street thugs, he'd just waltz in and get whatever the fuck he came for? Draven crossed his arms, his sharp gaze locked onto the black-haired bastard. And what exactly do you want? The man exhaled through his nose, shaking his head slightly as if he were the one dealing with an annoyance. I came here with civil intentions, he said smoothly. Then he gestured to the groaning men on the floor. It was your men who couldn't keep their pants on. Draven's eye twitched. His nostrils flared slightly. So what? He said bluntly, his tone shameless. The black-haired man sighed, rubbing his temple. Sigh. People in this city are all muscle brains, aren't they? Draven let out a short, humorless chuckle. You come to Varenthia and expect what, exactly? But the stranger didn't rise to the bait. Instead, his expression turned bored. Then, casually, too casually, he spoke the next words. Corvina. Name ring any bells? Draven's breath hitched. His expression didn't change, but his pupils contracted. He hadn't heard that name in a long while, and the fact that this bastard had just walked into his territory and spoken it so casually. The black-haired man watched Draven's reaction carefully. He wasn't expecting an immediate answer, but the sharp glint in Draven's eyes, the slightest shift in his posture, was enough. He had struck something. A slow smirk curved his lips. Well, he mused, tilting his head. It seems it rings some bells. Draven said nothing. His expression was still as stone, but his fingers tapped against his arm, betraying the thoughts running through his head. The black-haired man continued, his voice light. She was the one who told me to find you when I came to this city. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, Draven let out a low chuckle. It was quiet at first, but then it grew. A deep, rough laugh that carried both amusement and something else. Something old. He shook his head, lips quirking into a smirk. Ha! I guess she's still playing big as ever. Caius watched the exchange with narrowed eyes, feeling more and more like he had walked into something way over his head. Draven exhaled through his nose, running a hand through his dark hair before finally turning toward the back of the bar. He gestured with a jerk of his chin. Come, he said, his voice carrying no hesitation. Let's talk. The black-haired man gave him an easy smile, as if this had been the outcome he'd been expecting all along. Caius, on the other hand, just inwardly groaned. Great. More insanity. Chapter 564. Kale Draven, 2. Draven exhaled through his nose, rolling his shoulders before gesturing toward the back. "Follow me." He didn't wait for a response, just turned on his heel and strode toward the private rooms at the rear of the bar. His footsteps were slow, measured, the kind that made it clear he wasn't retreating, but rather leading because he chose to. Caius followed, his nerves still coiled tight. He stole a glance at the black-haired bastard beside him, expecting some sign of tension, some shift in his posture. Anything that showed he understood he was stepping into Draven's domain. But nothing. The bastard walked with the same unhurried ease as before, as if he were simply taking a casual evening stroll. Caius felt a shudder creep up his spine. Does this guy not even register danger? Draven, on the other hand, was different. Caius could see the minute shifts in his posture, the subtle way his gaze flicked toward the man at his side, calculating, wary. And beneath that sharp exterior, something else lingered. Corvina. The name sat heavy in his mind, like a weight pressing down on his ribs. He hadn't heard it in years, hadn't thought about it in even longer. And yet, the moment it had left this bastard's mouth, something in Draven's gut had twisted. So she's still playing her little games, huh? Corvina had always been like that. Pulling strings in the background, weaving plans within plans, making moves long before anyone even realized the game had started. But what the fuck did this guy have to do with her? Draven's gaze flicked sideways, taking in the bastard's face again. Calm, unreadable. Who are you? And more importantly, what the hell are you doing in my city? They reached the door to the back room, and Draven pushed it open without hesitation. The room was dimly lit, a long wooden table in the center, scattered with old maps, ledgers, and half-empty bottles of rum. A few chairs stood against the walls, some occupied by Draven's lieutenants. Men who had, until moments ago, been relaxing. Now they were watching. And not just watching, assessing. Caius saw it immediately. The way their eyes darted toward the black-haired bastard, their hands inching toward their weapons. Not aggressively, but ready. They had heard the commotion outside. They had seen Draven's expression when he walked in. And they weren't idiots. Something was off. Draven walked to the head of the table, leaning against it with a slow exhale before turning his full attention back to the newcomer. And still, that fucker was calm. Not relaxed, not arrogant. Just calm. As if none of this mattered. As if he had already decided the outcome before stepping into the room. Caius swallowed hard. Gods! What have I dragged Draven into? Draven tilted his head slightly, rubbing his jaw. His sharp, gray eyes never left the man before him. So, he said, voice casual but carrying a very clear edge. You came all this way, dropped Corvina's name, tore through my men like they were nothing. He let his words hang for a moment before continuing. Now tell me, why the fuck shouldn't I kill you where you stand? Caius tensed. The lieutenants tensed. And the black-haired bastard? He smirked. Not wide, not mocking. Just a small, knowing curve of the lips. The kind that said he had already considered this outcome. Then, finally, he spoke. Because, he said, voice smooth, effortless. You wouldn't like the consequences. Silence. Draven's fingers tapped against the table once, slow and deliberate. His men were waiting. Waiting to see if they needed to move, waiting to see if Draven would signal an execution. But Draven was looking at him, at that smirk, at those pitch-black eyes, and at the way not once, not even for a second, had this man looked worried. The silence in the room stretched, thick and unyielding, pressing down on every man present. Draven met the black-haired bastard's gaze with the same unwavering intensity, his sharp eyes scanning, peeling back layers, searching for cracks in that maddening calm. But there were none. The man didn't fidget, didn't shift his weight, didn't do a damn thing. He just stood there, utterly composed, watching Draven with an unreadable expression, as if he were merely observing rather than participating in this tense standoff. Caius felt the air grow heavier with each passing second, his own pulse pounding against his ribs. He could feel the lieutenants stiffening beside him, their hands itching toward their weapons, waiting for a signal, waiting for the moment things exploded. And still, the bastard didn't react. didn't tense, didn't shift into a stance, didn't even blink as Draven studied him with the scrutiny of a man who had spent his entire life knowing when someone was lying. The tension reached its peak, stretched so taut that Caius thought it might snap like a drawn bowstring. And then, a loud, booming laugh shattered it. Ha 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 ha. Caius nearly jumped out of his damn skin. Draven threw his head back, his laughter raw and genuine, shaking the air around them. The sudden shift was so jarring that even his men looked momentarily stunned. 1 second, he had been staring the bastard down like he was deciding whether to gut him or let him live, and the next, this, "Bring something strong," Draven barked, still chuckling as he ran a hand through his dark hair, shaking his head as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. One of the men immediately snapped into motion, moving toward a cabinet at the far end of the room, pulling out a dark, aged bottle. The scent of potent liquor already began to fill the space as the cork was popped. Draven turned back to the bastard, his smirk widening into something almost admiring. "I like you," he admitted, voice carrying a touch of amusement. Caius had barely begun processing the whiplash of Draven's sudden mood swing when the bastard actually responded. "Same," the black-haired man said smoothly, tilting his head slightly. "You're quite good at controlling your expressions. I heard about the southern border, but this is my first time seeing it firsthand." Caius blinked. "What?" Draven's expression didn't shift, but something flickered in his eyes. "What do you think about here?" he asked, voice casual, but with a sharp undercurrent. The man exhaled softly, glancing around the room, taking in the rough-cut wooden walls, the dim lantern light flickering against stained maps and old battle-scarred furniture. "Not bad," he said after a moment. "People are quite hot-headed here. I guess this is pretty similar to the north." Draven's lips curled slightly, but the amusement dropped. His gaze hardened just a fraction, though he still smirked. "Don't compare us with those northern barbarians." A long, steady silence. The black-haired man didn't reply, didn't flinch, didn't react at all. He just looked at Draven with that same unreadable expression, as if silently measuring something. Caius was losing his mind. What the hell was happening? Just a second ago, they were on the verge of a fight to the death, and now they were trading words like two old mercenaries reminiscing over war stories. And this guy? He was talking like he knew Draven, like he had already figured him out, like he understood something no one else in this damn room did. Caius felt his jaw tighten. This wasn't normal. Nothing about this was normal. Draven let out a short breath before gesturing toward the chairs around the table. Ahem. He cleared his throat, then smirked again, though it was a shade lighter this time. "Come. Sit." Draven exhaled through his nose and pulled out a chair, settling into it with the ease of a man who owned the room. His fingers drummed against the tabletop as he watched the young man move, unhurried, smooth, too damn comfortable for someone who had just cut through a group of trained men like they were nothing. The bastard took his seat with the same casual grace, leaning back slightly, his posture neither stiff nor careless, just balanced. Draven tilted his head slightly, the flickering lantern light catching the sharp lines of his face. "So," he said, resting an elbow on the arm of his chair. "What should I call you?" The young man smiled. Not wide, not forced, just a small, knowing curve of the lips. Lucavion. Draven's eyes narrowed slightly. He rolled the name over in his mind, tasting the weight of it. It wasn't a local name, and now that he heard it clearly, he could already tell. "Lucavion," Draven repeated, slow and deliberate. "Are you a foreigner?" Lucavion chuckled softly, his black eyes glinting. "You guessed it right." Chapter 565. Drink. "You guessed it right," he said easily. Then, tilting his head slightly, he added, "Can you guess where I'm from?" Draven didn't answer immediately. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, letting his gaze roam over the young man before him. Lucavion looked to be in his early 20s, young, but not inexperienced. His body was sleek, lean, built for speed and precision rather than brute force. The way he carried himself, the way he fought, it all pointed to someone who relied on control, not strength. His face? Not bad. Better than most of the fuckers in this city, at least. But not the best Draven had ever seen. A little too sharp, a little too unreadable. But the scar, that jagged line running over his right eye, that Draven liked, it added something to him, something that kept his otherwise smooth features from being forgettable. But what really gave it away wasn't the name. It wasn't the face. It was the accent. Subtle, just a hint of something refined, something just barely different from the speech patterns of Varenthia's locals. And when Draven lined that up with the name, the features, the way the bastard carried himself, Draven exhaled, shaking his head slightly. Loria Empire. Lucavion's smirk widened just a fraction. He tapped his fingers lightly against the table. Not bad, he admitted. You're quick. Draven's expression didn't shift, but his mind was already working, already piecing things together. A Lorican, here, alone, with that level of skill, and Corvina's name on his lips. What the hell are you, Lucavion? Draven reached for the bottle that had been set on the table, pouring himself a glass before sliding it across to Lucavion. Then tell me, he said, voice casual but his eyes sharp. What's a Lorican doing in my city? Lucavion met Draven's stare with an easy, almost amused look before letting out a quiet chuckle. Is this how you show hospitality to your guest? He mused, tilting his head slightly. I thought southern people were more candid? Draven exhaled sharply through his nose, lips twitching into a faint smirk. This guy, he wasn't just skilled, he had personality. He knew how to push without provoking, how to test the waters before diving in. And Draven? He liked that. Most people who walked into this room, especially foreigners, tried one of two things: fear or arrogance. Either they groveled and begged, or they came in swinging, thinking bravado would win them respect. But Lucavion, he played things his own way, not diving straight into business, not rushing to explain himself, just easing in, watching, waiting. Draven could respect that. He grabbed the bottle again, this time filling a second glass before sliding it toward Lucavion. You want candid? Fine. Drink. Lucavion glanced at the amber liquid, the thick scent of something strong hitting the air immediately. He picked up the glass, swirling it slightly before looking back at Draven. I've heard of this, he admitted, but never had the opportunity to try it. Draven's smirk widened just a fraction. Kier's of fire. Lucavion raised an eyebrow, waiting. Draven leaned back, tapping a finger against the wooden table. Brewed in the western deserts, aged in charred oak barrels, infused with embersilk peppers from the volcanic plains. Strong as hell, burns going down, but it's got a good bite. He smirked slightly. One glass'll keep you warm through a blizzard. Tool put an average man on the floor. Lucavion hummed, lifting the glass to his lips. He took a small sip first, testing. Then another, deeper one. He set the glass down, exhaling softly. Good burn, he admitted, tapping his fingers against the wood. Spicy, but smoother than I expected. Draven chuckled. Yeah, that's what lulls people into drinking a second glass. By the third, they don't remember their own damn name. Lucavion's smirk didn't fade. I'll keep that in mind. Draven took another sip of his own drink before setting the glass down with a soft clink. Then, finally, he leaned forward slightly, resting his arms on the table. All right, enough small talk. His gray eyes sharpened. Corvina. Lucavion nodded, swirling his drink lazily in his hand. She's doing good. Draven huffed. That's all. Lucavion exhaled softly, as if considering. Then, finally, he said, she became quite a successful woman. Draven raised an eyebrow. Oh. Lucavion took another sip before setting his glass down. She's the guild master of an adventurer's guild branch. Draven blinked. Then he laughed. A deep, genuine laugh, shaking his head as he rubbed his jaw. Guild master. He leaned back, eyes glinting with something between amusement and disbelief. Man, I knew she had it in her, but who would have guessed she'd become a member of the dogs? Lucavion chuckled, tilting his head slightly. Dogs? Draven scoffed. That's what we call 'em down here. The guilds everywhere. always sniffing around, poking into places they don't belong. He smirked slightly, not surprising that Corvina managed to climb her way to the top of them. Lucavion rested his chin on one hand, swirling the drink in his glass as his gaze flicked over Draven with idle curiosity. "How did you two know each other?" Draven raised a brow. "She didn't tell you?" Lucavion exhaled through his nose, tilting his head slightly. "She could have. Maybe. But she didn't have much time. Neither did I." Draven scoffed, leaning back in his chair. "So it was an instant decision to come here?" "Yep. I see." He set his drink down with a soft clink, fingers idly tapping against the rim of the glass as his eyes darkened with thought. "It's not a complicated story," he murmured, exhaling slowly. "Corvina and I were from the same place, a quiet little village. Peaceful, self-sufficient, isolated. The kind of place where people were born, lived, and died without ever stepping beyond the valley." Lucavion studied him, his sharp eyes observing, weighing. "And that wasn't enough for you too," he guessed. Draven chuckled, though there was something in it. A trace of old memory, old frustration. "No, it wasn't." He ran a hand through his dark hair, sighing. "Corvina was always smart. Smarter than most. Too smart for that little place, honestly. And me," he smirked. "I didn't give a damn about reading books or learning things the way she did. But I hated being trapped. Hated the idea that I'd wake up one day and realize I never left." Lucavion leaned back slightly, watching him. "So you left together?" Draven nodded. "We were kids. Thought we were bigger than the world. Thought we'd make something of ourselves the moment we hit the cities." He let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head. "Turns out, the world's a lot bigger than two brats from a nowhere village." Lucavion took another sip of his drink, letting the burn settle in his throat as he observed Draven. The way he spoke, the slight roughness in his accent, it wasn't purely southern. "Not completely." "You're not from the south," Lucavion murmured. Draven's eyes flicked to him, a small grin tugging at his lips. "Tisich, took you long enough." Lucavion smirked slightly. "Loria's not the only place with people who know how to read between the lines." Draven snorted. "Yeah, I'm from Arcanes. Southern side." He tapped a finger against the table. "Under the Descott household's lands." Lucavion exhaled softly, nodding to himself. It made sense. Arcanes, while known for its rigid nobility and military structure, had a vast, untamed southern region. Unlike the capital, where bloodlines dictated power, the South had its own rules. Strength mattered more than birthright. Survival wasn't a privilege, it was a necessity. "You were a noble's son?" Lucavion mused. Draven barked out a laugh. "Hell no. My parents worked the land. Not slaves, not peasants, but not nobles either. Just people. But the Descotts, they were the kind of lords who liked to remind you exactly who owned the dirt you walked on." Lucavion hummed, processing. "So you and Corvina left that all behind." Draven exhaled. "Yeah. Thought we were chasing freedom. Instead, we ran straight into the cities thinking we'd carve out a place for ourselves overnight. But the city is bigger than any damn valley. It swallows people whole." His fingers traced the rim of his glass, eyes distant. "At first, we tried to play it clean. Tried to do things right. Thought hard work would get us somewhere." He scoffed. "It didn't." Lucavion watched him carefully. "And then," Draven smirked, "then we figured out the truth." He lifted his glass, swirling the drink inside. "The city doesn't care about effort, doesn't care about dreams, doesn't care about talent. What it cares about, power, who you know, what you're willing to do." Lucavion stayed silent, waiting. Draven exhaled, shaking his head slightly. "Corvina, though, she figured it out even faster than I did. She saw the cracks before I did. And unlike me, she knew how to play the long game." Lucavion smirked faintly. "So she worked her way up. And you?" Draven chuckled. "I took a different route." His gray eyes gleamed with something sharp as he lifted his glass in a mock toast. "And here we are." Lucavion took a slow sip, letting the warmth settle before setting his glass down. And now she's a guild master, he mused, while you're running one of the most feared mercenary syndicates in Varenthia. Draven grinned. Guess we both made something of ourselves after all. Lucavion chuckled, tapping a finger against his glass. Not bad. Draven raised a brow. That all you have to say? Lucavion smirked. You expected applause? Draven snorted. TCH, you're an ass. Lucavion only chuckled, taking another slow sip of Kier's Fire. Chapter 566. Lucavion. Draven swirled the last remnants of his drink in his glass, watching the amber liquid catch the dim light of the lanterns. His gray eyes flicked back to Lucavion, sharp and curious. You know, he mused, tilting his head slightly, I haven't heard the name Lucavion before. Lucavion chuckled softly, as if the statement amused him. Haven't you? Draven scoffed. If I had, I'd remember it. I make it a habit to keep track of people who might be important later. Lucavion leaned back, lazily tilting his glass before taking another sip. Well, he said, voice smooth, I'm just a wandering swordsman. Draven let out a short laugh, shaking his head. TCH, it's always the wandering ones, he muttered, resting his chin against his knuckles, that end up shaking the foundations of a place. Lucavion smirked, lifting his glass slightly in acknowledgement before downing the rest in one smooth gulp. He set the empty glass down with a soft clink. You're right on that, he admitted. Draven studied him for a moment longer. He had met all kinds in this city. Mercenaries, assassins, exiles, fugitives. Some hid their pasts out of shame. Others because they were running from something bigger than themselves. But Lucavion wasn't hiding. No hesitation in his words, no anxious shift in his body language, no telltale flicker of unease. He wasn't dodging the question because he was afraid of the answer. He was dodging it because he simply didn't feel like giving one. That, more than anything, made Draven curious. But he wasn't going to push. Not yet. Instead, he exhaled through his nose and leaned back in his chair, reaching for the bottle of Kier's Fire again. Fair enough, he muttered, pouring himself another drink. Everyone's got their own business. Lucavion watched him, silent. Still, something nagged at the back of Draven's mind. The name, Lucavion. It sounded familiar. Not common, not something he had heard in passing, but somewhere, at some point, he was sure he had come across it. He drummed his fingers against the wood, thinking, where the hell had he heard that name before? Draven was still lost in thought, fingers tapping absently against the wooden table, when one of his men suddenly spoke. Are you that Lucavion? The pronunciation was off, thick with a southern accent that twisted the syllables, making the name sound clumsy and unfamiliar. Lucavion blinked once, then exhaled softly through his nose. He didn't look offended, just mildly amused. It's Lucavion. A short, awkward silence followed. Draven's gaze flicked toward the man who had spoken, his sharp eyes narrowing slightly. You know him? The mercenary shifted in his seat, glancing briefly at Lucavion before looking back to Draven. Boss, you remember our last escort job? The one in Mirewood. Draven rolled his jaw, thinking for a moment. Mirewood? He exhaled through his nose. Yeah, what about it? The mercenary nodded quickly. While we were there, we came across some rumors. Draven raised a brow. Rumors? Yeah. Remember the vendor martial tournament? Draven's brows knitted together in mild confusion. Vendor martial tournament? He scoffed, shaking his head. What the hell is that supposed to be? The mercenary cleared his throat, looking just a little hesitant. Ahem, boss. Remember that envoy that came to hire assassins a while back? Draven's eyes narrowed, the memory clicking into place. Envoy. His expression darkened slightly. Ah, those arrogant bitches from... What sect was it? Cloud Heavens? Yes, them. Draven leaned back in his chair, his fingers tapping the side of his glass. TCH, what about it? The mercenary hesitated for a brief moment, then exhaled. Boss. Remember the person they wanted us to kill? Draven's eyes flicked up, his gaze sharp. Then realization. Draven leaned back in his chair, the smirk on his lips deepening as he repeated the name. Sword Demon, was it? His men nodded. The air in the room shifted, thick with unspoken tension. Draven exhaled sharply, rubbing his jaw. Tsh. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a while. He glanced at the mercenary who had spoken, his voice laced with curiosity. What's the connection? The man hesitated for only a second before continuing. At the time, boss, you remember, the Cloud Heaven sect was in deep shit. Their reputation had hit rock bottom, and they were scrambling to save face. He paused, then added with a slight chuckle, hell, a lot of assassin organizations refused their requests outright. Draven nodded slowly, memories aligning. Yeah, I remember seeing that request myself. He tapped his fingers against the table. Normally, we wouldn't hesitate to take a job on an awakened 4-star. But that sword demon? He wasn't normal. Lucavion remained silent, his gaze steady, but Draven caught the faint glint of interest in his black eyes. Draven continued. The bastard stirred up a lot of trouble for the Cloud Heaven sect, exposed some of their filth, ruined some of their deals. He exhaled through his nose. If he was just some lone swordsman, they wouldn't have been so desperate. Which meant one thing. He had backing. One of the men finished. Or, Draven corrected, smirking, he was someone's pawn. Lucavion took another sip of his drink, his expression unreadable. A lot of assassin organizations went after him, the mercenary added, shaking his head. And not a single one of them succeeded. The bastard vanished after causing havoc in Andelheim. Draven scoffed. Yeah, left the city burning behind him, and no one could track him down. He poured himself another drink, his gray eyes narrowing slightly. That is, until the stories about Thornridge surfaced. Lucavion exhaled softly, tilting his head as if amused. Thornridge. Draven nodded, watching him carefully. Word spread about a black-haired swordsman with a scar over his right eye. Said he tore through the Crimson Serpent sect like they were nothing. Lucavion tapped his fingers against the table, his smirk lazy. Is that so? Draven narrowed his eyes. Yeah, he muttered. That's what the stories say. Draven leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table as he studied the man in front of him. So, he mused, his voice dipping into something quieter, sharper. What is this sword demon doing here? Lucavion smirked, lifting his glass once more. But this time he didn't drink right away. He swirled the liquor, watching the amber liquid shift against the light before his gaze flicked back to Draven. It seems, he said smoothly, your habit needs an examination. Draven's brow twitched. Lucavion's smirk widened just a fraction, his voice carrying that same easy amusement. I believe you said, if I had, I'd remember it. I make it a habit to keep track of people who might be important later. Draven blinked. Then suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed. Ha 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 ha. His men flinched slightly at the abrupt shift, exchanging wary glances, but Draven didn't care. He let the laughter roll out freely, his shoulders shaking as he smacked the table with his palm. Tsh, you got me there, he admitted, exhaling through his nose. He picked up his drink, taking a slow sip before setting it back down with a soft clink. His sharp gray eyes settled on Lucavion once more, but this time, the playfulness had faded. The smirk was still there, the amusement lingering, but beneath it, business. Draven straightened in his seat, tilting his head slightly. All right, enough games. His voice lost its casual edge, dipping into something steadier, more weighted. You're here in my city, sitting at my table. You've got my attention, but I don't entertain ghosts. The room felt different now, tighter, the air heavier. Draven let the silence stretch for a moment, letting the weight of his words settle before finally leaning back. So, he continued, voice smooth but edged with intent. What exactly do you want, Lucavion? Lucavion's smirk faded just a little, the light amusement in his eyes dimming as his expression grew more deliberate. His fingers tapped against the wooden table once, slow, measured, before he lifted his gaze to meet Draven's directly. "I'm here to find someone," he said. Draven didn't blink, waiting. Lucavion exhaled softly, then spoke the name. Aldrich Velterin. Chapter 567. City Politics. Aldrich Velterin. The moment the words left his lips, Draven's entire posture changed. His fingers, which had been idly tapping against his glass, stilled. His gray eyes sharpened, not wide with surprise, not openly reactive, but tighter. A flicker of something passed through them, too quick to catch. But Lucavion saw it. A small, almost imperceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. A slight shift in his jaw. That was enough. So the name means something to him. Draven exhaled through his nose, his gaze never leaving Lucavion. The tension in the room had shifted yet again. Not just thick, but layered. "There are a lot of people named Aldrich in this world," Draven said finally, his tone even unreadable. "Especially in this city." Lucavion tilted his head slightly, tapping a finger against his glass. "Maybe. But are there a lot of Velterins?" Draven's expression didn't shift, but something passed through his eyes. A flicker, just for a second. Then he exhaled, shaking his head. "No one goes by that surname here." Lucavion watched him carefully. He had expected some reaction, and now he had confirmation. Maybe not to the surname, but to the name itself. "So, you know him?" Lucavion let the silence stretch for a moment, his gaze sharpening before he finally spoke again. "Let me make this easier for you," he said, his voice smooth. "The man I'm looking for, he's no commoner. A 6-star awakened, a former Arcanes military captain. Unaffiliated now, but very much active." Draven's jaw flexed slightly. His fingers curled against the table. "There it is." "You're talking about a knight," Draven muttered, his voice lower now. Lucavion nodded. "More than that. A noble-born knight, 30, maybe 31 by now. Left the war after 3 years. Officially discharged, but that's just what the records say." Draven let out a slow breath, rubbing his thumb against the rim of his glass. "You're serious?" Lucavion exhaled softly. "I don't play games when it comes to this." Draven's gray eyes flickered with something unreadable, but he remained silent. Processing. Calculating. Lucavion continued, his voice steady. "He was last seen in Varenthia." His smirk twitched faintly. "And a man like that? There's no way someone like you wouldn't have at least heard of him." Draven let out a slow, low chuckle. It wasn't amusement. It was the kind of sound someone makes when they realize they've just been cornered into admitting something. He reached for his drink, took a deliberate sip, and then exhaled. "Yeah," he muttered, setting the glass down with a soft clink. "I know him." Draven leaned back, fingers idly tracing the rim of his glass. He had expected to be surprised at some point tonight, but this, Lucavion asking about Aldrich Velterin, that was unexpected. Still, he let that thought settle for now. There were other matters to address. "Firstly, before we start talking about that name, let me ask you," Draven muttered. "Tell me, what do you actually know about this city?" Lucavion exhaled softly, rolling the question over in his mind. He didn't rush his answer. "Not much," he admitted, resting his chin on one hand. "It's my first time coming here, after all." Draven raised a brow. "So you came blind?" "Not entirely." Lucavion smirked. "I've heard things." Draven waved a hand lazily. "Go on then. Let's hear what an outsider thinks of my city." Lucavion tapped his fingers against the wood, tilting his head slightly. "Varenthia is known for its chaos," he started, his voice smooth. "It's not part of any kingdom, no official rule, just power and coin. A place where mercenaries, smugglers, and traders thrive because no one asks too many questions. Law exists, but it's flexible. Strength and influence are what actually matter here." Draven gave a small nod, his lips curving just slightly. "Not a bad summary." Lucavion continued. I've heard that many factions operate here, some open, some in the shadows. The city has ties to mercenary syndicates, crime lords, and even a few nobles who keep their hands clean by working through proxies. He exhaled lightly. And, of course, it's a haven for those who want to disappear. Draven chuckled. That last part is especially true. Lucavion tilted his head. And yet, for all its lawlessness, Varenthia isn't just a den of criminals. It's a trade hub. Goods flow in and out of the city like blood through veins. Rare metals, enchanted artifacts, weapons, even illicit alchemy ingredients. You can find it all here, for the right price. Draven exhaled, leaning forward slightly. All right, you've got the surface-level rumors. Let me fill in the rest. Lucavion leaned back slightly, waiting. Varenthia isn't just a city built on chaos. It's a city that exists because of it. We're positioned on the eastern-southern edge of the Arcanes Empire, close to the ocean, but not enough to be a full-fledged port city. Draven tapped a finger against the table. That means we're an in-between, a gateway. Goods from the coast flow through here before heading inland, and trade from the west moves through before reaching the sea. Lucavion nodded slightly, absorbing the information. And the borders? Draven smirked. South and east, you have the Kingdom of Solmara. They've got a strong navy, plenty of gold, and a royal family that pretends they don't deal with smugglers and mercenaries. He scoffed. But they do. Their merchants make too much money off Varenthia to ignore us. They just don't like admitting it. Lucavion's fingers tapped lazily against the wood. And the west? West is the Republic of Draskar. Draven's smirk faded slightly. They're different. Less centralized, more independent city-states tied together by trade. Unlike Solmara, they don't pretend to stay out of the underworld. They fund some of it. Lucavion raised a brow. Including you? Draven chuckled, swirling his drink. TCH, I've done business with some of their merchants, sure. But the Republic funds a lot of things, mercenary bands, smuggling routes, even resistance groups in Arcanes if the price is right. They like having options. Lucavion nodded slowly. So Varenthia thrives because it sits at the crossroads of all these powers. Draven grinned. Exactly. The Empire doesn't claim us because they can't afford the hassle. Solmara funds us under the table, and Draskar uses us as a tool. That's why Varenthia is a city where anything can happen. Lucavion exhaled, glancing toward the dimly lit room. Sounds like a place where people like you do well. Draven chuckled, lifting his glass in a mock toast. People like me, people like you. Draven leaned forward, rolling his glass between his fingers, watching the amber liquid swirl. His sharp gray eyes flicked up toward Lucavion, his smirk still lingering. But there was something more beneath it now, something measured. You're asking about Aldrich Velterin, he murmured. And I'll tell you. But first, let me explain why I'm even talking about all this. Lucavion raised a brow, waiting. Draven exhaled through his nose. I don't claim to be an expert on the politics of the Empire, Solmara, or Draskar. I don't give a damn what the kings and ministers are scheming up there. He lifted his glass slightly. But what I do know is my city, and things have been shifting here. A lot more than usual. Lucavion's fingers tapped once against the wood. Shifting. Draven let out a short, humorless chuckle. Yeah, you see, Varenthia has always been a delicate balance. Factions fight, but no one wins too much. Everyone gets their cut. But recently, his eyes darkened slightly. That balance has been breaking. Lucavion remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Draven leaned back, rubbing his jaw. A new organization has made its appearance. Small at first, barely worth noting. But they've been swallowing deals across the city, one by one. Smugglers, mercenaries, trade routes, protection contracts. The usual lines of power. He exhaled sharply. They're cutting through them. Lucavion's gaze sharpened. And this is hurting you. Draven scoffed. Of course it is. I don't mind competition. But this isn't competition. It's a goddamn takeover. And whoever's behind it, they're not some amateur trying to play king. They know exactly what they're doing. He picked up his drink again, taking a slow sip before setting it down with a soft clink. Then, finally, he looked straight at Lucavion. And their leader? His lips curled, but there was no amusement in his voice. That man you're looking for. A beat of silence. Aldrich. Chapter 568. Intent. Lucavion raised an eyebrow, fingers idly tracing the rim of his glass. What do you mean by that? His voice was smooth, even, but there was a keen edge of curiosity behind it. And how can you be this sure it's the man I'm looking for? Draven exhaled, shaking his head slightly before taking another slow sip of his drink. Because I've seen what he can do, he muttered. And I know exactly what kind of monster we're dealing with. Lucavion said nothing, waiting. Draven set his glass down, his fingers drumming once against the wood before he continued. The organization's called the Black Veil. They weren't here a year ago. Hell, they weren't even a whisper. Then, suddenly, they started moving. Lucavion tilted his head slightly. Moving how? Draven's expression darkened. Not the way normal factions do. They didn't negotiate, didn't bargain, didn't even try to play the game like everyone else. They just took. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp. My men. The Syndicate's men. Hell, even Drazker-backed mercs. We've all been attacked. And not just beaten, wiped out. Trade routes that were untouchable for years? Gone. Smuggling operations that ran smooth for decades? Disappeared overnight. Customers, clients, killed. Lucavion didn't react immediately, but his fingers tapped once against the wood. You seem more concerned about your customers than your own men. Draven scoffed. Because reputation is everything in this city. He exhaled through his nose. Men? I can replace. Fighters? I can buy. But customers? If they start believing Varenthia isn't safe to do business, then everything collapses. That's why this is dangerous. It's not just about power, it's about control. Lucavion studied him for a moment, his gaze thoughtful. And you've clashed with them? Draven nodded, his expression tight. More than once, and I've seen it firsthand. The wind, the spear. His jaw tensed slightly. Draven's fingers drummed against the table, his eyes dark and unreadable. I've seen him fight, he murmured. His voice wasn't filled with admiration or fear, just the kind of grounded respect that only came from having witnessed something firsthand. And yeah, his name is Aldrich. Lucavion's gaze sharpened slightly, but he remained silent. Draven exhaled, rubbing his jaw. I tried to dig deeper, find out more about him, but it wasn't easy. His expression tightened slightly. Actually, it was damn near impossible. Lucavion raised an eyebrow. Impossible? Draven scoffed, shaking his head. You know what I do, Lucavion. You know the kind of information I can get my hands on. If I need something, I can find it. Marquis families? I've got files on them. Dukedoms? Give me a few days. I'll get what I need. His gray eyes flicked up, cold and knowing. But when I went looking for Aldrich, he leaned back, shaking his head slightly. Every damn lead I had got cut off. Immediately, Lucavion's fingers tapped once against the wood. Someone erased his past. Draven nodded. Exactly. I had a lead, one that should have given me something in the Arcanes Empire. But before I could act, it was gone. Shut down so cleanly, so thoroughly, that I didn't even get a whisper of where to go next. Then I was sure that someone with serious power is covering for him. Draven smirked, but there was no amusement in his eyes. At that level, it's either one of the strongest Duke families. He paused, then let the words settle. Or, Lucavion murmured, watching him carefully. Draven's smirk widened just a fraction. The royal family. Yes, Lucavion murmured. Draven exhaled through his nose, rolling his shoulders slightly. If this isn't the guy you're looking for, he muttered, then I don't have any other leads for you. His gaze locked onto Lucavion's, voice lowering slightly. But let me remind you, he continued, a 6-star awakened, a knight. He tapped the table once, deliberate. Wouldn't just walk into a place like Varenthia without a damn good reason. Lucavion studied Draven for a moment. his fingers idly tracing the rim of his glass as if considering something. Then, slowly, his lips curled into a smirk. "It appears that Corvina has bested you," he mused. Draven raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" Lucavion exhaled softly, tapping a finger against the table. "She gave me this information days ago. The name, the history, the disappearance. Everything you just said." He tilted his head slightly. "Matches exactly with what she found." Draven's jaw flexed, not out of irritation, more out of interest. Lucavion leaned back, his smirk deepening. "And you? You had to stumble through failed leads, dead ends, and cut-off trails. Meanwhile, Corvina had it neatly put together in a folder before I even knocked on her door." Draven scoffed, but there was a glint in his eyes. "TCH, should have figured. That woman's got her hands in places even I don't reach." Lucavion chuckled. "You sound impressed." Draven swirled his drink, his smirk returning. "I'm always impressed by people who can outmaneuver me. Doesn't happen often." Lucavion lifted his own glass in a mock toast. "Then I hope you don't mind being bested twice." Draven snorted but didn't argue. Instead, he exhaled through his nose, watching Lucavion carefully. "So, this is no coincidence. You knew Aldrich was here before you even set foot in this city." Lucavion nodded. "I suspected. Now I know." Draven leaned forward slightly, his gray eyes sharp. "Then let's stop playing around. Why are you looking for him?" Lucavion's smirk faded just slightly. Not enough to disappear, but enough to change its meaning. Lucavion's smirk faded completely. His black eyes, usually laced with mischief, sharpened into something colder, darker. Then, in a voice as smooth as ever, but now devoid of humor, he said, "I'm going to kill him." Silence. Draven felt it before he understood it. A suffocating weight in the air, a pressure that wasn't physical but felt like a blade being pressed to his throat. His breath went tight, his instincts screaming danger before his mind even caught up. His men reacted instantly. The sharp ring of steel echoed through the room as swords were drawn. Hands flew to hilts, and the tension snapped into action. But Draven raised his hand. A simple motion, but firm. Command. His men hesitated, their gazes darting between him and Lucavion, but they didn't lower their weapons. Draven forced his breath to steady, his grip tightening around his glass before he set it down. His voice, when he spoke, was rougher than before. "Why?" Lucavion's glare didn't waver. "Why?" he echoed, voice quiet, controlled, but beneath it was something sharp. "That is none of your business." The air around him still hummed with the weight of his killing intent. "I am just here to kill him." His voice was flat, simple, as if it were just another fact of the world. Draven swallowed down the instinct to shift in his seat. His fingers twitched slightly, but he didn't let it show. He had been around killers before. Men who had taken lives without remorse. Men who had turned slaughter into an art. But Lucavion, this was different. The way he said it, the way the room itself seemed to shrink under the weight of his words. This wasn't a job. This wasn't business. This was personal. Draven exhaled slowly, but his lungs still felt tight. He moved his fingers, testing, forcing his body to loosen up again. But even then, a single cough escaped him. Lucavion watched him, eyes still cold. But after a moment, just as easily as he had released it, the bloodlust vanished. Like a blade being sheathed, the air lightened again. The room breathed. Draven inhaled slowly, adjusting his grip on the table, shaking off the lingering weight of it. His men hesitated before finally lowering their weapons, glancing at each other warily. Lucavion leaned back in his chair, his usual smirk flickering back into place, but it wasn't quite the same. Draven scoffed lightly, shaking his head. "TCH, you bastard." He rubbed his temple, exhaling. "Warn a guy next time before you pull something like that." Lucavion chuckled, tilting his head slightly. "Would it have made a difference?" Draven clicked his tongue, still feeling the tension in his shoulders. No, it wouldn't have." Chapter 569, Deal. Draven rubbed his temple, shaking off the lingering weight of Lucavion's bloodlust. But even as the tension in the room eased, his mind was already working, calculating. Can he really kill Aldrich? That question lodged itself in Draven's mind, unwilling to leave. And he knew why. He had read Lucavion's file before. The Cloud Heaven sect had shoved it into his hands when they first approached him for the assassination request. At the time, he had barely skimmed through it, thinking it was just another grudge they wanted settled. Some rogue swordsman who had pissed off the wrong people. But now the details resurfaced in his mind clearly. Draven narrowed his eyes slightly, fingers tapping against the table. "Tell me something, Lucavion." Lucavion raised a brow, waiting. Draven leaned forward slightly. "Can you really kill him?" Lucavion's smirk didn't fade, but there was something more amused in his expression now. "You sound doubtful." Draven exhaled through his nose. "I remember your name." His gray eyes sharpened. "And I remember what I read about you." Lucavion tilted his head, saying nothing. Draven continued. "At the time, Cloud Heaven's sect came to me with a request. And in that request was a file." His voice lowered slightly. "One that described you." Lucavion chuckled, resting his chin against his knuckles. "Oh? I didn't know I was so famous." Draven ignored the remark. His voice was measured. "It said you bested Varin Drakov." Finally, Lucavion blinked. A small flicker of something passed through his expression. Too fast to catch, but Draven saw it. "So you read that?" Lucavion mused, his voice still smooth. Draven smirked, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Of course I did. Varin Drakov, the rising prodigy of the Silver Flame sect." He exhaled sharply. "One of the so-called rising dragons. And in the Vendor Martial Tournament finals, you beat him." Lucavion's smirk twitched slightly, but he said nothing. Draven tapped the table once. "It said you won convincingly." Silence stretched for a moment before Lucavion finally sighed, tilting his head. "Well, it wasn't that convincing." Draven scoffed, shaking his head. "And it wasn't just Varin Drakov." He tilted his head slightly, watching Lucavion's reaction. "Everyone knew how you humiliated your opponents in that tournament. Lyra Valen didn't escape that fate either." Lucavion's smirk twitched, just slightly. Draven exhaled sharply. "You made her disappear. Last I heard, Lyra doesn't even show her face in public anymore. Word is, she went into seclusion after that match." He tilted his glass slightly. "Rumor has it, she's too ashamed to step into the arena again." Lucavion let out a quiet chuckle. "Ah, Lyra." He rolled the name over his tongue like an old memory, his smirk turning faintly amused. Draven narrowed his eyes. "What, you proud of that?" Lucavion exhaled, resting his chin against his knuckles. "I did what I could." Draven clicked his tongue. "Humph, I'm not here to condone you, nor am I in any position to." He leaned back, crossing his arms. "But that doesn't mean I won't ask the question that matters." Lucavion tilted his head slightly, waiting. Draven's gaze sharpened. "You were a 4-star awakened, not even a year ago." His voice was low, controlled, but there was something weighty behind it. "And now, you're claiming you can kill a 6-star? He let the silence stretch for a moment, letting the words sink in. Lucavion's smirk didn't waver. If anything, it grew sharper, his black eyes gleaming with something undisturbed. "It doesn't look convincing?" he mused, tilting his head slightly, as if genuinely curious. Draven exhaled through his nose, rubbing his jaw. "No," he admitted bluntly. "It doesn't." Lucavion chuckled, resting one elbow against the table. "Then, tell me, Draven, what rank do you think I am right now?" Draven narrowed his eyes. He studied Lucavion carefully, this time with full intent. At first glance, the man didn't feel overwhelmingly powerful. He wasn't radiating an oppressive aura, wasn't letting his mana spill out carelessly like some arrogant noble trying to flaunt his strength. If anything, he seemed controlled, contained. But that was exactly the problem. Draven himself was a 5-star awakened. He had been for years, and he knew the way power worked. Normally, a 5-star could sense another's rank just by reading their mana signature, by the way it moved, by the density, the weight of it in the air. But with Lucavion, he couldn't see anything. Not at the start of their meeting. Not even now. It was like looking at a void. Draven's fingers drummed against the wood. This wasn't normal. Even if Lucavion had improved over the past year, it still wouldn't explain this absence. And most importantly, Draven clenched his jaw slightly as a memory flashed in his mind. That moment earlier, when Lucavion had released his bloodlust. For that single, terrifying instant, he had felt as if his own head was about to roll. Draven had faced plenty of killers before. He had fought men stronger than himself, had clashed with monsters in human skin who enjoyed the thrill of slaughter. But none of them had made his breath hitch the way Lucavion did. And now, this bastard was sitting here asking him what rank he thought he was? Draven exhaled slowly, fingers tightening around his glass. TCH. His smirk returned, but it was laced with something tense. You bastard. Lucavion chuckled, resting his chin against his hand. You can't tell, can you? Draven didn't answer, but Lucavion already knew. His smirk deepened. Then, Draven, what does that tell you? Draven exhaled sharply, rubbing his temple. This is absurd. Lucavion chuckled, his smirk never faltering. You're free to believe what you want. He tilted his head slightly, his black eyes gleaming with something unreadable. But if I didn't have the capability... He let the words hang in the air before finishing smoothly. I wouldn't have come here. Draven's fingers stilled against the wood. For a long moment he just looked at Lucavion. Really looked. And the more he studied him, the less sense this all made. Lucavion wasn't normal, that much was clear. His control, his presence, the way he carried himself with such effortless confidence. Draven had walked into this room knowing he was one of the strongest men in Varenthia. A 5-star awakened. And just to remind himself, a 5-star awakened was not average. It was more than just another step up in power. It was a threshold. The point where an individual stopped being just a strong warrior and became a force. The kind of fighter who could take on dozens, even hundreds of trained men alone. The kind who could tip the balance of a battlefield. And Draven was one of them. One of the strongest in this city. And yet, when he had stepped into the room earlier, expecting at least a reaction from Lucavion, the bastard hadn't even flinched. Not even a twitch. Most people, when they stood before someone of Draven's caliber, showed something. A flicker of unease. A second of hesitation. A small, instinctive shift that acknowledged this man is dangerous. Lucavion? Nothing. It wasn't arrogance. It wasn't overconfidence. It was certainty. Draven exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. TCH. Lucavion chuckled. Something wrong. Draven shot him a look. You really expect me to just believe you jumped from a 4-star to a 6-star in under a year? Lucavion's smirk deepened. You tell me, Draven. His black eyes gleamed. What do you think? Draven exhaled heavily, shaking his head. Whatever. This guy. From the way he carried himself, the way he spoke, the way he didn't even consider failure, it was clear. Lucavion was crazy. And yet, that was exactly why Draven liked him. You're fucking crazy? Draven muttered, leaning back in his chair. If you really think you can take all of them alone. Lucavion chuckled, his smirk lazy, almost amused. I'm not that crazy. Draven raised an eyebrow. Oh? Could have fooled me. Lucavion met his gaze, his black eyes sharp and calculating. But in the face of a common enemy, he let the words hang, the weight of them settling between them. You do know what to do, don't you? Draven's smirk returned. He had already been looking for a way to deal with the Black Veil. And now, an opportunity had walked straight into his bar, sat across from him and offered itself. How could he possibly let it go to waste? Draven leaned forward, resting his arms on the table, his smirk mirroring Lucavion's. TCH. He exhaled through his nose. You really are a bastard, he muttered. But I like the way you think. Chapter 570. Deal 2. Draven exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders before finally speaking. I'll think of a plan myself. His voice was steady, carrying that same edge of control. For now, you wait. Lucavion didn't argue. He simply tilted his head, tapping a finger idly against the table. I can wait, he mused. But not for too long. Draven smirked. I figured as much. Lucavion leaned back, relaxed but attentive, waiting for what came next. Draven exhaled through his nose, already calculating. I can arrange a good place for you, he said, watching Lucavion carefully. Somewhere quiet, out of the way. No one will bother you there. Lucavion hummed, amusement flickering in his gaze. That would be nice. Draven gestured to his men with a small motion of his fingers. Take him there. Make sure he has what he needs. His men hesitated for only a second before nodding, stepping forward. One of them gestured for Lucavion to follow. Lucavion stood, stretching slightly as if he had all the time in the world. He cast Draven one last glance, smirking. I'll be waiting for that plan of yours. Draven didn't respond, just watched as Lucavion was led out of the room, his figure vanishing beyond the doorway. The moment he was gone, Draven finally let out a long sigh, rubbing his temple. TCH, what a fucking headache. Then his gaze shifted, sharp, deliberate, straight to Caius. You, Draven muttered, voice flat. Caius, who had been trying very hard to look invisible, tensed. Yeah. Draven leaned back in his chair, his smirk returning just slightly. You're staying. Caius blinked. What? Draven tilted his head. You brought that crazy fucker to me. No matter what happens. This is your mess, too. Caius felt his soul leave his body. Boss, wait, hold on. Draven waved a hand, already done with his complaints. Shut up. Sit down. Caius groaned, miserable. Why the hell did I take this job? Caius groaned internally. Of course this was happening. He ran a hand through his hair, already feeling the beginnings of a headache. Boss, listen, he started, lifting his hands slightly as if to defend himself. I didn't have a choice. I was attacked, about to die. Draven just stared at him, unimpressed. Caius gritted his teeth, trying to explain faster before Draven decided to make his life worse. If I didn't agree to bring him here, I would have been dead. Boss, you saw his strength yourself, didn't you? Draven's glare deepened for a moment, but then, after a long pause, he exhaled sharply. TCH. He leaned back, rubbing his jaw. He wasn't wrong. Lucavion had walked into this room like he owned it, sat across from Draven without the slightest hesitation, and made his intentions crystal clear. But there were still too many unknowns. He came here with a target in mind, but what else? Who the hell was backing him? What had happened between him and Aldrich to push him this far? And most importantly, was he truly strong enough to do what he claimed? Draven didn't like uncertainties. And Lucavion? He was one big, walking unknown, which meant Draven needed eyes on him. He smirked slightly, turning his gaze back to Caius. Fine, he muttered. I won't blame you for bringing him here. Caius relaxed slightly. Maybe he could actually. But, Draven interrupted, his smirk widening. You're going to follow him around. Caius froze. His stomach dropped. Wait, what? Draven exhaled, leaning forward slightly. You heard me. You're going to keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't cause a scene or go completely insane while I set things up. Caius felt all the blood drain from his face. No. No way. He shook his head rapidly. Boss, you can't be serious. You want me to follow around that madman? Draven's smirk only widened. Caius slammed a hand against the table. Boss, did you see what he did earlier? I felt like I was going to die just standing next to him. You think I can control that lunatic? Draven chuckled, enjoying this way too much. You don't need to control him, he mused. You just need to make sure he doesn't do something reckless. Caius let out a very loud, very frustrated groan, dragging a hand down his face. I hate this job. Draven leaned back in his chair, his smirk still lingering as he watched Caius suffer. "This is your punishment," he said smoothly, drumming his fingers against the wooden surface. "You brought that crazy bastard to my doorstep. If he decides to do something funny." His gray eyes darkened slightly, the smirk fading into something sharper. "You know what's waiting for you." Caius let out the longest sigh of his life. He didn't argue, didn't even bother trying anymore. He just ran a hand through his hair, muttering under his breath, I know, I know." His voice was heavy, defeated. He pushed himself up from the chair, rolling his shoulders. "TCH. Might as well get this over with." Draven gestured lazily toward the door. "Then get moving." Caius grumbled something unintelligible as he turned on his heel and stalked toward the exit. The door creaked open, and with a final exasperated sigh, he disappeared down the hallway, leaving Draven alone. The room fell silent. Draven exhaled through his nose, rubbing his jaw as he let his smirk fade completely. His fingers drummed against the table, a steady rhythm, measured and deliberate. Lucavion. That name was going to cause problems. Draven wasn't the type to overthink things. He liked to keep his life simple, run his operations, keep his enemies at bay, and make sure Varenthia stayed exactly as chaotic as he needed it to be. But this wasn't simple. Lucavion wasn't just another rogue swordsman looking for revenge. He wasn't some hired blade with a grudge. That much had been obvious from the second he walked into the bar. He was something else entirely. Draven had met plenty of killers before. Men who oozed violence, who reeked of unchecked bloodlust, who built their entire identities around their ability to take lives. Lucavion wasn't like them. When he said, "I am going to kill him," it wasn't the declaration of a man seeking vengeance. It wasn't a hot-blooded outburst, filled with rage and emotion. It wasn't even a warning. It was a fact. Lucavion had already decided how this story ended. And that was what unsettled Draven the most. He had dealt with power before. He had stood in front of men stronger than himself, had worked alongside warriors who could cut down entire battalions. And yet, none of them had made him feel the way Lucavion did. That moment, that single moment, when Lucavion had released his killing intent, it had been suffocating. Too sharp, too real. Draven had spent years in the city, sharpening his instincts, honing his senses. He knew when he was in the presence of a monster. And Lucavion? Lucavion was something worse. He exhaled, rubbing his temple. If Lucavion really was after Aldrich, then this situation was about to get a whole lot messier. The Black Veil wasn't just some new gang trying to take control of the streets. They were something calculated. And Aldrich himself? Draven had fought Six-Star Awakened before. He knew what that kind of power meant. A single man at that level was enough to shift the entire balance of a city. If Aldrich had been working in the shadows all this time, securing his hold over Varenthia, then what was his endgame? Draven hated not knowing the full picture. And now, standing at the center of it all were two men. One trying to seize control of the city, and one who had come to burn it all down. Draven let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. TCH. This is going to be a goddamn disaster. But despite himself, he couldn't help but smirk. Because if nothing else, it was going to be one hell of a show. Draven exhaled through his nose, stretching his neck before rolling his shoulders. No use sitting around. Things were already moving, and if he didn't act fast, he'd just end up being dragged along for the ride. "Let's arrange the things first," he muttered, pushing himself up from his chair. His gray eyes swept across the dimly lit room before settling on his closest men, the ones still standing by, waiting for orders. "Get word out," he said, his voice sharp and measured. "I want every key player in the city to know I'm brewing something." He gestured vaguely with one hand. "Start with the ones we trust, or at least the ones who owe us enough to listen." The men exchanged glances before nodding. One of them, a wiry man with a scar across his jaw, spoke first. "You want us to go direct? Or keep it quiet?" Draven smirked. "Direct. No need for secrets just yet. Let them wonder what I'm up to. Suspicion makes people nervous, and nervous people make mistakes." The scarred man grinned, already turning to leave. Draven crossed his arms, his mind running through the names he needed to reach out to. There were rules in this city. Unspoken ones, but rules nonetheless. No one made a big move without the other factions taking notice. If Lucavion was going after Aldrich, and if Draven planned to use this opportunity to weaken the Black Veil, then he had to prepare the ground first. That meant making sure the right people were paying attention. "Get me in contact with the Crimson Dogs first," he said, glancing at another one of his men. "They've been losing jobs ever since the Black Veil showed up. They'll want in on whatever's coming." Chapter 571. Caius stepped out of the rusted fong, the night air cooling the frustration burning in his chest. Lucavion was already outside, waiting. He stood near the entrance, hands tucked lazily into his coat pockets, gazing up at the Varenthian skyline with an unreadable expression. Beside him, one of Draven's men, a burly, rough-faced guy named Oren, stood stiffly, arms crossed. His gaze flickered toward Lucavion every so often, just shy of being outright hostile. Caius couldn't blame him. Half the bar was still rolling around in pain thanks to this bastard, and now Oren had to personally escort him to some cozy hideout on Draven's orders. The only thing keeping the guy from acting on his resentment was the fact that Draven had made himself very clear. Lucavion wasn't to be touched. Lucavion must have noticed the tension, because he finally turned to Oren with a lazy smile. "You're staring," he noted casually. Oren grunted. "I'm watching." Lucavion's smile widened, but he didn't press further. He simply stretched his arms, rolling his shoulders as if he had all the time in the world. Then, finally, he gestured ahead. "Well then, shall we?" Oren exhaled sharply and motioned for them to follow. The walk was quiet at first. The streets of Varenthia were always alive, no matter the hour. Merchants still peddled goods under flickering lanterns, and mercenaries lingered outside taverns, their voices a low murmur of deals and rumors. The smell of grilled meat and burning oil drifted through the air, mixing with the distant scent of salt from the nearby docks. Caius kept glancing at Lucavion. The bastard looked relaxed, too relaxed, like he wasn't in the middle of hostile territory, like he hadn't just turned a bar full of Draven's men into a scene of absolute carnage. "This guy's nerves are made of fucking steel." Oren remained silent, leading them toward a quieter district, where the buildings grew taller and the streets less crowded. Unlike the chaotic heart of Varenthia, this part of the city had an organized feel, where wealthier merchants and retired mercenaries lived. Eventually, they stopped in front of a two-story residence. The building was surprisingly well kept for Varenthian standards. Sturdy stone walls, clean wooden beams, and a balcony on the second floor overlooking the street. It was positioned slightly away from the main road, offering privacy without complete isolation. Oren turned, his voice gruff. "Draven said this place will do. Fully stocked, quiet, and out of the way." His sharp gaze flickered toward Lucavion again. "No trouble while you're here," Lucavion hummed. "I never caused trouble." Oren's jaw tightened, but he didn't take the bait. Instead, he gestured toward the door. "It's yours for now. Keys are inside." Lucavion didn't respond immediately. Instead, he took a slow step forward, placing a hand against the stone wall as if testing its solidity. Then he nodded, apparently satisfied. "Not bad," he mused, stepping toward the entrance. "Better than some places I've stayed in." Caius scoffed under his breath. "Glad to know Varenthia meets your standards." Lucavion chuckled but didn't respond. Oren gave Caius a brief, knowing glance, one that said, "You're the poor bastard stuck with him, not me." Then, without another word, he turned and walked off, leaving Caius alone with Lucavion. The moment Oren was out of sight, Caius sighed, dragging a hand down his face. Lucavion stood at the entrance of the house for a moment, letting his gaze wander over the details. The sturdy build, the quiet surroundings. Then, without looking at Caius, he said smoothly, "So this is how Draven is punishing you?" Caius gritted his teeth. "If you know it already, why the hell are you smiling, you bastard?" Of course, he didn't say that. He just exhaled sharply through his nose, forcing himself to keep his irritation in check. Before either of them could say anything else, a sudden movement from above caught Caius's attention. A shadow leapt from the stone wall beside them. Fast, silent. Thud. A cat landed effortlessly on Lucavion's shoulder. Caius stiffened, immediately wary. But as the creature adjusted itself, he got a clearer look at it, and froze. Its fur was white. Not dull, not dirty, but pure, pristine. Even in the dim light, it practically glowed. And its eyes, intelligent, piercing, yellow, sharp as if they belonged to a creature that understood far more than it should. It wasn't just beautiful, it was majestic. Caius had never seen a cat like this before. The cat's gaze flickered toward him, studying him with an eerie intensity. Its tail curled lazily around Lucavion's shoulder, but there was nothing casual about the way it watched him. Lucavion didn't seem surprised at all. If anything, he reached up and ran a single hand through the cat's fur with practiced ease before finally stepping inside. Caius hesitated, then followed. "The hell is that?" he asked as soon as they were both inside. Lucavion glanced over his shoulder, his expression unreadable. "My familiar." Caius blinked. "You're what?" Lucavion smirked. "You heard me." Caius stared at him, then at the cat, then back at him. Caius let out a long, exhausted sigh. At this point, he wasn't sure what was worse, the fact that he had to deal with this lunatic or the fact that said lunatic had a familiar. He shook his head, muttering under his breath, before stepping inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, his feet pausing just slightly, his eyes widened. What the hell? The interior of the house was luxurious. Not in the overly extravagant way of noble estates, but in the kind of deliberate, quiet wealth that didn't need to scream for attention. Polished wooden floors, dark oak furniture, a grand staircase leading to the second floor. Even the air inside felt different, cooler, cleaner, untouched by the grime and stench of the Varenthian streets. Caius had lived in this city almost his whole life, but he had never set foot in a place like this. And yet, Lucavion barely reacted. He stepped inside with the same lazy stride, barely glancing at the surroundings before his black eyes landed on him. Then, slowly, his lips curled into a smirk. "Well," Lucavion drawled, voice laced with amusement. "This is where you leave, isn't it?" Caius narrowed his eyes. "The hell is that tone?" He crossed his arms. "Draven ordered me to stick with you." Lucavion exhaled through his nose, as if he had already known the answer. "I know." Then he turned away, moving toward the main hall with an air of complete disinterest. "But," he continued lightly, his voice teasing, "if you really want to, you can always wait outside." Caius's jaw tightened. This fucking guy. Lucavion took a slow glance around the house, his sharp gaze sweeping over the furniture, the decor, the placement of each room. It took him all of a few seconds to understand the layout. Then, his eyes landed on a smaller section near the back of the house, just before the garden. A tucked-away space, separate from the main quarters. His lips twitched. "Well," he mused, turning to Caius with a smirk, "it appears that you've found where you'll be staying." Caius followed his gaze, and sighed. Of course, the fucking servants' quarters. Not that he expected anything else. Draven didn't exactly send him along to live comfortably. He was here to keep an eye on this crazy bastard. And honestly, he'd rather sleep there than be anywhere near Lucavion's room. He muttered under his breath and made his way toward the small chamber. Lucavion didn't say anything else. He simply watched, dark eyes glinting with quiet amusement, until Caius had stepped inside. Then, with an almost lazy motion, he reached for the main door. Click. Caius heard the door shut behind him. And just like that, Lucavion was left alone. Chapter 572. Locked. Lucavion stepped into his room, shutting the door with an ease that made it seem like he hadn't just thoroughly amused himself at Caius's expense. He exhaled, rolling his shoulders slightly as he took in the space. Minimalist, practical, devoid of any real personality. Exactly the kind of place he expected. Not that it mattered. His sharp gaze flicked upward toward the wooden beams supporting the ceiling. He hadn't needed to look. He'd already known she was there. A faint rustling, the sound of something shifting weightlessly against the wood. And then, "You're cruel," Vitaliera murmured, her voice slipping into the air like a whisper of wind. Lucavion smirked. "What? For putting him in his rightful place?" A soft thump. Then another. In the dim light, a sleek shape moved, fluid and effortless, descending with the grace only a being like her could manage. The moment her paws touched the ground, she stretched lazily, tail flicking behind her in a way that seemed almost judgmental. "For locking him in," she corrected. "You shut the door rather quickly, didn't you?" Lucavion shrugged, unbothered. "I didn't lock it." Her sharp green eyes narrowed. "You let it click loudly. Enough that he'd think you locked it." She hopped onto the desk, curling her tail neatly around herself. "You're playing games again." Lucavion chuckled, unbuttoning the cuffs of his sleeves before rolling them up. "You say that like it's a bad thing." "It is," she muttered, resting her chin against her paws. "You toy with people too much." A smirk tugged at his lips. "And yet you always watch." Vitaliera huffed. She had no response to that. Lucavion sat on the edge of his bed, one arm resting on his knee as he studied her. "So," he mused, "you couldn't stand being in the inn?" "The smell was horrid," she admitted without hesitation. "That entire place reeked of old ale, sweat, and unwashed men. Why would I choose to be there when I can be here?" A lazy tilt of his head. "Because you don't trust me enough to be alone?" She blinked once. Then, "You don't trust yourself to be alone." Lucavion's smirk twitched, but he said nothing. Silence settled between them, thick yet comfortable. Vitaliera didn't need to pry. She had always been perceptive enough to know when to push, and when to let things lie. After a moment, she spoke again, softer this time. "You're thinking about him, aren't you?" Lucavion exhaled through his nose, tilting his head back slightly. The wooden ceiling, the quiet hum of night outside, none of it was enough to distract from the weight pressing at the edges of his mind. Aldrich Velterin. Vitaliara's ears flicked. "That guy? Draven knew him." Lucavion hummed in agreement. "Knew of him, which is enough." He leaned back, resting one arm behind him. His voice was smooth, measured, but there was a sharpness underneath. Vitaliara's tail flicked once, a slow, thoughtful movement. Then she sighed. "This matter isn't simple, Lucavion," she murmured. "It goes beyond quite a lot." Lucavion raised a brow, waiting. She met his gaze, green eyes dark with something contemplative. "You heard what Draven said. Every lead on Aldrich was cut off before he could even act. That's not just power, it's deliberate, systematic. The kind of cleanup only a very particular kind of force can manage." Lucavion exhaled through his nose, fingers drumming lightly against his knee. "The royal family." "Exactly," Vitaliera confirmed. "And if they're covering his past, that means there's a high chance he's still working for them." Lucavion chuckled, low and quiet. "Which means killing him here would be the same as slitting a noble's throat in the middle of their own estate." His smirk widened. "It'd make things fun." Vitaliera did not look amused. "Lucavion." Her voice was sharper now. "This isn't just another mercenary group or an arrogant noble playing power games. If Aldrich really is connected to them, then going after him means directly antagonizing the royal family." Lucavion's expression didn't change. If anything, his smirk only deepened, his black eyes gleaming with something dangerously close to amusement. "So what?" he mused, tilting his head slightly. "I'm here to kill a certain someone from my past. The number of people who want me dead is already long enough to fill a graveyard. A few more names on the list won't make a difference." Vitaliara's tail lashed behind her, her irritation plain. "You absolute idiot," she snapped. "This time, they'll have a direct reason to deal with you." Lucavion let out a soft, breathy laugh. "And?" He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping into something smoother, quieter, deadlier. "Let them." Vitalyara's fur bristled. Lucavion. He leaned back again, utterly unbothered. You've been alive for so long, yet sometimes you're really stupid. He smirked. Especially when it comes to politics. Vitalyara visibly stiffened. Then, you! Lucavion chuckled, letting the word hang between them, his amusement clear. Lucavion's smirk didn't waver as he watched her, the faint glow of the lantern casting flickering shadows across the room. You're wrong about one thing, he murmured, tilting his head slightly. Vitalyara's ears twitched, still bristling from his previous words, but she didn't interrupt. Lucavion's voice remained smooth, measured. The royal family won't have a direct reason to deal with me. She narrowed her eyes. You think they'll just ignore you after this? I think they won't be able to act openly, he corrected, his smirk deepening. They're not here formally. If they were, this wouldn't be some hidden game of erasing records and burying trails. They may be supporting Aldrich, but they're doing it underhandedly. Vitalyara stilled, considering his words. Lucavion leaned forward slightly, resting his elbow against his knee. If the royal family openly moved to protect him, the other noble houses would also step in. And if that happens, he chuckled, voice laced with amusement, then we get a much bigger game, a political war between the strongest factions in the empire. Do you think they'd risk that over one night? Vitalyara didn't answer immediately. She knew he had a point. The balance between the noble houses, the rivalries that simmered beneath the surface. It was always about control. If one family made too bold a move, the others would pounce like starved wolves. Lucavion leaned back again, lazily stretching. So when I kill Aldrich, I'm not slaying a loyal knight of the empire. I'm just cutting down an unruly bastard who deserted the army. His black eyes gleamed. No different from any other rogue mercenary. Vitalyara exhaled sharply, her tail flicking once, her frustration simmering beneath the surface. It's still a risk, she muttered. Lucavion shrugged. Everything is. And you're still reckless. He smirked. I'm effective. Vitalyara scoffed, but there was a reluctant acknowledgement in her expression. She didn't like it. She didn't want to admit it, but she knew. He was right. 3 days passed. 3 days of quiet maneuvering, of whispered deals and carefully placed messages. Draven wasn't the type to rush. Timing was everything. He knew that better than anyone, so he spent those 3 days arranging the board. The Crimson Dogs were eager, too eager. The Black Veil had cut into their work, and they were already sharpening their blades, waiting for an excuse to strike. He fed them just enough information to make sure they stayed hungry, but not enough to make them reckless. The Duskfang Syndicate, as expected, played neutral. They wanted to see who would come out on top before taking a side. Typical. And as for the Republic's men, they were watching, waiting. They hadn't moved yet, but Draven knew their type. They always backed the strongest player. If this plan worked, they'd be lining up to make deals with him soon enough. Now everything was set, and it was time to bring in the wild card. Lucavion. Draven exhaled through his nose as he leaned back in his chair, rolling his shoulders. This guy, even after 3 days, Draven wasn't sure what to make of him. Caius had been reporting back, reluctantly, of course, and every single report made Lucavion sound more like a ghost than a man. No unnecessary movement, no wasted time. He barely spoke to anyone, didn't cause any trouble, but at the same time, felt like trouble itself. And most importantly, he was waiting. Draven smirked. Well, let's not keep him waiting any longer. He raised a hand, signaling to one of his men standing by the door. Go get him. His voice was calm, measured. Tell our sword demon that it's time for his show. The man nodded and left, leaving Draven alone in the quiet. Draven exhaled, rubbing his temple. Let's see what we do. Chapter 573, Meeting the Three Heads. The heavy wooden doors creaked open. Lucavion stepped inside, his black coat swaying slightly as he moved. His steps were calm, measured, as if he had all the time in the world. He wasn't tense, nor did he look particularly intrigued by what was happening. He simply arrived. Draven sat at the head of the long, dimly lit table, his fingers lazily tapping against the wood. Around him, the room was not empty. Several figures occupied the seats, some leaning back with crossed arms, others sitting upright with sharp, unreadable gazes. These were not mere mercenaries. They were the power players of Varenthia. Viral Fenric, the cold-eyed strategist of the Duskfang Syndicate. An older man, clad in dark robes, his face lined with experience rather than age. The thinker, planner, the type who saw the world as a chessboard and rarely made a move without considering the entire game. Soren Kale, the leader of the Crimson Dogs. A brute of a man, all broad shoulders and scarred knuckles, sitting with an impatient scowl. Unlike Viral, he wasn't one for long discussions, he wanted results. Marcel Vance, a high-ranking broker with Republic ties. A slim, well-dressed man with a calculating stare, always balancing his words like he was weighing gold in his head. He was here because the Republic was watching, waiting to see where this conflict led. And a handful of others, each one representing an interest in this city. Lucavion's arrival drew all of their attention. Some of them merely glanced at him, as if assessing a new piece on the board. Others frowned slightly, sensing something about him that felt off. Draven exhaled through his nose, amused by their reactions. "Glad you could join us," he said smoothly, gesturing toward an empty seat. "Take a seat, Lucavion." Lucavion didn't move immediately. He let his dark gaze roam across the room, taking in who was here, what they were. Judging, calculating. Then, with an easy smirk, he strode forward and lowered himself into the chair. A quiet murmur rippled through the gathered men as Lucavion settled into his chair, completely at ease. The heavy candlelight flickered against the rough wooden table, casting uneven shadows over the figures seated around it. Soren Kale leaned forward first, his thick arms crossing over his broad chest. His eyes, sharp and impatient, swept over Lucavion from head to toe. "Is that him?" he asked, voice gruff. "The one you talked about?" Draven tilted his head slightly, smirking. "Yes." A pause. Viral Fenric, ever the quiet observer, said nothing at first. He merely studied Lucavion with a cold, calculating gaze, his fingers steepled beneath his chin. The dim lighting barely touched his expression, but the sharp glint in his eyes showed he was already considering variables, outcomes, risks. Lucavion felt their eyes on him, felt the weight of their scrutiny, but he didn't react. He didn't shift, didn't frown, didn't make any effort to ease their suspicions. Instead, he simply let them look. His smirk remained, lazy yet knowing, unbothered. It wasn't the confidence of a man trying to prove himself. It wasn't arrogance, either. It was something worse, something eerie. Soren narrowed his eyes slightly. Something about this bastard's presence made his instincts coil. He had met plenty of killers in his life, brutal men, cold men, those who enjoyed the thrill of bloodshed. But Lucavion wasn't giving off the aura of someone hungry for violence. If anything, he seemed apathetic to it, like he had already decided the outcome of this meeting before even stepping inside. Soren clicked his tongue, resting his elbows on the table. "Something about this guy feels off." Marcel Vance, the broker from the Republic, was less openly hostile but no less wary. He was a man of numbers, a man who measured risks before making deals. And right now, he was measuring Lucavion. Where did this guy come from? Lucavion didn't look like a battle-hardened warlord, nor did he carry himself like some former noble-turned-mercenary. His features were sharp, composed, too composed. Most men who sat in this room, who spoke with people like Draven, Soren, and Viral, at least showed some hesitation. Even the most dangerous assassins and syndicate leaders had an instinct to stay guarded around men like them. But Lucavion? Not a single flicker of tension. No telltale signs of a man preparing for violence. No unnecessary movement. Even now, as the air grew heavier with suspicion, he didn't move. Marcel tapped a single finger against the table, his sharp eyes narrowing. What kind of man sits among killers and doesn't even blink? Someone either very powerful or very foolish. Viral, still silent, continued to observe. His mind worked through scenarios, trying to piece together the gaps in information. This wasn't a man they had ever heard of before. Draven hadn't given them much about his background, only that he was an asset. But an asset from where? He was too young to have come from the old blood of Varenthia's mercenary families. He wasn't a Republic hound, nor was he affiliated with any of the noble houses in Solmara or Arcanes. So who the hell was he? Viral exhaled slowly, his fingers tapping once against the wood. Where did you find him? He finally asked, his voice smooth and measured. Men of his stature are not exactly common. Lucavion's smirk widened slightly, but before he could speak, Draven raised a hand. That doesn't matter, Draven said, his tone final. What matters is that he's here. And for now, he's my problem. Viral's eyes flicked toward Draven, as if weighing the meaning behind those words. Draven wasn't an idiot. He didn't vouch for people lightly. If he was willing to stake his credibility on this Lucavion, then there was something real behind it. Soren scoffed, shaking his head slightly. Fine. But if he turns out to be useless, I'm not wasting my men on him. The tension in the room didn't fade after Draven's declaration. If anything, it sharpened. Lucavion could tell. These men were already talking about this before he even stepped in. His arrival might have changed the approach, but the storm had been brewing long before now. Soren Kale scoffed, leaning back in his chair with a deep scowl. You called us here because you're planning something big. His thick fingers drummed against the table. So let's get to it. Viral nodded, his gaze sliding back to Draven. You had our attention before he arrived, he murmured, motioning vaguely toward Lucavion. What exactly are you planning? Draven leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. I just got fresh intel. His voice was smooth, measured, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes. Aldrich has a new deal lined up. That caught everyone's attention. Marcel straightened slightly, his calculating eyes narrowing. A trade. Draven smirked. Yes, and his right-hand men will be attending that meeting. The air shifted. Lucavion didn't miss the way the expressions around the room flickered. Hesitation, intrigue, and in some cases outright concern. Soren exhaled sharply. And what? You're thinking of hitting them there? Draven nodded. My men will target them at the trade. Silence. Then, are you crazy? Marcel's voice was sharp, his usual composed demeanor cracking slightly. Directly attacking a trade like that is suicide. Draven exhaled through his nose, unconcerned. TCH. You say that like I don't know what I'm doing. Marcel's jaw tightened. You know exactly what I mean. This isn't a small skirmish. You attack them during a major deal, and you're not just cutting into their operations, you're making this a full-scale war. Draven smirked. Good. Soren let out a low chuckle, shaking his head. Ha! You want this to be a war. Draven shrugged. They've been expanding too fast, too aggressively. His gaze swept across the table. You all know it. You've seen it. They've been swallowing our businesses whole, taking our clients, our suppliers. And if we keep sitting here playing cautious, we're going to wake up one day and realize there's nothing left to fight for. Viral exhaled, his fingers steepling beneath his chin. You're not wrong, he admitted. But an open war will put the entire city on edge. The balance we've maintained is already gone, Draven interrupted. His voice didn't rise, but it carried weight. The moment we let them establish themselves, the moment we let them take over our business, we lost the balance. They've already forced this into a fight. I'm just making sure we don't lose it before we start. Chapter 574. Meeting the Three Heads. 2. The moment we let them establish themselves, the moment we let them take over our business, we lost the balance. They've already forced this into a fight. I'm just making sure we don't lose it before we start. A few beats of silence. Lucavion leaned back slightly, watching. Interesting. Draven wasn't just planning a single strike. This wasn't just about hitting a trade deal. He was pushing every major force in Varenthia to move against the Black Veil at once. And it was working. Soren grunted, crossing his arms. All right, say we go along with this insanity. Taking out a trade meeting won't be enough. They'll recover. Draven nodded. That's why we're not stopping there. He pulled a rolled-up parchment from his coat and tossed it onto the table. It unfurled, revealing a map of Varenthia. Several locations were already marked. Warehouses, hidden strongholds, key supply lines. Soren's eyes flicked over it, his scowl deepening. You really want to burn them out? Draven smirked. They've been getting too many customers lately. That stops now. Marcille let out a slow breath. Even the Iris Bloom? Lucavion raised an eyebrow at the name. Viral sighed, rubbing his temple. That's what this is really about, isn't it? Draven's smirk didn't fade. They took over our product. Lucavion tilted his head slightly. Iris Bloom. Draven's eyes flicked toward him before he explained. A narcotic, he said simply. High-end, rare, expensive. You don't find it outside of Varenthia's underground markets. Viral added, it's also the reason we've kept certain powerful people on our side. Officials, nobles, even Republic merchants. The trade keeps the right hands full of coin. Lucavion stayed silent, his gaze drifting across the gathered men. His fingers tapped idly against the armrest of his chair, slow and deliberate, as if absorbing every word. Then, in that same calm, lazy voice, he mused, one of the biggest businesses, I presume? Draven smirked. Not one of the biggest. The biggest. Lucavion nodded. I see. That was all he said, but the weight of his words settled into the room. Soren scoffed, rolling his shoulders. TCH. Say we agree. You think we haven't thought about this before? You think we wouldn't have already burned their warehouses if we could? He leaned forward, his voice carrying a bitter edge. How do you plan to deal with Aldrich? Marcille exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Yeah, that's the damn problem. He's a 6-star awakened, for fuck's sake. He motioned toward the map. This whole plan is bold, I'll give you that. But none of this means shit if Aldrich is still standing at the end of it. Viral's gaze was steady, unreadable. You're acting like we were just too cautious before, he murmured. Like we were afraid to strike. But the truth is, we never had the option. Silence. Then Viral continued. We've never thought to gather together and move against the Black Veil like this because it would have been suicide. Aldrich alone is enough to keep this city in check. You don't make enemies of a 6-star awakened unless you have someone just as strong to counter him. Lucavion glanced at Draven, his smirk returning ever so slightly. And from what I'm hearing, Viral continued, his cold gaze never wavering, no one like that has entered Varenthia. No one from Solmara. No one from the Republic. No one from Arcanes. He exhaled slowly, tapping his knuckles against the table. So unless you've got an army hidden somewhere, Draven, this plan still fails. Draven chuckled. The sound was low, amused. Then, he gestured lazily toward Lucavion. Marcille's brow furrowed. Soren's expression darkened. Viral, for once, looked uncertain. Draven's smirk widened. But this time, he said smoothly, I do have someone. The room shifted. Lucavion simply smiled. But in that moment, his presence felt different. Sharper. Heavier. Soren exhaled sharply, glancing between Draven and Lucavion. You're fucking kidding me. Draven leaned forward slightly, his smirk never fading. I don't joke about things like this. Viral's fingers curled slightly. His cold gaze flicked toward Lucavion, studying him again. But this time with more weight. The room felt tight. The problem they had never been able to solve. The reason why none of them had dared move before. Draven had just thrown the answer in front of them. And he was smiling. Silence stretched through the room, thick with unspoken doubt. Lucavion felt their gazes on him, weighing, measuring, doubting. He was used to it. People always looked at him the same way at first. With curiosity, with skepticism, then eventually with fear. But these men, they weren't there yet. Soren let out a sharp exhale, his expression somewhere between disbelief and irritation. He turned to Draven, voice flat. You're fucking serious? This kid. He motioned toward Lucavion, his scarred knuckles tightening. He's your answer to Aldrich? Draven just smirked. That's right. Soren's brows twitched. He looked at Lucavion again, this time more critically. The kid, because that's what he looked like, a damn kid, was holding his composure just fine. His expression was unreadable, his posture relaxed, but that didn't mean shit. Soren had met plenty of cocky bastards in his time. Plenty of men who carried themselves like they were untouchable, right up until the moment they got crushed. And Lucavion? He was young. That much was obvious. Early 20s, 25 at most. His features were sharp, striking, but still held the smoothness of youth. His scar gave him a dangerous look. Sure, but it wasn't enough to make up for experience. Soren scoffed. Draven, have you lost your fucking mind? Marcel sighed, rubbing his temple. I was going to ask the same thing. His sharp eyes flicked toward Lucavion, assessing him from a different angle. You're telling us that this no-name swordsman is supposed to stand against a 6-star awakened? He exhaled sharply, shaking his head. Do you even realize how absurd that sounds? Viral, who had been quiet so far, finally spoke. Even the most talented prodigies of this generation are at most 5-star. Some at their peak might be on the edge of breaking through, but even then, that's still a massive gap. His cool, unreadable eyes locked onto Lucavion. And yet, you're claiming that you can do what no one else can? Lucavion didn't answer immediately. His smirk didn't fade, but there was something behind his eyes. A flicker of something sharp, something old. Draven just chuckled, shaking his head. You're all thinking too small. Soren scowled. Thinking small. He exhaled sharply, leaning forward. Draven, you do realize that this isn't just about skill, right? This is about power. Raw, overwhelming power. Aldrich isn't just another swordsman. He's a fucking 6-star. Marcel nodded. That kind of difference isn't something you just overcome. It's a gap in strength that can't be ignored. Viral's gaze sharpened. Unless. The room tensed slightly. Viral studied Lucavion once more, his eyes narrowing. Unless you're telling us that this man is already beyond 5-star. A quiet beat. Then Soren scoffed. Now I know you're full of shit, he muttered. A kid like this? Beyond 5-star? Don't make me laugh. Lucavion simply smiled. The tension in the room had shifted. It wasn't just skepticism anymore, there was challenge in the air. Draven leaned back slightly, his sharp gray eyes sweeping over the gathered men before settling on Lucavion. He studied him for a moment longer, then exhaled, his smirk fading just a little. You, he muttered. Then his voice hardened. Do it. Lucavion raised an eyebrow. Here. Yes, Draven said firmly. Lucavion sighed through his nose, then nodded. And in the next instant, the entire room shifted. A wave of black starlit mana erupted from Lucavion's body, unfurling like a void swallowing the air itself. The pressure was immediate, dense, and unnatural, filling the chamber with an oppressive weight. His usually dark eyes turned, shifting, expanding, like a night sky bursting with countless stars. The air became thick, heavy, stifling. The gathered leaders reacted instantly. Viral's fingers twitched, his own aura flaring up, cold, sharp, methodical. Soren's brute force mana surged outward, raw power colliding against the dark starlight. Marcel, ever the cautious one, tightened his grip on the edge of the table as he sent his own controlled wave of resistance. Every single one of them, all of them 5-star awakened, instinctively pushed back. And for a moment the pressure evened out. Soren scoffed, rolling his shoulders as he adjusted to the suffocating weight in the air. Is that it? His voice was rough, unimpressed. Draven, if this is what you were banking on, you've already lost. It's strong, sure, but it's not enough to take on Aldrich. Marcel exhaled, regaining his composure. I can feel it. It's different, but not overwhelming. Viral's gaze remained steady. He wasn't so quick to dismiss it. But even so, this wasn't enough. Draven, however, didn't react to them. He simply looked at Lucavion, his smirk widening just slightly. "Kid, don't hold back." Lucavion let out a slow, tired sigh. Then, the room collapsed, or at least that's how it felt. A second wave of power surged from Lucavion, deeper, darker, unstoppable. This time, it wasn't just the quiet, creeping weight of starlit mana. Pitch-black flames erupted from his body, curling and twisting around the air like living shadows. The flames didn't burn the walls, didn't scorch the table, but they pressed down and they devoured. The moment they meshed with the cosmic starlight, everything changed. The weight in the air doubled, no, tripled. Soren's teeth clenched as he staggered slightly, his instincts screaming at him. Marcial inhaled sharply, his carefully controlled aura buckling under the force. Viral's fingers twitched as his mana tried to hold the pressure back, but it wasn't enough. A deep, suffocating stillness settled into their chests, their breathing turning difficult. Soren cursed under his breath, his hand twitching toward his weapon. And he wasn't the only one. The others, all of them, were instinctively reaching for their blades, their magic, their weapons, anything to defend themselves. But before any of them could move, Draven raised a hand, a sharp, clear gesture, a silent command. Soren gritted his teeth but didn't draw his blade. Marcial hesitated, his fingers curling against the wood but remaining still. Viral's cold eyes flicked between Draven and Lucavion, his mind already racing with calculations. Lucavion, meanwhile, looked completely unfazed. He was simply waiting, and Draven, still seated at the head of the table, chuckled. "See now," he murmured. Chapter 575. Letting them know. The weight in the room was unbearable. Lucavion sat there, utterly at ease, while his mana crushed everything around him. The black starlight that swirled from his body wasn't just powerful. It was dense, overwhelming, consuming. The pitch-black flames that interwove with it carried a force that felt wrong. Not in the sense of corruption, but in the sense of sheer, unnatural dominance. For the first time, the gathered men weren't just assessing him. They were acknowledging him. Soren exhaled sharply, his usual scowl tightening into something more serious. No more mockery, no more doubt. He wasn't reckless enough to ignore what was right in front of him. Marcial, ever the composed one, had gone completely still. His calculating eyes flicked between Lucavion and Draven, the gears in his mind turning rapidly. This wasn't just strong. This wasn't just impressive. This was something they hadn't accounted for. Viral's fingers twitched against the table, his cold gaze sharpening. Now it made sense. At first, when they had met Lucavion, they hadn't been able to feel anything from him. His mana had been completely undetectable, and that was unnatural for an awakened. That left them with only two possible conclusions. Either, 1, he was a non-awakened using some kind of trickery to make himself seem stronger than he was. But that didn't make sense. Draven wouldn't be foolish enough to stake his credibility on someone like that. Or, 2, he had already reached the 6-star realm, and his mana was so far beyond theirs that they had been unable to perceive it properly. They had discarded that second idea at first, because it was insane, because it didn't make sense, because it shouldn't have been possible. And yet, here they were, watching as the air itself bent under the weight of his power, feeling as their own mana that should have been strong enough to defend against anyone in this city, was pushed back effortlessly. And for the first time in years, they felt something they hadn't experienced in a long time. A 6-star awakened. A true monster. Draven leaned forward slightly, his smirk widening. "You starting to believe me now?" Soren exhaled sharply, shaking his head. "Tsh, you really found a crazy bastard." "Huh?" Marcial sighed, rubbing his temple. "I can't believe I'm saying this, but it makes sense now." His sharp eyes flicked to Draven. "No wonder we couldn't sense him before." Viral was still staring at Lucavion, silent for a long moment. Then, finally, he exhaled. Viral's gaze hardened, his cold eyes locking onto Lucavion like a predator sizing up an unknown beast. His fingers curled slightly against the wood, but his voice remained smooth, measured. "Who the hell are you?" he asked. "Where did you come from?" Lucavion met his stare without hesitation. His smirk remained light-hearted, almost lazy. "Is that important?" Viral didn't blink. "It is." Lucavion exhaled softly, tapping a single finger against the table. "We're all working toward the same goal, aren't we? Is it really important who I am?" Viral's expression didn't shift. "It is." His voice was colder now, more pointed. "What if you're just like that Aldrich bastard? What if we're replacing one problem with another?" "Fair question." Soren grunted in agreement, crossing his arms. Marcille was watching carefully, silent, but not dismissing the possibility. For a moment, Lucavion said nothing. Then his smirk widened slightly. "Do you have a choice, Mr. Viral?" His voice was smooth, teasing, carrying that same infuriating ease he had maintained since he entered the room. But then, in the span of a breath, it changed. The air froze. A pulse of something dark, something suffocating, swept through the space. Lucavion's eyes, once half-lidded with amusement, became voids of black starlight. The playful flicker in them vanished, replaced by something cold, empty. And then came the bloodlust. Viral's entire body stiffened. The room, once filled with tension, with wariness, became still. The feeling that washed over them was nothing like before. This wasn't just mana. This was something darker. Viral had seen countless killers in his time. Assassins, mercenaries, men who had spent their lives in the shadows of death. He had trained alongside them, fought beside them, killed with them. But this was not the presence of a mere killer. This was the weight of someone who had already walked through rivers of blood. Cold sweat formed at the back of Viral's neck before he could even register it. His fingers twitched, an instinctive reaction, an unconscious movement that his body made when it felt the need to defend itself. And then, Lucavion spoke. "I am only here to kill that man," he murmured, his voice carrying the same weight as a blade resting against one's throat. "I don't care about anything else." His tone was even, not angry, not forceful, just stating a fact. Viral didn't move, didn't breathe, because for the first time in a long, long time, he felt that if he did, he would die. Draven sighed loudly, running a hand down his face. All right, that's enough, kid. We get it, you're crazy." He leaned back, smirking. "No need to make it this obvious." The moment the words left his mouth, Lucavion's bloodlust vanished. Completely, like it had never been there at all. 1 second, the room had been drowning in suffocating killing intent, an invisible blade resting against everyone's throats. The next, calm. Lucavion smiled. Not a forced smile, not a sinister one. Just the same damn smirk he always wore, like nothing had happened. The shift was so unnatural, so instant, that even hardened men like Viral and Soren felt their bodies twitch involuntarily. Soren gritted his teeth, inhaling sharply as he ran a hand over his face. "TCH, what the fuck is wrong with you?" Marcille let out a slow, measured breath, his fingers tightening slightly against the edge of the table. He prided himself on keeping a composed demeanor, but this? Even he couldn't hide the flicker of unease that crossed his features. Viral, who had been frozen just moments before, slowly exhaled through his nose, regaining his composure. His mind was still catching up to the fact that his body had reacted before his thoughts could. That alone told him everything he needed to know. This man, Lucavion, was dangerous. Not just because of his strength, but because of the way he controlled it. To unleash such overwhelming, suffocating killing intent, only to retract it in an instant, slipping back into that carefree smirk like he had simply been stretching? It wasn't normal. It wasn't human. Draven chuckled, shaking his head. "You're gonna give these poor bastards a heart attack, Lucavion." Lucavion tilted his head, looking entirely unbothered. "I was just answering his question." Soren clicked his tongue, looking at Draven. "You're actually trusting this lunatic?" Draven grinned. "Oh, absolutely." Silence settled again. And that was when everyone in the room realized the truth. They weren't just dealing with some ambitious swordsman. They were entangled with a man whose mind didn't work like a normal person's. Soren exhaled sharply, shaking his head as if trying to shake off the lingering unease. Then he turned to Draven, voice rough with frustration. I have to ask, what the hell is your reason for putting your faith in this lunatic? Marcel nodded, his usual composed demeanor returning, though there was still a sharp glint of caution in his eyes. We get that he's strong. We get that he's not normal. But strength alone isn't enough to bet everything on, Draven. What's your real reason? Viral didn't speak, but his cold gaze was fixed on Draven, waiting. Draven didn't answer immediately. His smirk faded just a little, his sharp features relaxing, just for a second. His gray eyes grew distant, lost in something older than the moment they were in now. Then, word from someone of the past. The room paused. For all their suspicion, that was an answer none of them had expected. Soren groaned, dragging a hand down his face. Tsh. Fuck. He shot Draven an annoyed glare. Don't tell me you're bringing your love life into this. Draven blinked. Then, his face twisted in sheer disgust. The fuck? He scowled, sitting up straight. First of all, never say that shit again. Marcel sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. So it's her then. Viral tilted his head slightly. Corvina? Draven's lips twitched, but he didn't confirm or deny. He simply exhaled through his nose. Lucavion, who had been watching this entire exchange with mild amusement, finally chuckled. She does have a way of persuading people. Draven rolled his eyes, clearly done with the conversation already. Tch. You people act like I just blindly follow orders. I make my own choices. Marcel gave him a look. Do you? Soren snorted. Not when it comes to her. Draven groaned, rubbing his temple. You all can shut the fuck up now. Lucavion smirked, resting his chin on one hand. It's sweet, really? Draven turned to glare at him. Not another word. Lucavion simply grinned. The tension in the room was still there, undeniable, unshaken, but for the first time, it had shifted into something a little lighter. A temporary moment of ease before the real war began. Chapter 576. Artifact. Draven walked beside Lucavion as they stepped out of the meeting room, the heavy doors shutting behind them with a dull thud. The noise lingered for a second before fading into the distant sounds of the city beyond. The air outside was cool, carrying the distant scent of the sea mixed with the sharper, grittier notes of Varenthia itself. Smoke, spice, damp stone. A city that was alive, unpredictable. Draven glanced at Lucavion, hands tucked in his pockets. So? He asked, his voice light but edged with something knowing. How's this place treating you? Lucavion hummed, tilting his head slightly. This place. He exhaled, a small smirk curling his lips. Not bad. Draven huffed a quiet chuckle. Not bad, he repeated. That's all. Lucavion's dark eyes flicked toward him, amused. Should I be more poetic? Draven rolled his eyes. Tsh. Don't push it. The two walked in easy silence for a few more steps, the stone streets of Varenthia stretching ahead in winding, unpredictable paths. Draven had been monitoring Lucavion these past few days, of course. Caius had made sure of that. Lucavion, unsurprisingly, hadn't seemed to mind the extra set of eyes on him. If anything, he had treated it like a minor curiosity, something amusing rather than intrusive. And what had he done during those 3 days? Nothing that screamed trouble. He had wandered through the markets, the trade streets, the back alleys where rare goods were exchanged under whispered deals. He had eaten. Draven had heard from Caius that the bastard had gone out of his way to taste all sorts of Varenthian dishes. Exotic spiced meats from the southern isles, crispy fried rolls stuffed with minced fish and rare herbs, even the dense, honey-soaked pastries that most hardened mercenaries wouldn't be caught dead eating in public. And then there were the cultural stops. Caius had reported seeing him at one of the old shrines in the Western District, where people still lit incense for ancestors or prayed for fortune in their bloody line of work. And then at the Bazaar of Echoes, where relics and artifacts, some real, most fake, were sold to those foolish or wealthy enough to care. Lucavion hadn't acted like a man preparing for a violent clash. But Draven wasn't stupid. This wasn't the behavior of a man who wasn't preparing. This was the behavior of a man who had already prepared. Lucavion was simply waiting. Draven exhaled through his nose. You don't seem like the type to care about food and culture. Lucavion chuckled. Should I be swinging my sword in the streets instead? Draven smirked. I'd prefer if you didn't. This city's got enough problems. Lucavion hummed in amusement, stretching his arms lazily as they walked. You can tell a lot about a place by its food, its people, its stories, he mused. Varenthia is interesting. It's always shifting, always changing hands. But the bones of it are old. Draven glanced at him, curious. You get all that from tasting street food? Lucavion let out a short chuckle, tilting his head as if amused by his own words. No, I just made them up. His smirk widened slightly. Did it sound poetic? Maybe you thought I was some wise old man with insight. Draven just shook his head, exhaling through his nose. TCH, you're a real pain in the ass. You know that? A certain someone likes to talk about food, and I don't like always being lectured. Draven raised an eyebrow. What? Nothing, Lucavion said smoothly. Draven narrowed his eyes slightly but let it slide. There was no point digging into whatever nonsense the bastard was spouting. Instead, he turned the conversation back to business. Anyway, Draven started, his tone shifting back to something more serious. The others have agreed to the plan. You'll get your fight. Lucavion's smirk didn't fade, but there was something sharper beneath it. That was never in question. Draven scoffed. Maybe not, but you'll need this. From within his coat, Draven pulled out a small metal case, old but well kept. He flipped it open, revealing a dark, polished artifact resting inside. Lucavion's gaze flicked toward the artifact the moment the case snapped open. His smirk faded just slightly, not out of concern, but out of curiosity. It wasn't a ring. It wasn't a weapon either. The object inside was strange, exotic. A small, crystalline fragment encased in a frame of dark metal, its edges jagged yet unnaturally smooth. At its core, faint, shifting lights pulsed, colors twisting in slow, hypnotic patterns, as if alive. Lucavion narrowed his eyes. What is this? Draven exhaled, his smirk still present but his tone far more serious. An artifact. Lucavion shot him a flat look. I can see that. I'm asking, what is its purpose? Draven rolled his shoulders. Its purpose is to find your target. Lucavion's gaze sharpened. He didn't speak, waiting for Draven to elaborate. Draven tapped a finger lightly against the case. When used, this thing will reveal the location of the person you're searching for, but not in the usual way. Lucavion's fingers stilled against the case. Go on. Draven smirked, watching his reaction. It doesn't work in real time. Instead, it shows you their location through your dreams. For the first time since stepping out of that meeting room, Lucavion's expression shifted. His fingers stilled. His dark eyes, always half-lidded with lazy amusement, narrowed ever so slightly as he truly examined the artifact in front of him. A pause. Then, his gaze flicked up. What? Draven chuckled, leaning against the railing of the stone walkway they had stopped on. Thought that would get your attention. Lucavion didn't respond immediately. His fingers hovered just above the artifact, feeling the mana ripple from it. Something like this kind of function. It wasn't just a simple tracking artifact. It wasn't something a mercenary or even a noble would typically possess. This was something far above that level. His voice was quieter this time, but sharper. This should be at least an epic rank artifact. Lucavion's fingers hovered over the artifact, his dark eyes unreadable as he studied the shifting lights within its crystalline core. The slow, rhythmic pulses of color weren't chaotic. They were deliberate, patterned. This was not something one simply found. You can't just access an epic rank artifact like this, Lucavion murmured, his voice smooth but edged with suspicion. "Tell me, what's the catch?" Draven smirked, tilting his head slightly. Sharp as ever. He exhaled slowly, rolling his shoulders. "Yeah, there's a catch." Lucavion waited, his fingers still just above the artifact, close enough to feel the unstable flickers of mana radiating from it. Draven gestured toward it with a slight nod. "It used to be an epic rank artifact." Lucavion's eyes flickered slightly, narrowing. Draven continued, "But it's not anymore. It's a defective product." Lucavion's lips curled into something resembling amusement. "Defective?" Draven let out a short chuckle. "TCH, you sound like you're doubting me." Lucavion leaned back slightly, tilting his head. "Shouldn't I?" Draven smirked. "Fair." He tapped the case lightly with his finger. "I got it off a smuggler who managed to get into the vault of the Valcroy family." Lucavion's expression didn't change, but Draven caught the flicker of calculation behind his eyes. "Valcroy." Draven waved a hand dismissively. "A noble house from the south. You don't need to concern yourself with them." Lucavion let the words settle in his mind. He had no ties to the southern noble families, nor did he care for their politics. But even so, an artifact stolen from a noble vault? That meant it wasn't just rare. It was buried history. "So, what's broken?" Lucavion finally asked. Draven clicked his tongue, watching Lucavion turn the artifact between his fingers. "That's the tricky part." Lucavion raised an eyebrow. "Of course it is." Draven's mouth twitched but didn't rise to the bait. Instead, he tapped the artifact case lightly. "It doesn't work like it used to. I tried testing it before. It doesn't just reveal anyone." Lucavion tilted his head slightly. "Then what does it reveal?" Draven leaned against the railing, exhaling through his nose. "It only works on people you have a clear memory of." His voice carried a certain weight now, something less casual than before. "And not just any memory. It has to be deep, one tied to real emotions." Lucavion's fingers stilled for a moment, then resumed turning the artifact. His expression didn't change, but something flickered behind his dark eyes. "Humph, that's inconvenient." Draven chuckled. "For most people, yeah. Makes it almost useless for tracking down random targets. You can't just think of someone you met once and expect this thing to show you their location." Lucavion exhaled softly, staring down at the artifact. The slow, rhythmic pulses of light continued to shift in its core, casting faint reflections across his gloves. Memories. Not just any memory. A moment vivid and deep. Something carved into his mind, burned into his bones. His grip tightened ever so slightly. Draven watched him carefully. "That a problem?" Lucavion let out a quiet chuckle, shaking his head. "No. If anything, it makes things easier." Draven raised an eyebrow. "Easier?" Lucavion's smirk returned, but there was something different about it now. Something quieter, something colder. "Because I don't have to wonder if it'll work." Chapter 577. Artifact 2. "Because I don't have to wonder if it'll work." Draven stared at him for a second longer before scoffing. "TCH. Whatever you say, sword demon." Lucavion turned his head slightly, his usual smirk settling back into place. "Now, when do we start?" Draven exhaled, rolling his shoulders before reaching into his coat. "Ah, that." He pulled out a folded piece of parchment, handing it over. "Here, take this." Lucavion took the paper, unfolding it with a flick of his wrist. His sharp eyes scanned the surface, and he let out a soft chuckle. "Emberwood summoning paper?" Draven nodded. "Yeah. A common artifact, but a useful one. Made from the bark of emberwood trees, one of the few naturally magical flora known to exist. It had a unique property. When one side of the parchment was burned, its twin, no matter how far away, would ignite at the same time. A simple, reliable way to send an urgent summons." Lucavion twirled the parchment between his fingers. "Convenient." Draven smirked. "When this burns, you can use that artifact. But you'll need to be quick. We can't waste time once this starts." Lucavion raised an eyebrow. Expecting trouble? Draven scoffed. Obviously, Eldrick isn't an idiot. He won't move at first, not right away. He'll send his men first, gauge the situation. That's how these types operate. Lucavion nodded slightly. That much made sense. But, Draven continued, his tone growing more serious, if he realizes the situation is bad, if he sees that this isn't just some minor threat, he'll leave. Lucavion tapped a finger against the parchment. Thoughtful. So the best thing to do is to find him before he runs. Draven's smirk widened. Exactly. Lucavion exhaled through his nose, slipping the emberwood paper into his coat. Humph. Then I better make sure I don't keep you waiting too long. Draven exhaled slowly, tilting his head back to glance at the sky above. The deep gray clouds rolled lazily overhead, the dim glow of the city's torches flickering against the night air. They were about to take on a damn big problem. Aldrich Veltrin wasn't just some thug playing warlord. He was a 6-star awakened, a former knight, and more than that, a man backed by forces that didn't want him found. This wasn't just another power struggle in Varenthia. It was something far bigger. Draven knew the risks. He had pulled the pieces together, gathered allies, mapped out every potential move. But even then, he wasn't stupid enough to think this was going to be simple. His gaze shifted to the bastard standing beside him. Lucavion, for all his amusement and easy smirks, was still an unknown. Are you sure you can deal with it? Draven finally asked, his tone deceptively casual. Lucavion tilted his head slightly, his smirk widening. Don't trust me? Draven scoffed. Bastard, I just met you. Lucavion chuckled, tapping the emberwood parchment against his palm. Well, let's hope I do, since I'm your only choice. Draven's jaw twitched. He hated how fucking right the bastard was. Fuck you. Lucavion grinned. Thanks. The streets of Varenthia stretched ahead, winding and unpredictable, filled with shifting lights and moving shadows. The city never truly slept. Even at this hour, voices drifted through the air. Merchants still haggling over last-minute deals. Mercenaries gathered in hushed circles. Whispers of bets, bounties, and blood. Lucavion walked with an easy, unhurried stride, hands tucked lazily into his coat pockets. Caius was a step behind, his expression torn between frustration and reluctant acceptance of his current fate. And then there was her, Vitaliera, perched effortlessly on his shoulder, her emerald eyes sharp as they scanned the streets around them. The occasional flick of her tail was the only indication of her thoughts, until she finally spoke. Are you sure about this? Her voice was quiet, but weighty. He's a 6-star awakened. Lucavion exhaled softly, his smirk barely shifting. Was. As Lucavion walked through the uneven streets of Varenthia, the flickering lantern lights casting long, restless shadows, a familiar voice curled into the edges of his thoughts. Are you sure about this? Vitaliara's voice was soft but firm, threading into his mind like silk wrapped around steel. From the outside, she was merely perched on his shoulder, tail flicking lazily, but inside his head, her presence was a persistent weight. Lucavion's smirk barely shifted. You're still asking that? I wouldn't if you weren't planning to fight a 6-star awakened like it was a casual duel. Lucavion hummed in amusement, adjusting his coat as he stepped over a loose stone. Was a 6-star. Before 3 years ago, according to Corvina's intel, he was only a 5-star. Vitaliera was silent for a moment. Then, and? You think that changes anything? It means he recently broke through, just like I did. A flicker of understanding passed between them. Lucavion could feel her considering his words, weighing the logic. So what? You think that because you both advanced recently, it puts you on even ground? Her tone was sharp, probing. Lucavion chuckled under his breath, sidestepping a sluggish drunk who nearly stumbled into him. Not quite. It means he hasn't had time to fully settle into his new strength. Neither have you. Lucavion's fingers twitched slightly. He had been expecting that. That's different. Vitaliera scoffed. How exactly? Lucavion tilted his head, watching the dimly lit alleyways with vague interest. Because I had to earn my breakthrough in battle. I had to tear through something stronger than me. When I killed the Kraken, I felt it, the exact moment I shattered my limit. A pause. Vitalyara's tail curled slightly. You're saying he didn't earn his? Lucavion's smirk thinned, turning into something quieter. I'm saying that Aldrich didn't fight his way up, he climbed. Slowly, steadily. He's a former knight, a trained soldier. Men like that don't take risks unless they have to. His black eyes glinted under the lantern light. Which means, even if he's a 6-star now, he hasn't had time to wield it properly. Vitalyara didn't respond right away. Lucavion could feel her thoughts shifting, calculating. Then, and what about your other core? Lucavion's steps didn't falter, but his fingers curled slightly. What about it? Don't play dumb. I know you've been feeding it. I know you've been pushing it forward. But it's not at peak 4-star yet. Is it? Lucavion exhaled slowly. No, it's mid 4-star. Vitalyara's ears flicked, her voice curling through his mind like a whisper of fire. And that's a problem. Lucavion smirked. For anyone else, maybe. For you too, Lucavion. Her voice was sharper now. You advanced too fast. Your body kept up, your techniques refined, but your flame of Equinox is hungry. It needs time to fully stabilize. Lucavion's gaze flicked to the rooftops, then back to the winding streets. Time I don't have. Sigh. TCH. You reckless bastard. Lucavion chuckled. I thought we already established that. Vitalyara huffed. I'm not joking. You feel it, don't you? Your core isn't moving as fast anymore. The higher you climb, the harder it is. The time it took you to go from 3-star to 4-star was nothing. But from mid to peak 4-star? That's different. Lucavion exhaled softly, his gaze flicking toward the distant rooftops before settling on the uneven streets beneath his feet. The truth was simple, advancing his flame of Equinox had always been a matter of taking. Death fueled it, strengthened it, refined it. But the further he climbed, the more selective it became. The stronger the monster, the richer the essence. The richer the essence, the greater the growth. It was a cycle he had already expected, a trade-off he had calculated from the beginning. The only issue, finding prey worthy enough to push him forward. Not exactly something I can just pick up on the street, he mused. And unless I feel like making enemies out of half the continent, I can't just go hunting awakened for their cores. Vitalyara remained perched on his shoulder, her tail flicking in thought. You're not concerned. Lucavion tilted his head slightly, his smirk remaining faint but ever-present. Why would I be? She huffed. Because if your advancement slows, you'll fall behind. You won't reach 5-star before this conflict escalates. Lucavion let out a soft chuckle, hands tucking further into his coat pockets. It's not about speed, it's about momentum. I don't need to rush my advancement. I just need the right opportunities. And if those opportunities don't come, they will come soon enough, don't worry. Is that so? Yep. Whatever. Chapter 578. Advice. Vitalyara let out a small breath through her nose, her tail flicking once before settling. Fine. I won't nag. Lucavion smirked. You say that, but I can already hear the next lecture forming in your head. Ha! She perched more comfortably on his shoulder, stretching her claws lightly against the fabric of his coat. If I thought you were running in blind, I would lecture you. Her emerald eyes glinted. But you're not stupid, just reckless. Lucavion chuckled under his breath. Reckless? Me? That's harsh. Oh, shut up. You know exactly what I mean. Vitalyara had learned something about him over time. He wasn't the type to rush into something without calculating the risks. He played at being reckless, at throwing himself into danger with that damnable smirk. But beneath that, everything was measured. If he was walking into a fight underleveled, he already had a way out. If he was gambling on an unknown factor, he had at least 3 countermeasures in place. It wasn't that he avoided danger, no, he invited it. But only when he was certain he could survive it. At least she hoped so. Caius sat on the edge of the small bed in the servants' quarters, elbows resting on his knees, head in his hands. He hated this. Absolutely fucking hated this. He had spent years working as a mercenary, surviving in the underbelly of Varenthia, clawing his way up from the filth of the streets to something better, or at least something not as shitty. And now he was stuck playing lapdog to some smug bastard with a pretty face and a terrifying sword arm. His eye twitched as he thought about it. Draven hadn't technically said, "Caius, you are now Lucavion's personal servant." But fuck, it sure as hell felt that way. Every time Lucavion looked at him with that unreadable smirk, every time he suggested something instead of outright ordering it, Caius knew he was being fucking played. Fuck this, he muttered under his breath, running a hand through his hair. If he had any sense, he'd walk away, cut his losses, disappear into the city, and pretend he never met Lucavion, Draven, or any of this bullshit. But he couldn't. Not with Draven breathing down his neck. Not with the knowledge that if Lucavion did do something crazy, it would be his ass on the line. He let out a slow breath, leaning back against the wall, staring at the ceiling. How the hell did my life turn into this? A low rumble shook the floor beneath Caius's boots. Then, boom! The distant roar of an explosion echoed through the city, followed by another, closer this time. The ground trembled slightly, the faint vibrations crawling up his spine like a bad omen. His head snapped up. What the hell? He shot to his feet, already moving. His instincts screamed at him. Something's wrong. Bursting out of his small quarters, he rushed down the hall, feet pounding against the wooden floor as he made a beeline for the main residence. He barely noticed the details of the house anymore. The well-kept interior, the fine furniture. None of it mattered. He needed to get to Lucavion. His pulse pounded in his ears as another explosion rocked the city, casting an eerie orange glow against the night sky. Caius gritted his teeth, shoving the door open. Caius shoved the door open, his pulse hammering in his ears. The room was dimly lit, shadows stretching along the walls from a single lantern. And there, sitting with the same damnable ease as always, was Lucavion. But he wasn't idle. Schlink. The sound of metal sliding against a whetstone filled the air. Lucavion's black eyes flicked up toward him, sharp and deliberate. "You!" His voice was slow, almost bored. "Why did you enter without permission?" Caius's mouth twitched. "Seriously?" He gestured wildly toward the window, where the faint glow of fire painted the night sky. "Don't you hear that?" Lucavion didn't stop sharpening his blade. "I do." Then, Caius's hands clenched into fists. "Will you not look for it?" Lucavion finally paused. His gaze settled on Caius fully, his fingers still resting against the blade. "As you can see," he murmured, his voice carrying that same insufferable amusement. "I will not." Caius stared at him, completely bewildered. "Are you fucking serious right now?" Lucavion leaned back slightly, resting his blade on his knee. "Very." Another explosion shook the city, sending vibrations through the floorboards. The distant echoes of shouting were beginning to rise. Caius gritted his teeth. "Then what the hell are you going to do?" Lucavion exhaled lightly, as if mildly entertained by the entire situation. Then, his lips curled into a smirk. "If you want to make a name for yourself," he said smoothly, "this is your chance." Caius blinked. "What?" Lucavion tilted his head slightly, his black eyes gleaming with something unreadable. "Leave now," he said, voice calm. "Go to one of the places with those explosions." Caius stared at Lucavion, frustration mounting. "What the hell are you talking about?" he snapped. "Why are you acting like this isn't a big deal? The city's burning outside." Lucavion exhaled lightly through his nose, the corner of his mouth twitching as if Caius's anger amused him. "You," he said, his voice smooth, "are the one who lives in Varenthia. You must already know the rules of this city." He tilted his head slightly. "Why are you acting like a country bumpkin?" Caius twitched. "This fucking..." Lucavion continued before he could even form a response. "You should understand this better than anyone else," he mused. running his whetstone against his blade once more. This city thrives on chaos. And when something like this happens, there are only two choices. He looked up, his black eyes glinting in the lantern light. You move, or you get trampled. Caius clenched his fists. He knew that. Of course he knew that. He had lived by that rule for years. In a city like Varenthia, where mercenaries, gangs, and cutthroats ran the streets, there was nothing worse than standing still. If word got out that, while others were fighting and making their mark, he had just stayed put like some coward waiting for orders, things would turn ugly, fast. He ground his teeth together, hating that Lucavion was right, hating even more that this bastard was saying it like he was giving him a lesson. Caius let out a sharp breath, rolling his shoulders. "Tch, fine." He turned on his heel and stormed toward the door. Lucavion didn't stop him, didn't say anything else. Lucavion remained seated, his fingers idly turning the paper Draven had given him. The lantern flickered, casting long shadows across the walls. "Not yet, it seems," he murmured, exhaling lightly. A voice came from his side, smooth and knowing. "You sound almost disappointed." Lucavion smirked, tilting his head slightly. "Do I?" Vital Yara's emerald eyes flickered as she adjusted her position, her tail curling lazily. "You do." Lucavion exhaled through his nose, folding the paper neatly before setting it aside. "I suppose I was hoping for something clearer." "Dreams are rarely clear," she pointed out. "They are reflections, warped, fleeting." Lucavion hummed. "You think it will work?" Vital Yara's gaze lingered on the artifact resting nearby, its crystalline core pulsing with faint light. "That depends." He raised an eyebrow. "On what you really want to see." Lucavion chuckled, leaning back slightly. "And here I thought you were done with lectures." Vitaliera stretched her claws slightly, her tone unreadable. "It's not a lecture, just a reminder." Lucavion's gaze drifted back to the artifact, watching the slow, rhythmic pulses of color. A tool that could reveal someone's location through dreams. But only if the memory was deep enough. Just then, the emberwood paper burned. A faint ember at first, then a sudden, voracious flame, consuming the delicate parchment within seconds. The heat flared unnaturally before vanishing, leaving behind nothing but a wisp of curling smoke. Lucavion's fingers stilled against the artifact. The time had come. The flickering lantern cast jagged shadows along the room's walls as he reached for the crystalline fragment, feeling the familiar pulse of mana shifting within its depths. His grip tightened just slightly. The rhythmic pulse of light within the artifact quickened, reacting to his touch, the shifting colors becoming more erratic, like something alive, stirring from slumber. Vitaliera, perched on his shoulder, watched silently. "This is it, then." Her voice threaded through his thoughts, calm but laced with something unreadable. Lucavion tilted his head slightly, his smirk faint but unwavering. "It would seem so." He exhaled slowly, closing his eyes for a brief moment before channeling his mana into the artifact. The world around him dimmed. Chapter 579, Dream. Lucavion's grip tightened around the artifact as the world around him dimmed. The flickering lantern light bled into shadows, stretching unnaturally, devouring the room in creeping darkness. The weight of his own body grew distant, like his limbs were being submerged in thick, unyielding tar. Down, and down, and down. His breath slowed, each inhale growing heavier, more labored. The edges of his consciousness blurred, thoughts fraying like threads unraveling from an old tapestry. "So this is how it works, huh?" The artifact pulsed against his palm, its crystalline core shifting with the colors of a dying ember. A slow, rhythmic beat like a second heartbeat syncing with his own. Lucavion exhaled, sharp and controlled. His fingers twitched against the artifact's frame, but his body, his real body, felt more like a concept than something tangible. The air was thick, almost suffocating. The sensation wasn't entirely unfamiliar. He had walked the edges of magic before, teetered at the brink of unnatural forces. But this was different. The sensation of falling wasn't external. It wasn't the world slipping away from him. It was him slipping away from the world. A distortion in space, a slow unraveling of his presence. He felt his mind straining against the pull, instinctively resisting the descent. Stay aware, control the pace. But the weight dragging him down was relentless. His vision twisted, fragmented, pieces of a dreamlike haze shifting in and out of his awareness. The lantern light, the desk, the parchment Vitaliera had been reading. They all fractured, bending into the abyss. This isn't real. This is the artifact's doing. His fingers curled instinctively. No pain, no sensation, just the growing distance from himself. Then, a sharp pulse. Memory. Lucavion's breath hitched as a flicker of color bloomed through the void. It wasn't the artifact's glow. It was something deeper, something within him being pulled forth. A tether. A single, undeniable thread of memory. One that had long since burrowed into his bones. A face. A voice. The past. Dream, was it? His lips parted, the words barely forming in his mind. If this thing worked by using deep, emotional memories as an anchor, then Lucavion exhaled through his nose. A slow, measured breath. There was no way around it. If he wanted this artifact to work, if he wanted it to show him the enemy, he would have to face that memory again. His vision wavered. The darkness rippled, shifting like liquid silk. The air thickened with something unseen, something crawling beneath his skin. The past was waiting for him, and this time he had no choice but to let it in. Lucavion's breath hitched as the darkness around him coiled, shifting, rearranging itself. The abyss wasn't empty anymore. The void pulsed, and with a slow, creeping inevitability, it began to take shape. First the sound, a distant horn, low, ominous, reverberating through his chest. Then the scent, blood, charred earth, metal sharpened to a killing edge. And then the battlefield. The world snapped into focus, and suddenly he was there again, 15 years old, standing among his platoon, hands clenched around the haft of his spear, knuckles white with tension. His body felt lighter, thinner, not yet honed by the years that followed. His armor sat heavier on his frame, unfamiliar, a weight that had yet to become second nature. And he knew what was coming. No. But the moment had already begun. The horn blared. Lucavion's body moved before he could think, instinct overriding consciousness. His 15-year-old self surged forward with the rest of his unit, stepping into the chaos, into the slaughter. Hold the line! Vance's voice rang out over the battlefield, just as it had before, just as it always had. Lucavion felt the spear in his hands, the rough texture of the wood digging into his palms. He knew what was about to happen, down to the very moment where blood would soak into the dirt beneath his feet. He recognized every movement, every scream, every death, and yet his body moved as if it belonged here, as if it had never left. His thoughts frayed at the edges, unraveling as his 15-year-old self engaged the first soldier. Clank! The force of the enemy's blade rattled up his arms. He fought like he had that day, efficient, trained, but not enough. He was still too weak, too slow. Every move was just barely enough to survive. The enemy fell back. Another replaced him. This isn't real, Lucavion thought, yet his body refused to obey any rational sense of detachment. This was real. At least it was now. He could feel his muscles burning, the sting of sweat in his eyes, the raw ache of fatigue that he had long since outgrown. And then, just as before, that black night appeared once again. The moment the memory fully seized him, Lucavion felt it, the unbearable weight of helplessness. The battlefield unfolded exactly as it had before. The Knight of the Wind vanished from his spot. Garrett fell, his chest run through. Mateo's throat was slit open before he even realized death had found him. Felix, Elias, Clara, all of them, one by one they died again. Their bodies collapsed into the dirt, staining the battlefield red, their final moments repeating with brutal precision. The smirk on the knight's face, the way his spear carved through flesh as if nothing mattered, the effortless, unshaken steps as he moved through the carnage. It was all the same. And Lucavion, the 15-year-old Lucavion, was frozen. His body refused to move. His muscles locked. Every instinct in his being screaming to flee, to escape, to submit to the inevitable. Move. His mind begged, demanded, but his body ignored him. No, not again. I know this. I know how this ends. And yet it was happening. Again. His fingers curled around the shaft of his spear, white-knuckled. The weight of it all pressed against his chest, suffocating. Then, Clara stepped forward, her stance fierce, defiant. Her mana flared, her hands glowing, her voice shaking but strong. Stay back. Lucavion knew what would happen next. She would fall. She would die. And he would do nothing. Move, damn it. But his legs wouldn't obey. He was trapped. Not just in the memory, but in who he had been. The knight's green mana flared, swallowing Clara's attack like it was nothing. His voice, thick with condescension, slithered through the air like poison. Too bad it's such a weakling. Then, the spear pierced her abdomen. Lucavion's stomach twisted violently as the exact moment burned into his mind replayed before his eyes. Clara shocked, her breath catching, her fingers twitching as if reaching for something. Anything. The slow, cruel twist of the knight's weapon as he ripped it from her body, watching as she crumpled to the ground, blood pooling beneath her, her eyes dim yet still searching, as if expecting someone to save her, as if expecting him to save her. Lucavion's breath was ragged, his chest rising and falling too quickly, too unevenly. His hands trembled. Clara, no. The words left his mouth before he even realized he had spoken them. And the knight, he turned toward him just as before. You're still alive. Interesting. Lucavion clenched his fists. He remembered what came next. He would struggle, he would rise, he would be mocked. The knight would carve a scar across his face, leaving him to choke on his own powerlessness. That had been his fate. That had been his moment of failure. And here, inside this memory, could he change it? The thought struck like lightning. This is a dream. Lucavion's dark eyes widened. This is a memory, but I am not that 15-year-old anymore. The realization hit him so suddenly, so violently, that something inside him cracked. This wasn't reality. This was his own mind. And in his own mind, Lucavion didn't have to be weak. Move! The command wasn't just to himself. It was to the memory itself. It shattered. The battlefield flickered, like ink bleeding in water. The weight holding his limbs evaporated. The suffocating air ruptured. And for the first time, Lucavion stepped forward. His spear, gripped in both hands, felt real. His breath steadied. The knight's smirk flickered briefly, almost imperceptibly. Lucavion exhaled. You! He murmured, voice steady, unwavering. His dark gaze locked onto the Knight of the Wind. The knight blinked. That's right. This time, I'm not just reliving this. Lucavion rolled his shoulders, feeling the old wounds of the past like phantom aches, but nothing more. I don't need to find you. His smirk was slow, deliberate, curling at the edges of his lips. You're right here. The wind howled. The wind howled. A violent, unrelenting force that tore through the battlefield. But this time, Lucavion wasn't the one trembling beneath it. The memory wavered, rippling like a reflection on a disturbed pond. Shadows stretched unnaturally, the crimson-stained earth cracking as if the weight of the past could no longer bear its own existence. And then, everything fractured. The battlefield collapsed inward, the figures of the dead dissolving into nothingness. The Knight of the Wind's smirk faded, his body flickering like a candle's dying flame. The greenish glow of his mana blurred, warping into streaks of light before the world itself shifted. Lucavion barely had time to react before his vision was wrenched into something else entirely. Stone walls, lined with aged banners. A massive wooden table, its surface covered with scattered documents and a single intricate map. Flickering lanterns casting wavering shadows against the walls. And standing there in the dim light, a man. tall, broad-shouldered, with an air of authority that clung to him like a second skin. His presence was as sharp as the blade at his hip, his movements slow, methodical. His dark green cloak draped over polished armor, the faint insignia at his shoulder barely visible beneath the worn fabric. His back was to Lucavion. He studied the map before him, fingers tracing over battle lines, city names, and routes with a quiet intensity. Lucavion's breath hitched. He didn't need to see the man's face to know. It was him, the Knight of the Wind, older, different, but unmistakable. The vision shifted, pulling outward, a blur of movement, like drifting through a fast-moving current. Lucavion was yanked from the dimly lit room, spiraling backward as the scene unfolded beyond the walls. A fortress, weathered stone, reinforced battlements. Beyond it, rolling fields, stretching into distant, winding roads. And further still, a mountain range, its peaks piercing the horizon like jagged blades. The vision kept retracting, each layer unfolding with agonizing clarity, until came back to him. Lucavion's dark eyes locked onto the vision of his older enemy, and the moment their gazes would have met, Lucavion woke. Hawa. He was back in the dim glow of his own room, the flickering lanterns casting jagged shadows across the walls. His fingers were still clenched around the artifact, its crystalline core pulsing faintly, as if it had drained every ounce of its power to show him this. Lucavion's head swam, his body still trembling from the aftershock of it all. But through the lingering haze of his own breath, a smirk curled at the edges of his lips. I found you. Chapter 580, Camp. The night split open with fire and steel. Draven's men surged forward, shadows against the blaze of the burning warehouse. This was not a negotiation. It was a slaughter. The Black Veil's guards barely had time to react. The first few dropped before they even realized what was happening. Throats slit in the dark, crossbow bolts burying themselves into flesh before alarmed shouts could even escape their lips. Then the real fight began. Push forward, Draven barked, his voice cutting through the chaos like a whip. Don't give them time to regroup. His men needed no second orders. They crashed into the Black Veil's defenses like a wave of pure violence, blades flashing under the dim torchlight. Steel met steel, bodies collided, and the warehouse became a battlefield of frantic, brutal combat. A Black Veil enforcer rushed Draven from the side, a curved dagger gleaming in his grip. Fast, well-trained, too slow. Draven sidestepped the strike with practiced ease, his dagger already burying itself into the man's ribs. A sharp twist, bone snapped, the enforcer choking on his own blood before crumpling to the floor. A second one lunged, a war axe swinging in a deadly arc. Draven ducked, rolling forward under the strike, coming up behind the attacker before raking his second dagger across his exposed hamstring. The man screamed, collapsing onto one knee, just before a boot to the skull silenced him permanently. Take the upper floors, Draven shouted, pointing toward the catwalks lining the warehouse walls. Cut off their vantage points. A cluster of his men immediately broke off, scaling the wooden structures with practiced efficiency. A crossbowman barely had time to register their presence before a blade sank into his back, his body pitching over the railing. They were winning. Draven could feel it. But this was just one piece of the fight. Across the city, Viral, Soren, and the others were leading their own assaults. This war wasn't being fought in one place. It was spreading, unraveling the Black Veil's hold on Varenthia in a single, decisive night. Draven just had to make sure his part was flawless. A heavily armored lieutenant stormed toward him, flanked by two others. More disciplined than the rest. More dangerous. Kill him, one of them snarled. Draven clicked his tongue. TCH, you bastards never learn. The first swung, a broad, heavy cleave that aimed to split him in two. Draven twisted away, his daggers flashing outward as he slashed across the exposed wrist of the attacker. The man roared in pain, dropping his weapon. But before he could react, Draven was already moving, ducking low and driving his blade up through the man's ribs. The fatal strike. The second enemy came in from behind. Draven sensed it, pivoted. A dagger was already in his grip before the attack could connect. He slammed it into the man's thigh, twisting it viciously. Arg! The enforcer stumbled, but Draven wasn't done. A swift elbow to the jaw, bone crunched. Before the attacker could recover, Draven caught the back of his head and slammed it down onto a nearby crate. Silence. The last of them took a hesitant step back, suddenly aware of the carnage around him. Draven smirked, flicking blood from his blade. "Go on," he taunted. "Run." The enforcer hesitated. Then he ran. Draven exhaled, scanning the battlefield. His men were winning. The warehouse was nearly theirs. Then, "Boss!" One of his men sprinted toward him, panting. "One of them is escaping. We spotted movement toward the back alley." Draven's eyes narrowed. "Who?" "Not sure, but they looked important. Could be one of Aldrich's top men." Draven exhaled sharply, flicking the blood from his dagger before sliding it back into its sheath. His gray eyes followed the direction of the escapee, his expression unreadable. His men were waiting for orders, expecting him to give the signal to pursue, to hunt down whoever it was before they disappeared into the alleys of Varenthia. But instead, Draven simply smirked. "Let them go." His men hesitated. "Boss!" Draven turned slightly, his gaze lingering on the darkened streets beyond. "We could chase them down," he murmured, rolling his shoulders. "Cut them off before they get too far. Maybe even take them out before they reach Aldrich." A pause. Then his smirk widened. "But that's not what we want, is it?" Realization dawned in some of their faces. Aldrich needed to know. This wasn't a small skirmish. This wasn't just another group trying to muscle in on his operations. This was war. Draven exhaled through his nose, already picturing how Aldrich would react when word reached him. Would he stay in hiding? Would he try to retaliate immediately? Or would he send more of his men to be cut down? "Let's hope it works out," he muttered, turning back toward the battlefield. On another side, Viral moved like a shadow through the warehouse district, his men slipping between the gaps of flickering lantern light, weapons drawn but silent. The Black Veil had set up supply routes here, hidden caches, stockpiles, and bribe runner trails that ensured no single attack could cripple them completely. That ended tonight. A silent motion of his fingers, and his men moved. Crossbows loosed. Silent deaths followed. Then, a sudden explosion of fire. The first warehouse ignited, flames licking across the wooden beams as the crates of smuggled goods became kindling. The shouts began. Viral watched, his expression calm as the enemy scrambled in disarray. "Stay on them," he murmured. "Not a single one leaves alive." Unlike Viral's precision, Soren brought war. He came crashing through the front doors of one of the largest Black Veil dens, his warhammer shattering wood and bone alike as he led his men straight into the heart of enemy territory. "You bastards have had it too easy," he roared, swinging his hammer into the chest of a guard, sending him flying into the back wall. Chaos erupted. His men tore into the ranks of the Black Veil, steel flashing, blood spraying against the stone walls. Soren grinned, his body alight with battle. This was what he lived for. One of the Black Veil lieutenants lunged at him, a pair of curved blades flashing. Fast. Too fast for a normal fighter. And awakened. Soren grinned wider. Finally, the two clashed, the entire city now drowned in chaos. Inside the room, a man sat at the heavy oak table, his gloved fingers pressing against the edges of a map spread across its surface. The dim candlelight flickered, casting shadows over the marked trade routes crisscrossing Varenthia like a spider's web. Opposite him, a figure leaned against the wooden frame of the window, arms crossed, face unreadable. The scent of ink and aged parchment mixed with the faint hint of cold steel, a quiet reminder of the weapons resting just within reach. The figure by the window let out a slow, measured breath, his silhouette unmoving against the faint glow of the city beyond. His voice, when it came, was smooth, deliberate, a blade wrapped in silk. 6 months. Aldrich's fingers tensed against the map, but he said nothing. I want these routes finalized, the figure continued, his tone carrying the quiet authority of someone accustomed to obedience. No delays, no disruptions. The city will be under our control by then, completely. Aldrich's jaw tightened. His gaze flicked up, sharp and cold. You act as if I'm dragging my feet. The figure didn't move. Are you? A slow pulse of anger coiled in Aldrich's chest. The candlelight danced across his face, catching the faintest twitch in his expression. You're looking down on me. His voice was quieter now, but no less dangerous. The figure finally turned, stepping away from the window, his posture still maddeningly composed. I'm ensuring results. He moved toward the table, his shadow stretching over the map, over the trade routes Aldrich had spent months securing. Because you, Aldrich, understand the stakes better than anyone. Aldrich exhaled sharply, his fingers curling into fists against the table. Tsh. You arrogant bastard. He did understand the stakes. The moment he had turned his back on the Veltrin name, the figure tilted his head slightly, watching him with that same unreadable expression. Then, smooth as a dagger sliding between ribs, he spoke. We both know you don't care about honor. Aldrich's breath was slow, controlled, but his fingers dug into the table's surface, just slightly. Spare me the indignation, the figure continued, stepping closer. You gave up your honor the moment you turned your back on your family, the moment you accepted my offer. His voice was calm, almost bored. So let's not pretend you're clinging to some grand ideal. Aldrich exhaled sharply through his nose, forcing himself to unclench his hands. He thinks he's got me completely leashed, doesn't he? The figure tapped the edge of the map. Fulfill your end of the deal. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze glinting in the dim candlelight. And this city is yours to rule.
Hello everyone. We now have a Discord server. Join us for faster updates, discussions about your favorite novels, and exclusive Discord-only content. Don't miss out. See you there. Scan the QR code on the screen or enter any of the displayed links into your browser to join our Discord.